always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss that fact, taking big...
I really think that there's been a sorely missed opportunity for developers to take a step back from competition and take a step forward with community. And if they do that, I think we all win, because community, I would argue, is the one thing that no one's trying to solve. We're trying to solve recruitment. We're trying to solve competition. Tell me, where's community? Honestly, any one of you, go ahead. Shout out what's the national community for Scholastic right now. Any title, tell me.
Yeah.
Where do I go? How do I meet and hang out?
Of the storm.
How does
community zero?
There's nothing. It doesn't exist anymore. And it doesn't exist statewide. It doesn't exist school-wide. It doesn't exist region-wide. It doesn't exist nationally. It doesn't exist digitally on Twitch. It doesn't exist digitally on Discord. It doesn't exist through any form of skill-based development. It doesn't exist on any form of, skill-based learning or just pure socialization and fandom. Huge missed opportunity. You want to take their time and make it more efficient, in my opinion, tell Riot Scholastic politely to stop what they're doing with competitive, and their integration with LCS should be, Twitch, symposiums and summits and conversations and learning and all sorts of wonderful things, and promoting camps and educational learning activities and RSSA sponsored curriculum. That will move the needle. I don't see any of that.
So Chris, that was pretty much the last topic. You kind of wrapped it in a nice package called community. And I was kind of thinking more from an organizer and a broadcaster point of view around growing fandom. And how do we get fandom around collegiate esports to look more like traditional sports across the board? And, that helps us go out and sell sponsorships in the place, of which trickles down to all our member schools that we represent. But when we go to brands and we can't check that box of, 1 billion impressions and 1 million views, we still are challenged with selling those sponsorships. So my last and final is, do we have any secrets around how to grow fandom or grow community let's just start with on campus?
I got the big one real quick.
Okay.
Best way to grow community: food nights. It has nothing to do with playing the game. I'll give you a real life example. We used to do dollar burger night at the University of Cincinnati. We'd just go out to Bar Louie. We used to have dollar burgers every Wednesday. We'd post in at this time it was Facebook groups, tell people where to show up. 6 people, 12 people showed up the first week. By the third month, we had 40 plus people coming. And it was the biggest revenue night of the week for Bar Louie every week, purely because of us. But we had friendships, we had relationships, we had roommates, we had all sorts of great, wonderful things come from that. And that translated to our LANs, our club meetings, and everything from that.
Welcome, everyone. It's time for a whole lot of fun collegiate action. It's Valorant time. If you don't like the pew-pew, it's time for you to QQ your way out the door. I'm Hell Monkey Man in the booth alongside Jacob. You may know him as not Jakey, but there's a Jake somewhere in there. Jacob, how are you doing this evening? It's the final weeks of so many different collegiate conferences. Competition is no different here, and it's getting colder while everyone else is getting hotter.
Yeah, I'm absolutely excited. What an electric intro, man. Oh my goodness. I'm feeling ready to go. I'm just excited to get some matches going here. I can't wait. Like you said, we're in this last week, so it's getting do or die for some of these teams. It's going to be pretty exciting out here.
Yeah, this is all about did you do all the work, to make sure that your 45-page paper is good to go? Exams are coming up, and guess what? Esports competitions have postseasons, believe it or not. We're in week number 7 here for a couple of matches, be it with the ECC, which will be our second one, but the primary one coming up first is with the NJCAAE. A lot of good junior college action as we get into it. It's going to be the Mystics and the Vikings, Westchester and Bismarck. One of these squads, though, looking a little bit better than the other here, Jacob.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, it's going to be two teams. Both are trying to fight it out here, but one of them, like you said, got just a little bit more to fight for than the other one this time around. Just a little bit, just a little bit.
Just a tiny bit. And you got to be able to push yourself over the edge, make sure that you can cement yourself and stamp your ticket to be able to go into that postseason. It is, right now, I believe, Bismarck with the Mystics. Maybe a little of extra magic is still left in the tank. That isn't that 3-3 margin, full group stage play for the NJCAAE, and you have to be able to take on every single opponent. Unluckily for them, at the end of the season, they're taking on a really good opponent in Westchester with the Vikings. They're currently sitting at 5-1. They're only a loss to Suffolk Community College. So the Sharks were able to take them down, but that boat has been made bigger. This one is going to start out pretty standard as we're looking at the quintessential Valorant map. You get to see the bands, the picks, and everything else that's left behind below us as we're going to be going over to Ascent.
Yeah, Ascent, like you said, I mean, this is one of the staples of competitive Valorant play. We see this map in all different levels of play. And I think it's a reliable map. It's so reliable. You know what you're going to get when you pull out, but it's always going to be a ton of fun watching teams go at it on this one.
Yeah, this is all about, all right, how just normalized of a squad do you have? Has the coaching been able to be implemented? We have pretty much everything. The only novelty and only gimmick here is doors. And if you don't know how to open a door, I do worry about how you got into college in the first place. Hopefully everyone is proving that they can be able to keep their scholarships as well as be able to showcase that their coaches and as well as their squad has been prepared from a very just normalized level of Valorant. Thereafter, we will be having a treat as not Jakey has professed they are the smartest Valorant player in the entirety of the game. So big coaching will be going on to Pearl, and I can't wait for us to be able to head there.
Absolutely. It's kind of the counter opposite, the quintessential, like, different map in a sense. I completely blanked on that. But Pearl, newer map, it's fresher, it's a bit more unique to we're still seeing how teams are playing it, figuring it out. So that's one we're going to see a lot of interesting strats, I think, on that. Maybe some interesting agent picks, too, something we're not too used to here as we start getting our picks in.
Yeah, and something that needs to be just kind of seen across the board, there was a 5.10 patch drop that did change just tiny bits of things. Fade was made a little bit weaker with some nerfs. Her Prowler was made just a little bit shorter, a little bit briefer, and the Nightfall was made more expensive with the Ult Orb increase. And you did see the Cypher pick coming from MDems.
Yes,
this is one of those.
sir.
This is one of those maps that you've been able to see a lot more cam play, and that he was in fact buffed, so you can be able to increase the distance on those trap wires as well as get a second ping 4 seconds later on your neural theft as well as your cam ping. So I need to know, you said you came from an R6 background, so when it comes to cam play, all that intel, it means a lot.
Oh, absolutely. Like you said, from an R6 background, intel and gathering information is everything. And in my opinion, Cypher is one of the best at it. And he's also one of the trickiest. You can get really sneaky with him. I know when that patch dropped earlier that a bunch of Cypher mains like myself were super excited to get into some maps, start messing around, see what you could do with those new longer tripwires, maybe new cams. And like you said, that ult as well, it's got a little bit of a buff. I'm excited to see a little bit more Cypher meta get into here maybe.
Yeah, look, our boy needed some love ever since beta. They kind of left him behind, and Phoenix got the love first. They realized, maybe when you do the run it back, you should get a shield back. In fact, that one will be seen here because Medic is bringing that to the field. We didn't really touch point too much of this total field of the agents, but it's because they're already bringing in some trades as the attackers are bringing in the shots. Positivity Paul is positively lethal.
Yeah, and here comes the Cypher, like we were talking about, managing to hide in the cage, get a kill. But Bismarck already on site as Toasty Potato has bomb. And here's that cam again. Nice little mid cam. Not going to be able to catch anybody this time, though. as it looks like he's going to start to replace his tripwires here.
And this is something very key. We were talking about tripwires, being able to get a little bit of extra info. The dark cover comes in late, though, so already free entry as they will put a hot hands down. Not able to do much from Marketplace as they will be able to take full site control. They had one just kind of hanging around, but then they all enter as just a 3-set. They walked straight in. Trapwire still can't outright deny anyone, but it did get the intel that they were moving in, but so did the footsteps. They were oh so loud.
Yeah, they were. And that 0 point from KO, able to tell them that there was no one on site immediately, but still the guns are prevailing right now as it looks like Medic doesn't grab another one. Big kill from Cypher. They pull it back. What?
Nice.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
well played.
That was a long ghost, and I honestly thought that the length of that silence pistol was gonna get them got, but instead they were the one that went getting as they just paraded their way through that main step, and then were able to just take them out. I'm wondering about the call out because I believe it was Toasty Potato that was on site looking upstairs, and you know, when your friends die, generally they say, hey man, this is where he's going, never look to his right.
Yeah, maybe just the calls were a bit off. They might have got a little bit too relaxed, you know. It was a 4v2 at one point. You start feeling a little good. Hey, we got this one in the wraps, no need to worry about it. And then the Vikings managing to just make them pay for that as really well played coordination there from the team to get that going.
Now again, remember, Westchester, they only have all the one loss, and so they're trying to be able to come up and just have a good, solid ending to the season. Postseason is in their future. For Bismarck, it is not guaranteed. This will be an ult point take, as we do have the Brimstone controller, opposite of an Omen. Omen has had I mean, you kind of can find those two to be interchangeable. A lot of good use of the orbital strike. And of course, we now have full cam view. I have missed this as we have not had a lot of Cypher play. That is a good dink to be able to just identify that they're in mid, and we did see that second 4-second ping to continuously identify them from tiles.
Yeah, and one of the things I love about that Cypher is it's going to keep tracking until you take it out. Managing to pick up a kill, though, there, positively, Paul, pretty good job there, given the situation he was in. And now, Bismarck's going to be able to take site because of that. Looks like Medic's going to try to flame, put that fire down, try to stop them from taking market, and Bomb's going back down.
Yep, that's going to be another hot hands, and they've played that pretty well to just kind of slowly deny movement from out of Marketplace, but Wolf is actually going to go all the way to door. As they're going to try and retake this one, but this tight angle as they are hanging out on B main. Wolf realizing there's at least one there, but do they understand that there's one just outside of house as well? That's going to be a spray down, get a nice headshot onto Medic. Becomes a 2-on-3. They're able to find another one, but that is where Wolf will fall, and Wolf's reign will be in pain. The first couple are split, and this is going to be Bismarck that finds round number 2.
Yeah, better job there from Bismarck to kind of change up their post-plant play. Last time we saw they were all on site, kind of held a bit too hard, and the Vikings were able to make them pay for that. But now it looks like they kind of swapped it out, had a couple players on main this time instead of being inside of site, and it really helped pay off there. And Chamber with a pretty big round there, managing to grab a couple kills there, might have been the difference maker for the team there.
Yeah, we haven't really seen some big movement since the first couple of rounds, but I want to see if Janik and Sopa, the initiators from Westchester, really start getting involved. It's been kind of reliance on a good play from their Cypher, and that's going to be a double spray down. It's Positivity. Paul, is able to get 3 in just about 5 seconds of play very early on here in round 3. The shorty in Sopa's hands. They're going to have to find big value on it. They turn away from the guiding light, and now they're going to press up. Oh, they nearly get a second one off the swing. Oh, and an ace will be taken away from Paul, but it's Toasty Potato that's going to roast them and toast them.
Yeah, I mean, Sopa in a really rough situation. I think everyone who plays Valorant has been in that situation where you're just kind of sitting with the shotgun. I think I'm only going to get one here. Hopefully you can get another one, but unfortunately just not able to get a kill on that shorty. And Chamber, again, with the 4K, he started out the round just instantly taking 3 out of mid and giving his team control. So talk about creating some space for your team to play with.
Yeah, Positivity, Paul, 8-1 right now, already has the Tour de Force. They won't even have to use it because they have full rifles. This will be our true rifle round into the first 4. Guiding Light is able to identify that they're at least looking at him, and they're going to use a Shock Dart to try and clear this lane out as well. And that's Curveball. They're going to use the running back. They're able to get big value out of it. Medic is looking towards at least some extra damage to spread, but it's Wolf that will be able to get rid of the running back and then get a 3K as Toasty Potato, who was the hero of round number 3, will be able to keep themselves, well, I guess out of bounds now as it becomes a 4-on-2.
Yeah, really, really well played there from the Jet to just try to find some kills, stave off this push as they started entering sight. And now if you are the Vikings, you can't get too aggressive. Just hold your angles. It's a 2v3. Was a 2v4, now 2v3 as a Medic picks up a kill. And if you're Bismarck, I think you just got to keep trying to commit on this one here. Try to find maybe another kill if you can't disengage and pull back.
Hitting them with the paranoia did slow them down. They're not able to press out immediately through that dark cover, and that bomb is all the way just down that lane. You cannot get to it without having to go through at least one gun or two, and they are hard at holding this angle, especially Wolf, who's looking out for blood. Positivity Paul, the only one remaining as Medic does fall. Alpha will die. This becomes a 1-on-2. Trying to be able to look for that angle, look for the wall bang, but it will be MDems who is in complete control. One thing that they did get extra intel with was the neural theft. Something else of a change into this patch is that you can throw your ult from further. So you don't have to be right up on someone to be able to get that intel. And there is no longer the it's like 1.5 second, 2 second upload to be able to get it to activate. So you get instant pings and you get them for longer.
Yeah, I mean, this buff, I think, is going to really start to change the meta. We're going to just start seeing it trickle out a little bit. But I think also the way that the Vikings played that post play was very well done. They didn't get too aggressive. But here comes the tour from Positivity Paul, who's been on a tear recently. This could provide a couple kills, or there they go.
Afraid of duels with the ultimates. Wolf runs right up on him. This is the kind of aggression that you can see at the pro level into tiles, and they bring the Blaze Storm and they bring it with some hurt. Face down, 2 swinging on them, and the Tour de Force does not land its mark. So you take out the more lethal and the more of issue gun and the golden gun. So now Chamber will have to hang out. This becomes a look back. They're all 3 hanging out in tiles. Wolf turns away. It will be able to get a tag with that camera.
Yeah, the timing on there was a little bit unfortunate there. They just barely miss each other. But now Janik is going to grab 2 there. And you're Sky, you're in a rough spot. There comes the knife. Janik grabs their 3rd kill. It's a pretty convincing round there coming out from the Vikings.
Yeah, Westchester just confidently said, all right, we understand that the previous one we were able to get, so let's be able to snowball at least a little bit of it. Now if you kind of look over to the eco of Bismarck, they have a couple that might buy up. Do they stagger to this? Do they have a Spectre that runs in the hands? They don't have any ults up as of yet. Toasty Potato, the closest, just one away from their Hunter's Fury. But they're going to have to run it up into A. It looks like they're going to try and take that because they really haven't had more than just the first A main push outside that first pistol round of this half. And it's been fairly close, but this is about the tipping point where we start seeing teams run away from it or starting to say, keep it closer together.
Yeah, and look here, he's going to play inside the smoke. Might be able to net a couple kills. Grabs 1, but the refrag from Medic there, he was ready for it and does grab his ult as well. We might see him push in with this, or we've seen it a couple times. They've started to commit to this and then they've disengaged pretty quickly. But here comes the ult from Medic. It looks like he's going to try to commit this one. Alpha quick to shut that down though, and that is going to change things as a second smoke comes out. Going to slow this push down even further. Oh, but wow, okay, what a throw.
Well,
the shot.
Yeah, closing down the door, a little bit of healing coming through. You get 2 kills and you get your hot hands back. And now the hot hand has been dealt to Westchester as Bismarck will be able to proceed, at least work for a plant. They're going to do it right out in open space. Not the most measured approach, but MDeb's now in a 1-on-1. You will have the rendezvous to kind of teleport step your way from that tight angle. This is not for free. Do you hold on to the half? Well, we don't even get to think about it because it will be Positivity Paul and the Mystics that are able to even us up through the first half of the first half.
Yeah, and I think that spot from the Mystics, that plant right there, was pretty risky because I don't know if you saw it. MDev had an opportunity to get that kill without Positivity Paul having a chance to even react to it, just from the angle he took. But still, Positivity Paul, he understood the situation. He knew he had everything at his advantage. He has the rendezvous. He's kind of feeling it right now, 10-3, and it looks like we might get an Odin play here from Janik. Might try to net a couple kills here.
They're trying. That's all about how everyone's set up, but you know what? That's just not going to happen as that wall quickly becomes Swiss cheese. Positivity Paul actually steps up into B main, but they're on a long lurk. All they're lonesome while everyone else is hanging out outside of A. The dark cover goes down to slow everyone away, but the Prowler, though it is your best friend, it's a nice little pocket dog, it can also put you in someone's back pocket KD, so that trade will be won by the Mystics on the opposite end. Make it 2.
Yeah, I mean, talk about what an impact just from Positivity Paul alone. He's drawn their attention, forced the Omen to ult as well. Medic is going to get grabbed by that snare, by the tripwire, and is going to get refragged really easily there. Spike down as well onto A. They are able to pick it back up, though, and it looks here, though, they've got numbers, they've got Brim ult, and it looks like they should have an opportunity. There goes the Brim ult, though, just as I say, a little bit of Caster's Curse there. Another kill. Paul's going to manage to find his own, though, and now we're down to 1v1 here.
Poggers Paul, the chat calls him. You're going to need a few extra Poggers in the chat to help out Paul, but he also knows that he can play a little bit of angle and time. There is a dark cover that can go down to force Paul to come forward, and it won't even matter. Hit him with the magnifying glass because they just magnified their skull with the bloom of a bullets. So 4-3, the Vikings will get their lead back.
Yeah, just a terrific job playing that situation from Alpha. They managed to keep their cool. They knew they didn't need the smokes. There was no need for them if they just said, hey, if he peeks this, I got the better aim. I'm going to win this fight out. And that's exactly what they did. Did a great job there holding that post. And it was a great job there also for them to take that retake as well. It was a 2v3 and they managed to even it out. And so far, Westchester has looked very strong, but Bismark as well. They're putting up a fight.
Yeah. This is no team that is less for wanting of the postseason. They definitely could use a big victory here. This is best of 3 times, so will it be found? Positivity Paul using that dark cover off that angle of the orb. They step right back into tiles and does so to get themselves a little bit of surface area defense. Medic can't quite get that opposite angle as everyone, I think it was Sopa, yes, running away back into Marketplace. So you get another big trade. I like the aggression, but you got to be able to kind of stagger that back and forth when it comes to pressing out from mid.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looked like they had set that smoke there, and maybe there was no cover there, but it was just an awkward angle that Positivity Paul is holding. Gets caught again by another one of these tripwires. These tripwires have been extremely effective here, and from this angle, if he's not cleared out, which he's not, he manages to grab one, hits another one as well, another tripwire, and there's the kill, and there's the round. What a great job there from Cypher. Great utility use there to secure that round.
It's been a while since people have had to play against tripwires, and it's been a while since I've been able to smile and see Cyphers do something great. This has been great play so far from Imdems, 10-4 right now for the Vikings. They find a 2-round lead, 14-5 opposite end. Positivity Paul is trying to keep his team positive and pressuring onto this defense, but it's been good utility combos, also playing off of your util. MDems doesn't just set it and forget it. They make sure that they are always in a position to be opportunistic if anyone gets caught on their trapwires, and then also is able to just punish anyone that along with his teammates. Hot Hands have been using combination with those snares too.
Yeah, absolutely. I think both teams right now, both teams are kind of feeling themselves. We've definitely got ourselves quite the match here, as Janik knows they've got a couple players here. The guided eye, like you said, manages to catch a couple, but now we're kind of in this awkward game of waiting to see who blinks first. As I don't know if you can see, Alpha has kind of an awkward angle here. He might be able to pick one out if they do decide to peek out with that teleport, but Janik's still just trying to dump a couple rounds. Maybe somebody forgot about the Odin that was blasting them, but looks like the Brim Smoke's gonna come out, and they're just gonna hop right onto site. But Janik grabs one. Grabs another one. Look at this Odin just go.
It's the go button. Janik gets 4 kills as they just walk it in. Somehow, you you know, you hear a sound for so long and you're like, oh, it just becomes white noise, right? Like, oh, that's just my refrigerator just acting up. No big deal. Well, no, that's everyone's skulls getting obliterated. So Janik picked a wonderful weapon. They're gonna keep it. They have that Nightfall, and we do have another neural theft on the field. But Medic again has that quick running back. Toasty Potato hasn't really been able to utilize their Hunter's Fury, and I want to see if we get that utilization of the Orbital Strike as well. There's so much good pre and post plant ults for Bismarck to really make use of.
Yeah, absolutely. They have all of the post plant utility here, but what?
Oh,
What? Just a ridiculous shot there from Toasty Potato managing to take out Janik. They've had enough of the Odin spray. It's getting too much, getting a little too annoying for them. And now Medic is gonna pull his ult out, combo it with Sky's dog, and they're all just gonna walk onto site. I wonder if there's gonna be any real counter here from them, but Wolf manages to pick one up here, and Butter's just kind of taking a little merry stroll on to short.
yeah, they, you know, the stroll ends in a, hey, how you doing from Sopa? Let me just squeeze by you and shoot you. So 3-on-3 it goes. They do obtain sight. The running back is able to at least give a full HP bar back to Medic. Basically, being their own Medic, they did incur a little bit of extra damage, so they will be hanging out on B main. The big recon bolt ping will be finding at least people pressing into Stairwell. They're going to use their Hunter's Fury, be watching out for the tight side angle because MDems does get them, and that is going to be a defuse. I like the commits. I like the expenditure, but if you get a late ping on that, they're just going to walk through it, disappear, split where everyone was hanging out together, and then if you're not protected on your exposed angle, you're basically a dead man.
Absolutely, it's one of the side effects of that Hunter's Fury to keep it in balance is you are extremely slow when you pull it out, and putting it away and pulling your gun back is it's incredibly time consuming. And I think that might be the play if the cover is just a little bit better there, but unfortunately they just weren't able to stick that. And another great retake from Westchester, and that Cypher, like we said, the double pings really came through to help them out there.
It did. Just having so much extra intel. Wolf may actually want to play with it as well if they do see anything on camera, but they're going to renegotiate where that op is and go back over to the top side marketplace. Actually, no, they're going to go over to Heaven as they will make sure to hang on to this A, but it's kind of a forward-leaning default. The bomb is actually going straight up into mid, and the guiding light's going to see if anyone is hanging out near side Cubby. The op is dropped as the Blaze Storm is put into action, so they want a little bit more activity, but instead of optivity, but it's positivity as Sopa finds two.
Yeah, these KO flashes are normally good. Oh no, fully blinds himself. Unlucky there. I think that's such a sneaky sky flash there from KO if they can pull that off. Unfortunately, it looks like they might have just hit some debris there. It does happen with those flashes, but it looks like they're just gonna try to hit this through connector, maybe go to market. But as of right now, Westchester's kind of got these players trapped in a box here.
Yeah, rocking a hard place, but no one's really behind him, just at every single flank. There is a ton of bullets, though, as Janik is a monster with an Odin. Right-click beast, you bet! Can they swing the last one? Yes, they can! Able to send him straight to the grave. If it's not an Odin for the BM, it's a right-click just savant to be able to send them with the rest. So, Janik, they still have that Nightfall, good retake capability. You do have Seekers and the Orbital Strike that can be utilized between Short and Butter, but let's check out that replay.
Yeah, I mean, Janik has been just an absolute menace with this Odin, managing to just eat that smoke, eat the flash, excuse me. These right clicks are just absolutely ridiculous. The classic is, it's such a finicky gun. Sometimes you get those perfect right clicks, other times it does nothing. And Janik, you see, they're feeling themselves a little bit. They're going to get those hits.
And this is an even bigger hit as Wolf brings the pack of the gun, but will they be able to get another one? No. The operator is basically null and void as it's so close in proximity to everyone else. As the return to force from the defense of Westchester will be nearest to Heaven. Now, if they do pick that up and get to long sight, it could be big. Curveball, set, ready, go. Got a blind, bye. Your MDems, you're on top of a box, and now you're basically just an ornament on the ground. Positivity Paul is going to hang out from nearby, and actually no, they're all the way in arches. They'll be hanging out with two, no, just one Alpha. Oh my goodness, they're done. Less HP to be able to make this one happen, and now they are short-sighted and suppressed.
Yeah, I mean, this has been so excellently played. We knew that ult was going to come in. And here comes the Odin spray again. They just can't do anything about it. Oh! Almost manages to pick. He picks one off. Could have gotten it, but it doesn't look like they're going to get this. Manages to pick up the kill. At least boost that KD up a little bit. But another convincing retake from Westchester, which I think might have been the story of that entire defensive half from them.
Yeah, just confidence to be able to work it up from heaven. This has been a great controller, just kind of expose. You get Alpha, who has 12 assists, by the way. They are nearly able to get that double-double if they can be able to get to 10 kills, but they have had great response coming up from top side of A. Positivity Paul. Doing well is in fact positive, 17 and 8. The rest of the squad barely even and much less. This is something that Bismarck really has to find a groove with on their defense. You do have Medic as well as Butter hanging out together on this short side. They want to try and control this one with a lot of fire, a lot of mollies, but you're going to lose Medic at the very beginning.
Yeah, I like the aggression to come out there to try to take A, but it looks like Westchester might just have full access to A. They trying with that molly here. Butter's not going to be able to get the kill, and all 5 players still alive. Site's completely taken. Get a new ghost for you, why don't you? And just a very convincing start here from Westchester. I'm curious to see how Bismarck is going to respond to this.
Well, they may respond by going back to the respawn lobby here pretty soon. 10 rounds about to be taken by the Vikings as Positivity Paul has a lot of hurt players in front of him, so it's not exactly like it can't happen. There's one. Can they find it from distance? Not quite. That's going to be a great headshot. Alpha does, in fact, find the double-double as they are toiling with some trouble, sending it over to Bismarck. It is going to be Westchester and the Vikings. They now just got to run it down. They get the pistol round. We saw the pistol round get split in half between the Vikings and the Mystics, but it feels like Westchester is on a different level at this point and on ascent.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you can see from the scoreboard, it's been very, very one-sided on the scoreboard since basically round 5. I mean, Westchester has been having their way for the most part. There's been some close matches. Bismarck has been able to keep it competitive, but at this point, being this far in a hole is going to really hurt you. As Bismarck manages to get the scan here, they're going to know there's at least 3 here. Flash comes out, not going to fully blind. Nice darts here as well from their Soba. Maybe going to be able to get some time here.
Oh, the fly cam bringing us to the limit as you do have great stinger play. Janik and the gang are just able to put Toasty Potato into a roasted situation. They will be watching from the sidelines for the remainder as Butter is trying to be able to play a duel with players that have much bigger, badder weapons than they. They're buttering up. They will put a Sky Smoke down. Be able to get them onto site, but that's Medic who has dropped another as Positivity Paul is done, and that's going to be Alpha that gets a 3K here in round number 14. 2 to go before the Vikings are able to take this first map.
Yeah, and on this defensive half, I know it's only been 2 rounds for Bismarck, but they've been pretty rough. As of right now, Westchester just kind of able to force their way into site. They haven't had too much resistance on that initial push. They're just able to kind of rush into site. They were scanned. They had the Sova darts, the pretty good shock darts as well that came out to get a little bit of damage, but still, they just kind of held W, just walked through the entire way and managed to take their site. And you got to put up a little bit more resistance if you are Bismarck and just, at this point, try to salvage a couple rounds out of here.
Yeah, and the biggest thing that's just not happening on this is there's been great on the first half, great defensive play off of utility, whereas there's just been util spam from Bismarck and the Mystics, and that hasn't really given them much in better value. They've not been able to find kills, making use of the damage that does go out. Wolf is able to use their updraft to jump over the archway, and I think Butter is trying to sniff it out. They do put a little bit of damage out, but Wolf has a better wall bang against them. A lot of trades coming through. Wolf finds their third. Positivity Paul is the lone bright light in this darkness, and they're trying to be able to hang on to this tight corner. They're looking at window, but a little bit more off to the right side. Janik is going to get this one all the way to match point.
Yeah, and I think it was a great point you made about that util. They're just playing off of it so well. And I think another thing that Westchester's been doing really good is they've been not just playing off of util, but they've been playing off of each other really well. You saw that when when Butter was trying to peek there inside a tree, trying to pick off a kill when somebody came through main to enter A site, both Wolf and I believe it was Alpha were right there, ready to swing on anybody as soon as they entered site. They're playing each other really well. They're just playing off of intel, and their team play has been absolutely incredible so far.
Well, we'll have to play as a full team if you want to make the miracles happen now. Big Sheriff play. Positivity Paul is able to get Janik with a headhunter. That's got to be a little bit cathartic considering how Janik has really been a menace to society. And then it's going to be another wallbang as Wolf takes down Medic, who gets very aggressive, progressing in a parade style all the way down catwalk to take that fight to him. It becomes a 4-on-4.
Yeah, I kind of, on one hand, I like the aggression because I think, especially at this point, you kind of don't have too much to lose. I think it might be time to just kind of just open up the playbook, bring up some more aggression. But at the same time, you can't leave it unchecked like that. And he does get punished for it as they're going to start to walk into sight. Butter has the spray, but it stops for some reason. And Wolf's just going to manage to get a pick here. And they're going to have another plant here. And this is going to be a very rough post plant. Having to go on a 4v3 with barely any rifles versus a full 4 team with rifles ready to go.
Wolf hit him with the cool guy shrug. A lot of sprays happening up in heaven, and most people are being sent to heaven at this point. All of 1v3, and that's going to do it. Short will be short-lived on their retake. That one written in the stars, and it was a dominating featurette by the Vikings. Westchester will take map number 1.
Yeah, and I mean, Westchester, they were 5-1, and we can see they clearly are. They're legit. They came out ready to play, and that 12-3, that's kind of a statement win there, if you ask me, and just a really convincing start here for this best of 3.
Yeah, we were talking about how this map in particular is a quintessential standard map that everyone knows how to play. Well, guess what? Westchester, very practiced, very good, and very ready to be able to progress into this playoff time frame. But we do have holidays between then and now, and so maybe a lot of things can change. And we also have a little bit of time between map number 1 and map number 2. So, Jacob, let's head over to a short break. All of you better stick with us. We do have some stuff going on Esports U 2. If you want to check that out while we're going to map number 2, head over there, but make sure you come on back. We'll be back after this break.
Be right back.
Hey guys, KTAD here, and just like that, another season of ECAAE Esports regular season play has come to a close. Over the last 8 weeks, we saw a crazy amount of hype competition from some of the best collegiate esports has to offer, and as usual, you guys have me one last time to break it all down and to show you guys what we thought were some of the top plays this week. And honestly guys, I don't have much more to say. Just check it out because I think we've got some really incredible clips here. Let's take a look. In our opening clip, it's Professor Dementium with a straight boot off the stage to kick things off for Bloomfield.
Got himself one, kicked back off stage though. Able to air dodge is going to be that Bowser. He'll do it again, and he'll also bring himself that down smash so he gets quickly back before that Falcon's able to take any sort of advantage. But well, you're gone. The spikes come through. It's a clean kick to wrap things up, and well, he's got one. He's got one stock for his troubles.
Up next, the duel of Donkers and Robeast have some things to say with this beautiful 1-2 combo to close the door on Albany.
Hit the intersection, go straight up in the air for Robeast, who's going to work Central Missouri into the offense. Flip reset's a good one. The pass down to Donkers, and he finds the net. A 3-goal deficit in Game 3.
I gotta say, Curtis, it seems like after these two teams came out of Game 2, right? Again.
In our next play, who needs to be able to see your enemy when you can just take a educated guess?
Great, 1-for-1 over towards Catwalk. There's still more where that came from. Iranium is next up, and he will take a couple too many fights. Solsta as well is going to be able to take a couple of fights, winning them both. It's a 1v3, and Novacorium won't be able to do anything. Johnson, Wales.
At number 5, it's Saltonics with this huge flank onto Cole College to secure Temple of Anubis for his team.
Right now, it's got to be just destroying it straight up. Maybe with the Coalescence, maybe the Supercharger, but that Riptire could just immediately rip through.
Here's that Riptire. It does move Joker, but it could have been a catastrophic play. Now Nightbolt is pulled all the way off the point, and that's an easy one. Tonic's coming in with the triple off of that crucial rocket barrage, and that is all of them off the point.
Now it's down to Joker just to get the touch onto the point. Tracer.
Coming back to the Bloomfield versus Keen matchup, it was a clutch finish from Zenipu as he finishes off Brandon without dropping a single stock.
No, one more lease on life. Lease on life indeed for Brandon. Looking to hold the ledge, but a recovery from Zenipu. He says second time's the charm. He'll send him to the moon, and once again, Zenipu will not drop a stock.
Last packing our way into the number 2 spot though. It's a 4K from Butta to cement the lead for Providence College.
Back roads around the high ground to try and avoid that as much as possible.
Oh my absolute days! Here was me looking for that Transcendence to counteract the grab, and no, it was just a big fat go button. In comes the pulse bomb, down goes SUNY Poly Wildcats.
Phil, I can't remember the last time I've seen...
Last packing our way into the number 2 spot though. It's a 4K from Butta to cement the lead for Providence College.
Not much more. That tap can go a long way in the latter half, right? Now Retna bringing out that stimmy, trying to get the opportunity to move the team in forward. Okay, there's that showstopper I was thinking about. It looks like D-Nuns is going to have that show stopped. Sal, not particularly far behind, a 4v2. But really starting to wake up here on the race.
Yeah, wow, so impressive. And 4K there, just going straight through the entire team like a bulldozer. Will not stop until all are taken down.
And in our top play from the last week of regular season play, it is a nail-biter last-second goal that will keep you guessing until the very end.
Leaves their own open, a little bit of high pass, you angle it in, but it's just off the top of the goalpost.
Goalpost coming in deep. Matrix able to find something here. The demolition comes through. 7 seconds left for a true game win, but in overtime feeling incredibly likely. But tied out of a wide open goal. No! No! Orbital, the waffle iron has been flipped, and Farmingdale finds themselves up 4-3. 2 seconds left on the clock. The only hope for Louisville to win this out is with a kickoff goal. They cannot make a single mistake, or they will.
And with that, I mean, what more do you guys want me to say? It was a crazy week to wrap things up, but it's really just been a crazy season overall with the addition of Division A and what I personally think is some of the most competitive action here in collegiate esports. I mean, what a season, and there's only much more to come. With the playoffs starting on April 4th, you guys can expect to see a lot more action that will continue all throughout the month, and that will wrap up on the week of April 25th. Now, if you guys want to stay up to date on all of that, make sure you follow us on Twitter at ECAC_esports, or follow us on Twitch at twitch.tv/ECAC_esports.
Welcome back, everyone. We hope that you got your potassium up, and maybe, if you can't, eat a banana to be able to stay with us. Make sure that you know that I'm Hell Monkey Man in the booth alongside not Jakey. I need to know, Jakey, before we sit in these chairs for long points of time, do you eat a little bit of fruit, maybe do some stretching, or is there just a lot of stretching and groaning and complaining thereafter?
No, I try to get like a little loose, get ready before I go, you know, maybe do a little bit of stretching before I get in here, because who knows, you can be here for, it could be like a really quick match, or you could be here for like 2.5 hours with some crazy games. So, you know, you got to be ready for everything. I always do a little bit of stretching, maybe eat a little bit of fruit as well before, just trying to get in that peak shape before we get into this, you know?
Well, we do appreciate that because this right now has been a showcase of some peak physical fitness and physique by the likes of Westchester. They're currently 1-0 in this series, and they're trying to turn what could be a BO3 marathon into a flat-out sprint, 13-3 on Ascent. But we go to what is still an educational and learning map for many as we go to Pearl. Now, I've seen a lot of different makeups. This has been the return to form, I believe, for Astra. A lot of great concepts around Astra and Breach. Oh, not Breach. Breach would be weird on this map. That would be kind of cool. Chamber on this map in particular. But hey, we're gonna get a Viper pickup by Toasty Potato. So I kind of like that as a controller as well.
Yeah, I do. I think Viper still gets a little bit of runtime on here. It is a kind of big map, so I think Viper does kind of thrive in those situations where you can throw like a wall from one side of the map almost entirely to the other. It's really where they thrive. But also on this map, there's a lot of really interesting Viper's pits and stuff you can do, especially with that B main. It's so kind of like weird and it's obtuse to push. It's a little uncomfortable, especially that first time when you play it, because it's just a straight line going down. And if you can't hit your shots on that, well, you're kind of going to get punished for it.
Yeah, that's when mom even says, hey, did you clutch up, son? Nope, time for 4 hours of aim labs. So this time around, MDems will be, again, still on the Cypher. We will see Alpha trading over, actually, in terms of total, actually, they weren't on the Jet. They were on the Omens. Yeah, I was like, this isn't a role change. For some reason, I got Wolf and Alpha. They were doing so well. I got them confused. But Wolf is on the Neon. So they're going to try and cut down these wide open spaces into basically Apex Legends angles and slide right up on you.
Yeah, no, I like what you were saying with Neon. This is kind of a big map, a lot of open spaces. If you can manage to sprint in, maybe do a little bit of B-hopping on your way in there, you can create a lot of space for your team. And also, just in general, her kit allows for a lot of really aggressive plays, which Westchester does like. I remember on those attacks, they were just sending it down. It was only a couple we saw, but they just bum rush straight in the site. A little harder on these, but we're going to get a full set of ghosts here from Westchester as well. They're looking to bring the aggression immediately starting this map.
And a lot of dictation of how map control works, especially on Pearl, is often through mid. You can see it on Ascent, but especially here in Mid Plaza. Interesting to be seen, though. The dark cover did go down, and MDems is ready to receive this push by Bismarck, as the rest of his squad is already, you got two on that long flank from all the way backside B. They've got to be able to execute, get this plant down, and be able to take MDems, which they do in a hurry before they start getting that pressure from behind.
Yeah, and now they're going to kind of hold on Halls, but Wolf already on that flank manages to grab the two in Halls. One more left in there. They're trapped on very low health. It's the Viper. One shot is going to be able to take care of them, but Medic may have gone unnoticed on this flank as they're in mid. Gonna get that hot hands onto it. It's going to miss, actually. Can't get that last shot. Well done. Valiant effort from Medic, but not able to come through that time, unfortunately.
You could say it was a bit of a Valorant effort. Actually, how in the heck did that hot hands land to their lower right? I swore they tossed that on bomb. Did that just collide off the wall?
Yeah, it looked like they made a micro adjustment at the last second to try to move just a little bit into cover, and it might have just barely clipped onto that wall. Because if not, that's going to land on bomb, and that could do not only a sizable amount of damage, but it could stop a whole plant and give Medic just a little bit more time to play that off. So just a little, that's just really unlucky, unfortunately. It looks like they're going to try to take this mid control again, but it looks like Bismarck's actually ready for it this time.
Yeah, they are not going to give it up, at least for free. They're going to be hanging out all the way on the backside shops. So trying to be able to take that trade, well, they'll be traded out as Positivity Paul, who was the only 20 bomb and positive player on their squad in the last game, is in fact deleted on the early outset, but a lot of trades turning the upper right of your screen into a holiday candy cane. I haven't seen a green and red one myself. I'm sure it exists. And now eating the Prowler and some more bullets. Doppelganger Syndrome will be ended as Janik deletes Butter from the equation. It'll be 2 rounds for Westchester.
Yeah, and right now you can just tell from the way that they're playing, they're feeling really hot right now. They're just sending it down mid, no fear at all of them, because they feel like they can win all of these fights against the Mystics. And so far this game they have is, it looks like, oh my goodness, that buff really has come through for Cypher there. That is a huge tripwire for them. That is definitely something you could not do pre-patch. So MDem, excuse me, they're just kind of having a field day right now. Look at this whole setup they've got. Oh my goodness. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, I am in love. I have not been able to play as a Cypher as of yet, going back into comp, and I will now start just straight up doing that, because you can't just get me excited, but I will be electric with Wolf, who is getting electric. They're able to find 2 big shocks coming in. They put the fast lane up as well, but hiding in the corner in their lonesome butter is just waiting for their time to shine. Well, their time to shine will be reflected of a lightning bolt to the skull. Sopa's actually able to find them as Medic is ran down, and Janik finds Positivity Paul waiting in the corner, seeing his friends die one after another.
Oh my goodness, that's got to be terrifying for them, just sitting there, just hoping, make that wall please stay up just a little bit longer, but it falls right as all 3 round the corner, and they're just staring at him like, hey, look what we found over here. So it's a free kill, but still, Wolf is they're just running it down. That time they went down A main, and there was no aggression. There was no one there to stop them as they just ripped that Neon ult and managed to grab a couple kills there. And if you're Bismarck, you've really got to figure things out in a hurry before things get too out of hand.
Yeah, right now it's you do feel the pressure because you did lose that first map in a 13-3, and you feel like you have to execute something soon. 3 in a row. Bonus round, no longer a bonus. The little half flash actually will flash themselves. That's a lot of bullets to not really get a kill, but eventually they do find 2. Sopa then finds a 3rd as Medic seemingly steps up into a very blind battle bot. The under flash, the underhand. You know, you would think I would know something about sports and throwing things, but apparently 10 years in baseball just did not treat me well.
No, I guess not. But still, this cam is ridiculous. Managing to just barely misses, but he gets the intel onto, picks one up. Good wallbang there from Positivity. He might be able to get a rifle as well. He does. And now does he have the drop on Sopa here? Sopa managing to swing, and he does win this one out. Sopa with a 4K, and everyone right now on the Vikings are stepping up and delivering for the team.
Wow. That feels like you should have been able to kind of win straight up in that trade, but Sopa goes right into mid plaza, takes a little bit of a wild spray, but then they kind of reconvene. They get 2. They do have the flash now kind of blending out, and just as Medic is seen, a little bit of a robotic blink, and they will not miss it. And Positivity Paul has not been as influential as they were in the previous. They do have 2 of the, I think, quick math, 9 kills for Bismarck, but it is high gear that sends Wolf straight into the fray. They're traded out, but Sopa is able to round them out.
Wow, I mean, just the confidence they have right now is at an all-time high for Wolf to just kind of run and slide in there like they're playing Apex, like you said. I mean, this kind of aggression is absurd. But right now, Sopa on box and manages to dodge that blinding light. Not going to be able to dodge the second one, though, as they do retrieve bomb, hoping to maybe grab a kill here before they rotate out. That is exactly what he gets. And if, in my opinion, this needs to be your cue to rotate. As you can see, the Vikings are already starting to slowly make their way towards A. They know that they're in main, and they're going to try to see if they can maybe get one more kill here.
This is the mental battle, because if you stay here for just long enough, maybe you'll get Westchester to bite on the tendency to roll over to B, because there has been all this trading and pressure here on A, but you're just waiting. This is the slightest, tiniest angle for Alpha to recognize if they see a leg, a gun, anything, and boop, there it is. All right, they could be able to get a wall bang. It's not going to happen with 30 seconds to go. Hanging around, good discipline to just keep this one from happening. And M-Dems from that tight angle, they had to walk wide of the well. And well, Westchester is able to get 5.
You're on a roll right now with these puns. Oh my goodness!
What could be? Look,
I could tell. You've been putting in the work for these. You've been putting in the work.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Right. Yeah, but right now, like you said, there's kind of that awkward waiting game of deciding whether you should rotate or not. And the Vikings did not bite for a second. I don't know if it was too obvious on the mini map, but Alpha literally did not move from their position at any point during that. They were ready to hold that angle for all 40 seconds of that game. As we do get the tour here, gonna try to hold mid there, maybe see if he could get anybody coming out of those doors from B side, but it doesn't look like it, as they're going to slowly start to take main. Only 2 on site right now as the Astra smokes do come out.
Yeah, you have like great use to be able to. I mean, it's an even better defensive ult for that Tour de Force. But when it comes to those tight angles, this has really kind of been made close quarters combat. Whether you're playing Apex, whether you're playing a bit of Titanfall 2, shout out Gang OGs that made that game possible in the first place. I'm gonna die on that hill. It is the squad that has really kind of taking control of this map, especially on sightlines. Wolf is going to be able to pop out. Peekaboo, I see you! Now 2 are gone. Wolf is basically a one-man wolf pack.
Yeah, and the thing about Neon that's so much fun too is they grab those kills and they're, all right, see ya. They just dash right on out of there. No chance you're going to be able to grab that. Alpha grabs one more, grabs the second one, and Spike as well, and it is all down to positivity with this tour. Might be able to grab a couple kills here, hopefully. Trying to find it, but they are surrounded on all fronts. MDem's gonna swing, almost gets them. Gonna grab 1, 2, okay. Not the third though.
You know, it's a bad time when you are a chamber main and you don't get to shoot your gun, and I thought that was what was about to happen because they were slowly getting surrounded, but they did get two kills. At least made it slightly more expensive than what it could have been if they had gotten none. So I love seeing the placements that MDem sets up with. You were talking about how, especially that we have the stretch of those trap wires, it is now even more frustrating because you're going to have to re-examine and slow down your progressions, and that's just something that can't be afforded by Bismarck. They do have 4 ults. They could be able to burst onto the scene. Nightfall and Seekers could be combined together with good cabbages and evil cabbages, but through the first half of the first half, it has been all Westchester all the time.
Yeah, and it looks like maybe Medic is going to try to go for this ult play here on the Phoenix, maybe try to grab a kill, at the very least help his team get into sight. And right now, if you get into sight, we have the ults to play off of it. You have the Viper's Pit that could create a lot of damage. Doesn't manage to grab Alpha, though, as Alpha's going to just hold their angle. This Viper Wall, though, is going to effectively force anybody in Art to push through, but they do have those smokes going to come through. Great blinds as well, and what an incredible play. What a great retake from the two.
It's just clinical. Positivity Paul stuck out in Plaza. They get tagged by the neural theft, and now everyone wants to ruin them. MDem says, I don't even need a full wall. These things are made of paper mache, and my bullets can be able to see you from a mile away. So 7-0. I need to know. We were talking about having great physiques, being able to last for the long term. This squad for Westchester, they're trying to look like they're the gym rats, and that Bismarck has not even figured out how to lift. Do we see a 12-0? I need to know how confident you are in that.
I gotta be honest, I think at this point, 7-0, I think we're gonna start to see Bismarck get really scrappy, just whatever they can do here. Maybe even just a full straight rusher onto A, but it doesn't look like they're still trying to play slow, and I think they haven't made too many adjustments to their game right now. We are going to get this, the Nightfall coming out here. Astra, though, so quick to adjust to this, and you're going to manage to take out a couple of things, and it's just going to completely slow this rush down.
Yeah, that was counter Nightfalls being traded out, so everyone is blind and just deaf. Big operators hanging out on the back end as Janik is not going to press up through flowers. The good cabbages trying to be able to guide the way for anyone that can do it. It's a 5-2, and as soon as I say maybe a 12-0, well, they have 5 alive. They're going to hang on to this power weapon. A lot of investment in it, even though they could be able to buy it in basically quintuplet. But the Viper's Pit going down is going to make this one a tough venture to get a defuse.
Yeah, absolutely. But like you said, they do have the money for this. They might just want to try to go in here, grab a couple kills, ruin their eco a little more. Wolf actually going to walk right into Medic. That's so unlucky. And Janik does have that haunting. They could try to get one here, but we do have one rotating through sewer. It's positivity. They're going to grab the kill, and they're going to get an op as well. And this is a great round for Bismarck, even if it doesn't end up like swaying the match entirely. Just grabbing a win is going to do so much for their Bento right now.
You know, Bismarck, that one was for you. I was able to caster curse the heck out of that round against Westchester. So that one's for you. Shout out. You can hit my PayPal later. But for the time being, it's not the entire sway of a match. But you got to start with the first step, and that was a great first step. They were able to make use of a couple of big ults, in fact, 3 of them. But it's actually all 4 of their ults got expended in that round. So a very expensive one when you look at abilities. Wolf is going to try and take him down as they went on the thoroughfare of Wall Street, but they will be found out. The fast lane will be expended. They're going to try and run away with their life.
Yeah, and like that's just the thing about Neon. They're able to get out so quick, but these Astro Walls really well placed here. They're going to be able to stop any players from immediately pushing on the site, or at the very least, they're going to make them very cautious before they do so. This Viper wall, though, is great for splitting off site, as we do see one push up the screens. Medic is going to grab that kill, though. Now it's just Wolf on site, and, well, right as I say that, there he goes.
Positivity Paul hang on to this, and they will get a second. They're able to make the swing, and aggression and hubris is being punished against Westchester, as you again have another 5-player hold. Alpha, they pretty much know where they are. They're either behind that box or next to this wall. You have a double swing, couple angles, able to win the second one. Can they be able to win the third? Not quite, too much damage. So again, it's been 2 in a row, and you know, 2 rounds does not a series win make. It makes you a little bit more confident. One thing we haven't seen yet, especially in that first map on Ascent, and especially here now, I haven't seen a timeout. And you would think that that would be something of practice, especially by Bismark, who was just receiving loss after loss through the first 7 rounds, but they found a couple here late.
Yeah, I was wondering at first if do we do timeouts or not, because when you're down 7-0, I would think at some point coach might want to come on and be like, hey, let's we might want to regroup a little bit after. But here comes this Neon ult, which is going to be so frustrating to deal with, but a whole firing squad ready for them. But they do manage to grab at least 1 kill there. Not sure if that's the best for the Vikings right now, but still a kill is a kill, and evening it out at least 4-4.
It's you will get even trade. Neon is a glass cannon by feature and by role, but definitely that's one of your big power players of Wolf. It does drop early. This becomes a 4-on-4, so this will not turn out into a flawless second round. Actually, they didn't even get. They had a couple trades last time around. Medic was able to save the day at least on that one. MDems does get a tag, and they're able to control Art. So this is not at least a clean progression through, holding onto this tight double stack box. Positivity Paul could turn MDems into a memory. Oh my goodness, the timing, he just turns away.
That's I've seen a lot of really bad Valorant timing, but that really might be some of the worst. But you could also say maybe Bismark, they might have planned that as soon as they swung, as soon as he pops that ult, he swings it, and Positivity Paul's gonna finish this one out. Give them a 7-3, not 7-3 lead. They've got their 3rd round, and a little bit of momentum on their side right now.
I have lost a competitive match when we went 10-2 in the first half. And we lost 12-10. Did not get a single round in the second half. So very doable. Different ranks, yes. Same outcome? Maybe. 7-3 right now does exist. Searching for that tiny pixel, MDem says, fine, I'll just throw it over here. And so they want to control this site. They realize that this has gotten slightly away from them. They're going to be playing, you know, not all the way up into Plaza, but at least into this kind of default hold of Art. But this is a nice little party that's happening on this A swing.
Yeah, and right now it does not look like the Vikings are anticipating this at all. They have 3 players holding mid, 2 Art, so they can rotate quickly, but Asher is just kind of hanging out in dugout, hoping that no one checks him out. They are able to grab that cam, and the dog is able to get rid of one of that Cypher tripwires as well, which is really, really unfortunate for them. But still, here comes the Asher util dump. Going to be able to slow them down just a little bit, as well as the cages, which is going to net MDems a kill. And here comes another orb from that Astra.
I mean, everyone's finally remembering how to get rid of tripwires. Use your dogs. Send the dogs of war out there. Positivity Paul looking for anyone that may actually come out away from secret or dugout. They're both hanging out back there, holding that really tight line. But this is a progression. Look at this long, long flank. You do have Wolf all the way behind them, but that's still a long trek for them to be a factor and variable to have to work against. 30 seconds. The burst onto the scene is going to happen in just a moment's notice. The Haunt goes out. The Poison Orb does as well. The Nightfall will come out. There is Prowlers to go behind it. And so now this one, do you get to play Valorant? No. You have to take a step away. So much util. 15 seconds left. They have to commit or they're just going to flat out lose this round on the timer.
Yeah, and I mean, they just wasted way too much time. Alpha going to grab 3 kills. Sopa's going to finish it off with the Stinger. And Bismarck just spent way too long and gave them way too much time to set up all of their utility. You cannot afford an Astra and a Fade that much time to prepare for a push like that, because we saw the Vikings have been playing so clinically. They absolutely just that was absolutely just a clinic they just put on right there.
Yeah, they had a great setup. They staggered each of their smokes. The Nebs were able to be there. You had a great use of that along to counter the progression up with the poison orb and the what do you call it, the toxic screen, and then playing around the nebulas with those trap wires forces you to expend your pathfinders, trying to be able to get a second one in a hurry. Janik, who has been just you know what, they purchased the Odin as just such a strong power weapon on Ascent. Now they get this operator that's ruined so many lives. They take out Butter, non-existent, just paste on the wall. Oh, they're looking to try and take them away from default. That's gonna be MDems that finds them as well, and they're gonna get the neural theft out, which is gonna identify the last one, so they know that they're nearby. Short-lived, as they'll be dropped, and that'll be 9-3.
Wow, just again, the utility play all game long from Westchester, especially MDems. Listen, maybe this is just because I'm also a Cypher main, but I'm really proud of the work they're putting in right now. The neural theft, the trips, that cam that was able to spot all of the players pushing out onto B long. I mean, just an incredibly well done job there. And again, like you said, Janik with that op, they only have 6 kills right now, but those were some pretty impactful kills, managing to take that tour de force off before they could even get a shot off.
Yeah. Sometimes you see a moment of hesitation for players that, you know, see a pixel move. Hey, take that shot, kid. I believe in you. You're going to make the big times. But Janik also only has 6 kills, only 5 deaths. Everyone positive from the side of the Vikings. Not to be the same at all in this narrative for Bismarck. Well, they have a chance. They have been 13-3'd. We're an equal but opposite map venture from map 1 to 2. They don't want it to end the same way.
Yeah, and right now they're just gonna forcing it right now at B. But that screen from the toxic screen from Toasty Potato, pretty solid right here. It's gonna be able to slow down any push. Alpha is gonna get the first kill, and Wolf is gonna go onto that default. Doesn't manage to get the kill though. Toasty wins this one out with the classic. Maybe gets another one. They do, and right now a solid retake here from Bismarck.
Running it all the way down. I don't know if they're going to see them from connector. MDems is actually able to come back onto site. The regrowth will be able to get a little extra HP in Toasty Potato. You get the guiding light. They're hanging on. Buddy cop movie. Well, when your partner goes down, you got to scream, you got to holler, you got to bust out a one-liner. No one was able to be the comic relief for that one. And where it was a great comeback to take site control, they just decided to put their backs together and die together.
Yeah, I don't mean to be too critical, but I'm just curious what the play there was from Short. I mean, poor Toasty got shot, and Short was still fully confident that he's gonna come from this side. He's not gonna come from behind, and he ends up just getting drilled in the back of the head by MDems, and they're just gonna force it straight through Art. This is a really aggressive take here.
Yeah. Hey, look, it's Mohawk. MDem's trying to be able to get maybe a little bit of a 360 slide if he can on his deck, but he will be put down to the deck, so making good use of it. No, MDems is actually alive for the moment. This is a bunch of stinger trades. Alpha will be able to get a plan on site. They take care of Short, who is hanging out on a long. Big flash. Sopa says, sorry, gang. They will look at each other. Janik says, why, man? Why?
Hey, man, you gotta know who's on your side. You can never be too sure. And right now, I don't think I've ever seen this many stingers in my entire life. That's ridiculous. But again, Westchester takes another round, and it just hasn't gotten much better for Bismarck, unfortunately. For Bismarck.
Yep. It's and look, Stinger Gang represent. Hashtag Stinger in the chat if you too are Stinger main. I've slowly been part of that group from the beginning. I say that they just recently got buffed, so now I'm a believer. Look, I'm here for it. I pay my Scientology dues, and I think the Stinger is the weapon of choice for that following. So these guys, they're doing great. 11-3. Westchester trying to be able to put this one away. The flash doesn't make it through the wall. That's the second time walls have kept Sopa from blinding anyone.
We had it on the fancy cam too, so everyone could see it, but they're just, oh my goodness, they're just running it down. They want to get out of here. The Stingers are still out. They have not. I don't think they decided upgrading. They said forget it. These Stingers, they're cooking right now. Wolf is going to manage to create a lot of room onto site as Sopa's just having a little vacation of their own as they're going to go straight into Supes and managing to grab a kill as well. And I mean, wow, what a just another ridiculous round here from Westchester as they're clearly looking to close this one out.
Sopa bought the Prelude to Chaos Stinger. That was the one that sends you straight to hell in a handbasket in a hurry. And they sent that one with a 3K. After missing the early flash, cool. Utility is for fools. Have you ever had a stinger in your hands? This is how you get the cool guy shades. So 12-3. Match point. They're trying to win it on a sprint with stingers. They've got the Cosmic Divide. There is a run it back in hand, an Odin as well, and a bunch of ARs for Bismark. How does it all end?
I think we might know how this one goes. We've seen this one a couple times already, but they're already going to get the wall on here, trying to divide up site for them. And here comes the KO as well. They're just fully sending it, but they do have the Odin. They're not going to be able to get a kill. Nope. These stickers are hitting right now. This is ridiculous. And now in the post plant, all of these players from Bismarck are just completely scattered. And it's already looking rough. They have the weapon upgrades, but the stingers, no! Oh my goodness, they're cooking.
Oh, they're just running it down. Stinger's OP. What? They're able to get one with the Guardian. Sure, the slowest gun versus the fastest gun. They lose the battle in the West, and they're going to be part of the rest. As the best tonight will be Westchester takes map number 2, 13-3. It's map number 2, Electric Boogaloo. In total, they go 26-6 over Bismarck. And the Mystics, they may have a little bit of magic in there, but they're going to need to step up their arcane level before they're able to take on the Vikings again.
Yeah, absolutely. Did the Stinger get like a buff or something recently?
Yeah.
Did I miss that?
Oh yeah, like a tiny one.
Going crazy. Yeah. That thing went crazy right there. Those last few rounds, but I think just in that round as well, they looked completely in control that entire map. It looked like Bismarck was completely lost. Maybe it is that kind of new map kind of feel for them. They weren't exactly sure. Maybe they don't have too many strats deep in that playbook for Bismarck, but still. Westchester, they had their way all game. They even got to do a little bit of trolling at the end there, and just a dominant performance from them all game, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's a team that has really been studious of a new map, and Pearl now has been with us for long enough, especially because an agent release did happen with Harbor, that you got to feel, hey, you know what? It's time to know the map. Split is gone. Pearl is here. I want your opinion, Jacob. What do you think is going to be the map that falls out of rotation into the next competitive role? Because we did lose Split to get Pearl. This is something that I've been kind of trying to think about. Like, what one will fall away, and which one do you think is at its weakest for that to happen?
That's a really tough question, because looking at the maps we have right now, they're all pretty solid from a from a competitive perspective. Mm-hmm. They're all pretty solid. I would say maybe Fracture, just because I know Fracture is a little bit of a controversial map, but in my opinion, I really enjoy just how unique and creative you can get with Fracture, because it's such a weird and obtuse map compared to all the other ones we have. It provides a different kind of playstyle, but I think that's also the most likely candidate, in my opinion, to see itself out come this next competitive rotation. What about you? What do you think?
So I can see that happening. I think Fracture does kind of fit that mold of maybe the least liked or like the most variant. But I kind of want to lean into some of the ones that are more into that default space. I think Bind may actually see its way out for like a little bit. Bind is both good, but also kind of like, all right, it's very, very tight. You either win this one from the opposite end, or they basically crash mid. It has been adjusted. Actually, it hasn't really been adjusted much. We have seen those adjustments onto Fracture to kind of make more balance of space. That's why I think it will stay for longer. But it's something I'm starting to flirt with, because we are in that off-season mode before Champions and everyone else is starting to really kind of get that franchising and everything when it comes to the pros. And that's what some of these players are really looking at when it comes to stepping up their game in the collegiate space. So gotta keep them on their toes and see what's coming next. But Talk about coming up next. Long intro, long rollover. That's what we do as casters. We will be having an East Coast Conference showdown. It's going to be a fun one as we'll be stepping over for more Esports U action. But just before that, we will be having an interview. I'm not going to run away from the Westchester Vikings too soon. So stick with us. Westchester will be sending their best right after this.
Rest of the crew behind the scenes that works on not only just the production but these highlight videos for you guys. We just want to say thank you for joining us for what has been another incredible season, and we look forward to so much more that we're going to bring you guys in the next school year, in the fall and the spring and beyond. We've got a lot of great things coming, so stick around, don't go anywhere. Come back right here to this channel, to this Twitter, to this Twitch, to this YouTube, wherever it is you see this. Stay tuned because even more is on the way. Thank you guys once again. I've been KTAD. It's been a wonderful season, and we'll see you next time.
First, can you just tell me a little bit about yourself?
Hi, so my name is Caitlin. I'm a part of Farmingdale State College's esports club. I am captain of the Valorant Green team. I am a second semester sophomore at Farmingdale State College, and I'm 19 years old.
Okay. Do you like Farmingdale so far?
Yeah, it's really great. The program I'm in is very specialized, and it's not offered that often in the East Coast, so it's pretty nice. I enjoy it.
And what's your major?
My major is aerospace professional pilot degree.
Oh, wow. That's really cool.
Thank you.
So, is this your first time on an esports team?
No, so I've been a part of the Valorant team for 2 semesters, and this is my third semester, and it's my first time ever being a captain.
Okay. Oh, that's awesome. Can you tell me a little bit about what it's like being a captain?
So a lot of times I'm organizing the team, making sure everyone is properly set for upcoming games, um, getting scrims for our team, and kind of just making sure everyone is there, present, and possible, and able to play the games that we're gonna, you know, be participating in. We're participating in 2 leagues this semester, so it's kind of hectic.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, definitely. I can see that. How is it different for you as a player versus as a captain? Do you feel a lot of responsibility?
I basically have the responsibility of choosing who, really plays, what type of characters everyone's playing, and what positions and roles we are all doing, as well as being there not only as a team member, but also being seen as in a leadership role and having that sort of respect there, and being able to delegate everyone's role in the team. So it's definitely a lot more different, and my voice is most definitely heard. So I like it. I like being a captain.
Yeah, that's really good. What games do you play, or what is your main game? I know you mentioned Valorant.
Right. So I play Valorant, but I started off with Counter Strike, and I really always have been interested in FPSs. So that background has always been there. So my transfer onto Valorant was pretty easy.
That's cool. What have you done to improve yourself in game over time?
So one thing for my teams especially, I have open communication where we're able to really give our constructive criticism without taking offense. And me as a captain, especially it being my first semester, I find it really important that everyone is able to come to me and communicate like, "Hey, Kate, I don't know how I feel about doing this," or "I want my voice to be heard about this specific thing." And just basically taking into consideration everyone's voice and having that open line of communication is really helpful, and that's something I find really important.
Okay. Do you carry that strategy into your everyday life as well, would you say?
Yeah, communication is really important to me, especially in aviation with crew members. You're always trying to communicate properly and efficiently to get the assigned goal completed, and that works in video games as well as in aviation. So I feel like it transfers very well, and I put my 100% effort in everything I do. I put 100% in the team, the leagues that we're participating in, communicating with opposing teams that we might be going against. All those things I take it really important and can transfer it very well into everyday life.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you think about CECC and just competing in general?
It's a lot of fun, and we're so grateful for the opportunity to participate. And this is something that every single member of our team has said. We've never had the opportunity to really compete in a fashion where it's not only fun, we're able to make friends, talk to other people from different schools. It's just an amazing opportunity and something we would love to participate in the future as well.
Yeah, we're really happy you feel that way. When your team is competing with other teams, are there any specific teams or schools that your team kind of looks out for?
I think we all have the mentality of it doesn't matter who the other team is. We're gonna put 100% effort, and we're going to maintain our mental, even if the other team is full of radiance. It's not something we're gonna keep in mind because we will be able to beat them. Fingers crossed.
Definitely. Yeah, that's a really good mindset. As you probably know, March is Women's History Month, and you being a woman in esports, how do you think that has an effect on esports? What does it mean to you to be a woman in esports and as a captain? Just could you talk about that for a little bit?
Coming into being a woman in aviation, which is already really a niche type of thing, especially women in video games, things like that. It's just we're kind of the minority, and keeping that in mind, a lot of times you have to represent yourself properly because you are representing such a small community. So I feel proud and honored to be a part of the women's in aviation as well as being a woman in esports, and it's a lot of fun, and just understanding that us girls are here too and we're as good as everyone else, and that we have the opportunity to be a leader in esports, and that we're equal to everyone. It's really important to keep that in mind because we're here even though you might not see us too often.
I know you said as captain your voice is heard, but when you first started to be a captain, did everyone take you seriously being a girl? Was that respect there, or did you struggle with that?
So I would say initially when I first got on the team, I was put onto a support role, and everyone knows that women normally play healer when it comes to going into any game. And now I'm playing more of a controller based or sentinel, which is very crucial for holding down sites. So by playing that now and then having those semesters in my backpack of experience, everyone has treated me with respect, and I would hope it stays that way. And either way, I demand respect because I.
Welcome back, everyone, to Esports U. You got to see an awesome showcase of some NJCAAE action. I'm Hale Monkey Man in the booth alongside not Jakey, though he's in fact Jacob. You can call him whatever you feel like.
It is true.
Just NJ, like New Jersey, whatever. But speaking of someone that you can call a bunch of different things, make sure you put some respect on the chest of this name, as M-Dems, that's D-E-M-Z, is coming in hot and ready for us. M-Dems, congratulations on your wonderful win. You get a 2-0 sweep to end out the regular season. I just want to know, how's the squad feeling tonight? You guys look so dominant, and basically, did it all go according to plan?
Oh yeah, hi. Wow, what an intro. I kind of missed the question. No, we're feeling good. This was the last match of the season, I believe. And we only lost one match, I believe. We're feeling pretty good. I'm feeling pretty good.
That's good. I mean, you guys looked like you were all just kind of planned and ready to go. And
yeah, everyone. We're all we have plans for everyone picks a scent for the first map, and we're just ready. It feels like we practice a lot, we scrim a lot.
Right?
Yeah,
that's pretty much all that you could really ask for, and you guys really just kind of executed well today.
We did, yeah. Very proud of us.
Absolutely. And then I got one for you real quick. So Cypher main to Cypher main. I was watching your util. You were throwing so many different new trips because of this new patch. I'm curious, how much time were you spending just finding new trips, just looking through it and just your utility play, how much are you guys like communicating with each other on those?
So I don't want to say too much since I believe there will be a VOD of this, and I don't want the other teams to watch and have an advantage. But on patch day, I got home, and for like an hour and a half, I was just like in all of the maps trying to like find trips, find new trips essentially. And the night before that, I was like listing down trips, like if the new patch comes down. Like, will this exist now? And essentially, I kind of have a cheat sheet on my other monitor for tonight.
Okay.
Ooh, okay. No. I absolutely feel that, because earlier when this patch dropped, I got back and I just hopped on a map and I threw a trip. I was like, oh, you can do that now? I was like, okay, it's a whole new game now. But yeah.
Do you think that there's enough changes and enough buff to this to bring Cypher back into the mainstay? Because he was kind of tricky to work with, especially he's not received any love since beta and now is, getting at least what you can do tonight. Do you think there's enough of this to have more people, maybe Sentinel mains, be able to go back to Cypher?
So Cypher, he got new trips, like he got more trips, and it will take a while for people to get used to them, but I think there will still be a point where people will get used to them again.
Okay.
The ultimate is really good, surprisingly very good, like the double ping and not there being such a restriction on his ult is very liberating. But unfortunately, those two changes are just not going to be as good as a free op every 7 rounds. So
that's true. You just got to turn.
No,
your tripwires
I
into,
think
like,
the biggest Cypher buff will be a chamber nerf. I've been saying that since he
Okay. All right. I mean,
dropped.
Jacob, we got to really kind of fawn over him, but there was a lot of great play. I think that we were surprised with those ending plays at the end of Pearl.
Yes, Pearl. They didn't come be long. I was so ready for them to come be long. When before the patch, you couldn't trip like anything, and now you can trip all of Beyond Pearl. It's lovely.
Yeah.
You guys were able to really just kind of come in. You've been able to improve to 6-1, and obviously there's a lot of things that have to be learned. You don't want to, give everyone the special sauce, but I need to know before we go away, are you ready for that postseason? And who are some of the big big players and big people that have been able to kind of support you to this entire season?
Yes, I got to shout out the entire team. Alpha, Wolf, Sopa, Ryan, Jenique. Love him. Bulk Boy, our coach, has been super good. Like, he keeps us all in game, keeps us all cohesive, I want to say. So huge shout out to them.
Hey, you know what? Do you guys have like a big esports group, like maybe even like a little fan club, like a
We have an esports program. It's treated as like one of the athletics programs.
Okay.
We don't have like a physical esports lab like I know some of the other schools do.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, hey, you guys have been able to prove that you've maybe stumbled all of once. You guys have the chance to be able to get some revenge going into that postseason.
Yes.
And we do appreciate you showing us how to properly play Cypher. Cypher's back. You heard it from MDems, back in the meta, here forever, never going anywhere. And of course, we appreciate you, MDems, for being with us in the booth tonight. Congratulations on your 2-0 sweep, man.
All I'm saying is, Suffolk, we're coming for you. We're coming for you.
Coming straight for you. Well, thank you so much for being with us, man. We hope that you are victorious in the future.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Well, Jacob, it's a great squad. They're able to do a lot of damage. Cypher mains unite, link up. I don't know if there's like a cool catchphrase. I don't know. Jacob, make up one. You have 3 seconds. Cool catchphrase for Cyphers.
Cypher Gang Go. Cypher Gang Go. That's
Cypher Gang Go.
Cypher Gang Go. You know what? You can see Cypher Gang on the other side of this Cypher Gang Go. MDems and Jacob, you guys were fantastic. But Jacob, I think that we only get to have this one match. It was very, very fun to be able to cast alongside you, man.
Absolutely, man. You're coming out with the puns. You came loaded. You came ready to go. You did your homework. But I was loving it. I had a great time. Thank you so much for having me. This has been an absolute blast.
Of course. Well, if you guys want to be able to stick with us, you better stick with us. Grab a snack, grab a water, kick up your feet, and stick around for more Esports U action. It's going to be some East Coast Conference time, and I'm going to be in the booth alongside Orbital. Stick around. We'll be back right after this. Oh.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss that fact, taking big.
That's so cute. UCF, and it's really cute. I'm gonna move down here. How do we feel? The odds for UCF? What are we thinking?
They got it. No, we got this. We got it. Go Knights, charge on.
100%. My friend Nick is behind you. He's gonna record it. Don't look at him. You'll ruin the shot. Don't look at him. Don't look at him. Come on. Oh, let's go! Let's go! My smile's probably really creepy. I was just being weird. Oh, I love being in the shadows, though. Big shout out to the shadows. We could interview Dilly just because I think he's handsome. You weren't supposed to hear it.
Here's the thing about the event. I'm the greatest that's ever lived.
Literally true. I know him.
I think everyone knows that. I think everyone's aware of that.
Hey, do you have a VIP access badge on?
I actually have an all access.
Oh, an all access. I thought it said VIP access.
And that's only available for the best.
That's true. He's right. That's a main stage TO right there.
If this goes live, I'm suing everybody.
It's all right. A video of me, the first clip is me saying, don't put that in. And then it was the first, cut the cameras. Oh, you're recording already? Great. So this is this is Bay State versus UCF. I believe something that we saw yesterday on day one of the tournament, but instead we're going to have that run back here. I think they're fighting for a spot in Grand Finals. Anarchy, one of the best Greninja players in the United States, currently struggling against a Terry. Terry notorious for that DLC privilege, being a very strong character with some very strong abilities. Greninja, not so much, considered one of the weaker characters in the game. A Falco player, one of the best in the United States, and he just got spiked by a Terry. Same Terry that took out Anarchy literally minutes ago. UCF still up by 2 stocks. This guy is looking to rip this team apart single-handedly. That is, I mean, nuts, to say the very least. Absolutely absurd. That was a disgusting spike. I cannot believe that happened. Will you hold the microphone so I can sign this? Sorry.
For context, he's got a fan. He's actually signing something. He's so excited.
What was it like to not hear my voice for 2 minutes? For 30 seconds, maybe. What was it like? Probably bliss. I was signing a mouse pad, which is really cool. I've never done that before. Nobody's ever asked me for a signature, so I'm going to start blushing, but I'm really excited about that. And then he wants a picture. Can you take a picture of us? I said, is it bad? She went, no. I'm going to go ahead and take that as a yes. Turns out I can't tie a tie sitting down. What do you think is the appropriate face-to-screen ratio for a Valorant player?
Face to screen, like how close I sit?
Yeah, like how close should a player sit?
Personally, I play really, really close. I think it depends on your eyesight, but for me, I like playing close because it helps me focus on my crosshair.
Is the value of sitting close, the crosshair being the only thing in your line of sight?
Yeah, that's pretty much the main benefit of it.
It's so funny how close some of these guys sit. Oh my goodness. What do you think is the healthy face-to-screen distance for a Valorant player?
I think it's all kind of personal preference. I guess I would consider myself like pretty close when I play because I like to like zone in on my crosshair.
It is the second person to say that. It's all about the crosshair. And then what's up with the horizontal keyboard?
I don't know, like it just kind of fits like the form when I'm close to monitor. Like I don't know, it might sound cringy, but I like to like be one with my gun, you know?
No, bro, I feel it absolutely. What is going on, everybody? I am here with some UCF fans. How are we feeling about UCF? Let's go! Let's go! We've got a bunch of UCF fans in the crowd right now. UCF, they are up by a single game. They're looking to find their third and possibly final, secure a spot moving forward. Things looking great for them against Northwood here today. This guy's playing Minecraft right now. He keeps double building instead of placing the dirt. Pressure's on, man. Everybody's watching. Just kidding. Just me. Cameraman's not over here. Just kidding. He's behind you. There's actually always cameras on you if I'm around. Do you double build all of those? No excuses, bro. Your college esports Minecraft team absolutely rolled. L after L here. Let's hope UCF has a little better luck on stage, huh? What is going on, everybody? I am Septilins. I have the honor of welcoming you to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup here in Atlanta, Georgia. All right, that was good. That was good. Good content, good content.
Hello, hello, hello. Happy New Year's, everyone, and welcome back to the ECAAE Esports channel. As always, my name is Kyler K-Ted Tando, and I once again have the privilege of introducing you all to some of the best collegiate esports plays. Now, I know when we left off last year, I teased a little bit about some big news on the horizon, but that news is finally ready to break. Now, this year, in partnership with CSMG and their newly launched Esports U network, we will now be able to bring you guys double the amount of ECAC matches. So, with double the matches comes double the highlights. And with that said, I mean, obviously, right, do the math here. It means that we get to take this series of videos to a weekly top 8 instead of just the top 4 like we did in the past. But anyways, that's enough out of me. I'm sure you guys are ready for some hype plays and crazy moments. So without further ado, here you go. In our season opening clip, we have Ghost and Ox with a devastating 1-2 combo that just breaks SLU at the knees. Or is it boosters?
Can't fall through. Nice bounce, but a nice goal! Right past the defender. Ox makes it look easy.
I'm so surprised because I couldn't.
At number 7, Rawfam pounds his chest and decrees that he is the strongest in the jungle with this sick 3K to flip the point.
The arms and keeps everyone alive through that. Amplification Matrix came through, but we didn't get the same benefit that we saw last time with the Amplified Fire Strike. Instead is Angry Monkey time from the fan with a 3K. Call that the Primal Blade.
As our first Smash play of the year, it's the clean 9 stock from Hydra to lock down New Jersey City's 2-0 win against Husson.
As they go for that kill confirm again, it's not going to connect this time, but there it is, just waiting on the platform for the spike. NJCAAE cleaning up in their signature style, Hydra leading the charge all the way home.
Next up, it's every shorty player's dream, and what's going to be a nightmare for University at Albany.
Up close and personal. This is the one player who's got a chance with his read. How about timing here? So step forward now into the angle. Certainly good for one.
Yikes.
There's the one. No one's reswung. He's reloaded. This never happens to a shorty player. Nebula's up now as well.
In our next clip, who needs teammates when you've got a wall? Grim surely doesn't.
Snaps and passes. They tried their best, and that is an open goal. But unfortunately, out the top, it's going to be the header in. Tit for tat. Grim takes it in on their own.
Ooh, spicy little double tap right there. You saw him looking for it, but that's not an easy read.
Rounding out our top 3, it wouldn't be a highlight video without our first ace of the season. D. Duraco, this one's for you. Enjoy.
Cake out GSV.
A great shot there. Oh,
I know
deep push coming for an ace. Rocco looking for one of their own. There's going to be a 4K already coming through. Now a 2v1. The hard rotate through. And the kill!
Ace!
Rocco picking up the ace early and securing a true single-player dominance.
In our runner-up spot, AZ Tropical has a bunch of things to do in this clip. The SD into... Well, he's got a lot. Just take a look.
All right, 2 stocks to 6 for the Fanshawe team. Starting off strong, 45%, 54 uncontested. Let's see what Andy has to offer, because right now he's getting duffed by the Street Fighter.
Ooh, very good option coverage with those up tilts, but you're going to get jabbed once, and there's the uppercut right there, sent straight off the top. AZ Tropical now battling it out on Yoshi's story. It's looking kind of tough.
And as I was saying, if a character is going to start steamrolling, it's definitely a character with so much crazy zero death potential as we've seen in Kin, because wow, only 19% so far. And this isn't just any character, this is against Fire Mithra. Oh my god! Getting dared right in the face. AZ Tropical only 2 stocks away from tying this entire
And in our #1 spot in the you hate to see it category, what's higher than a high noon? Well, Becomix has the answer.
They do trade out Leo Leon here. However, Key Universe making important and inexorable progress. Leo Rafam taking a lot of damage, and it's Becomix finding 3 on the way down! Down goes Doc, and this is looking like an absolute rout for Keen University. Muskingum University just found lacking in points.
Man, after seeing all of that, doesn't that just make you want to say, wow? I mean, for me, I'm definitely speechless and so excited to continue bringing you guys these plays and all of this collegiate esports content. Now, if you want to check out more of the buzz on social media, definitely give us a follow on Twitter at ECAC_esports. Or, if you just want to check out the action live, be sure to tune in on our Twitch channel at ECAC_esports. With that said, I do want to give out a shout out to our partners at Esports U for not only helping to us expand our content, but really also to help bring all of you guys more of this great collegiate esports action. Now, thank you all so much for watching, and feel free to let me know, what types of matchups or moments you'd like to see next. As always, I've been KTAD, and I'll see you all later. Have a good one.
My name is Dusty. I'm 24 years old, and this is my first year at Bay State College and first year towards my bachelor's there. But I've been going to college for a few years now, or several years now.
Cool. What are you studying?
Right now, I am studying human resource management in
Nice.
business. Yeah.
Do you like Bay State so far?
Yes. Yeah. It's been pretty good so far. It's only been 1 quarter, but I like it so far. So.
Where are you from?
I'm from SoCal. I'm doing it remotely from Southern California.
So, what games do you play? What's your main game?
My main game is Smash Brothers, and that's what I compete in. So Super Smash Brothers Ultimate.
Okay, what character do you like?
Wii Fit Trainer is my main character.
So, how has it been being part of a collegiate team at Bay State? Have you been on a collegiate team before?
I've been on teams before. I don't know if I've been on a collegiate team before. I think this is my first collegiate team, but it is really nice, and the teammates are really supportive, and I've met some cool people, so that's nice. But I definitely do have experience like with teams, so it's nothing like super new, but it's always good to be in a team, have that support.
A fresh team. Yeah, that's cool. So, how long have you been playing Smash?
I've been playing Smash for about like 7-ish years now. Well, I've kind of played it since I was like really young, but like competitively, I've played it like 7 years. I played since the release of Smash 4, which is the previous Smash game, and now I've played into Ultimate, so quite a while.
What has been your proudest moment since playing Smash?
That's hard to say because I've honestly had a lot of good moments. It's just I feel like every other week or every other month I have a new moment where I'm like, wow, that's the best I've ever played, which feels good and makes it, I keep going for stuff like that. But every time I play a tournament set and it feels really good and I feel like I'm playing the best I've ever played, probably each of those consecutive moments. I just had a tournament a couple weekends ago in Las Vegas where I placed 9th out of nearly 400, I think, and I think that was one of the best I've ever played. And that felt really good, so that was a really big accomplishment for me.
So you would definitely say over the past 7 years, you said that you've grown a lot in the game?
Yeah, I think I've grown a lot in the game, and I think I've also grown a lot just as a person too. Just like competition in general, there's like there's a lot of learning, and there's a lot of a lot of ways to approach it. I've learned how to teach other people as well, because I do coaching as well, stuff like that. So I've learned a lot through Smash. Yeah.
How long have you been doing the coaching part?
Coaching, I've been doing maybe a year and a half-ish, maybe almost 2 years. I'm actually not sure on the number. I think a year-ish, year and a half is probably closer to the right one. But Yeah, that's been a lot of fun too. It's really interesting because it gives you a different perspective on the game, and not only are you helping other people, but you kind of help yourself in a way too because you can kind of see things from a different perspective, you know. So
How would you describe yourself? Do you like competing more or playing for fun or?
I'm definitely more of a competitor. Ever since I was young, like I remember playing like board games um with like friends or something. I think I was waiting for them to play, and I think some of them were playing like just like house rules or whatever, and I was like really, really young, and it like made me upset. I'm like, you guys aren't playing it the right way or whatever. But like I've always been a competitor, but at the same time, like you have to have fun because if you're only a competitor and you're only competing and it's all seriousness, like there's like a limit to that. So like you have to have fun. So definitely both, but I definitely lean towards the competitive sides of things. So I like optimizing things and seeing the best thing you can do. Because it all started out with like uh it all started out with it just being fun because when I was younger, I played different games and I originally just played them for fun and I played them all the time, but I played them so often and I got so good at them to the point where uh, it just started to naturally lean into the competitive side of things. And I was so good to the point where I was like, oh, okay, what can I do to make myself like better and how can I see this as like something I can improve at? So it kind of made like a transition a little bit, but so it's both.
If you were to give someone advice who may be looking into joining an esports team but they're kind of on the fence, what would you tell them?
My advice would be to really like think over what they're looking for like in not only in the collegiate esports team but in school as well and like see like exactly does this line up with what they really want and just to figure out what they really want and if it's going to be a good decision, from like a scholarly standpoint and from like a financial standpoint because there's a lot of things to consider. Like I thought it over a lot before I realized, okay, yes, this is a really good decision, I should go for this. So that's something that should be considered, and also like the time frame as well, because if you commit yourself to a collegiate team, it could potentially be a long time. um, so just consider it and think through like all your options, and don't ever make it like don't ever make a decision just off like an emotional reaction or anything like that. Just like, think it through, I guess.
So for you personally, how many hours do you think you game a week?
That's a good question. It's actually way less than it used to be, but before I would be putting in probably several hours a day into Smash. About a year ago, I was like really, really grinding it and put a lot of effort into it. But lately, like my priorities have shifted just a little bit. Just because there's other things I need to focus on. Like I started working again recently and stuff like that. So it's taken a little bit of a backseat, but it's always something I focus on. So like even though I'm not necessarily playing all the time right now, I still try to get at least 30 to 60 minutes in a day. But I've been really busy lately, so it hasn't been looking like that lately. But if I'm not doing that, then there's still other stuff that kind of goes into it. Like I do a lot of research on mentality stuff and like stuff like meditation and stuff. So if I'm not gaming or whatever, there's still other things that I feel like is going towards my improvement at the game.
Could you expand a little bit on like meditating and how that helps you?
Yeah, so with a game like Smash, it can be like really volatile, and one of the reasons why I pursued Smash is because, well, I've always liked it since a young age, but also it's always been like really challenging. Like Smash 4 came out, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna start competing with Smash 4, and I started playing it. For whatever reason, when I started playing it, like I realized that I was getting like frustrated, like I was like kind of getting a little bit angry, and like anger is something I don't really feel very often. So it was kind of like a challenge for me. I'm like, okay, this is really challenging. This game is really hard. I want to figure out how to do this. Like I want to challenge myself. And that was a lot of reason why I did that in Smash. Just like some other things, like it can be comparable to kind of like chess and tennis in a way with like mentality aspects. And I used to play tennis in high school, and I was never really like super good at it, but I was really into it whenever I was playing for some reason. And there was a lot of frustration in that too back in high school when I played. So it was figuring out how to manage that frustration and how to like get it under control and actually channel it into something useful. Because one of my goals is always to be like, I want to be like a calm and collected person when I play. I like, even though I'm an emotional person, I can be an emotional person because I'm passionate and I care a lot about it. But that's kind of where the meditation comes in, because it lets you kind of be more like at one with yourself and your emotions and how you feel, and stuff like that, and also just kind of eases your mind a bit, and it can really help in those situations. Like if you practice meditation and then you're in game and you're playing, and there's a situation where it's like super high tense situation, it can kind of give yourself the advantage, because you might be a lot more calm than your opponent if you do practice stuff like meditation. And it just has a bunch of other benefits as well, because with something like Smash, I try to be like the best I can be in game and like out of game. I think there's a lot of factors that go into it, and I feel like if I improve everything that I can to the best of my ability, then it gives me like the highest chances to win, like in the game.
I know you speak about frustration and anger, but what about nerves? Like, do you get nervous?
Every now and then I definitely do get a little bit nervous. A lot of the things, like a lot of my nerves are kind of quelled at this point, because I've been playing for like so long, where it's like if I go to a tournament and I sit down, it's just like it's just me in the game, like it's just me in the match, and that's the goal, and it's just trying to learn and just play what's in front of me, you know. But sometimes it does, there are a little bit of nerves, like for example in Vegas, because I'm not very often playing on like big stages. Sometimes it's smaller tournaments, and at Vegas it was a bigger stage and there was a lot more people watching, so it was a bit more of a unique situation that I wasn't always in, and there was a little bit of nerves there, although it was a bit under control. But I think I definitely have the nerves mostly under control. And if there's a new situation like the stage one, I feel like just having more experience with that kind of stuff kind of help quells it. And also it's just because there's also other methods too, like telling yourself like, uh, like self-affirming stuff, I'm this is what I do. I'm just gonna go up there and play the game and do my best. And telling yourself that kind of stuff helps with nerves a lot too. So.
As a coach, do you tell those things to the people that you're coaching as well when they're nervous?
Yeah, I try a lot to practice what I preach, and I do in my coaching. There's a lot of mentality coaching too, because uh, I feel like not a lot of I feel like it's a really interesting part of the game and just a part of life too. And I feel like it's not something people focus on a lot with coaching. I feel like a lot of coaching, they're focusing on technical aspects, in-game aspects. Like what can you do in this situation that can be better. But sometimes like mentality comes first, and they're not going to be able to make those steps and make those leaps without like making a change in their mentality first, or at least trying to make an improvement somewhere there. And there's a lot of different like perspectives for it, but yeah.
I really admire your mindset. That's really cool. A lot of the
Thank
gamers
you.
that I've talked to are like aggressive.
Thank
It's
you.
really cool to hear that. Switching gears a little bit, how do you feel about the CECC? What do you think about it? And do you think your team will go to Atlanta?
So far, I think it's been good. It's been fun, and I do think there's a very high chance we would go to Atlanta. With my mentality, like I was talking about before, sometimes I just go into it and I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna do my best and I'm gonna play, and that's really what comes down to it. But I am really confident in our team's ability. I think we have a really good set of guys that put a lot of work into it. So I'm very confident that we would likely go to Atlanta. But if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Then I just go from there.
Well, those are all the questions I had. So, is there anything else that you want the world to know about you, or anything that you would like to end with?
I don't know, for anyone watching, like just try to find like a balance like in life, and try to find like who you are truly, and like follow that passion. Because just for like reference, I worked somewhere for 3 years, and then I felt like I wasn't being called to work there anymore, and like Smash was something I always cared about and always wanted to do. So I quit work, and with the money I had saved up, I pursued Smash for like a year and a half, and like that phase just kind of ended. And I don't regret it. I don't regret it at all. Like I wasn't like making a lot of money through it, but it was something I was passionate about and something I wanted to do. And I'm really glad that I did it, and I hope that other people can consider like following their passions like that, but also with proceeding like with caution, doing what is available to them, and just finding like who they are and what makes them happy, I guess.
Thank you so much again for your time and doing this interview with me. I really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you for having me.
Never break, always always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss that stack, taking big
is that we don't have these preconceived notions, and we're willing to listen to our membership and read the room, read college athletics and how it's connected and how it's not, and take what we have expertise in championships, but also throw out some of the other stuff. I remember when we first started, there were some conferences were applying their amateurism rules to all of their esports competitors, and I think we knew enough to know that no, that's not going to work in an esports culture. It's got to be very different. And by the way, the NCAA was going in a different direction. You could see that Train had already left the station on that, and so it's an incredibly dynamic area and ever changing, and will continue to change. And just as we didn't know when we started what it's going to be looking like, I think similarly we still don't know what it's going to be in another 5 years. I know enough to know that all of us are still going to have a thriving esports program that's doing a real good service for our members and for our competitors. But we still don't know necessarily what some of that is going to look like, and that's pretty cool about it all. Let me ask you this, because you all are used to dealing with your athletic directors, and each of them are dealing with what's in front of them in their athletic departments. My guess is at least some of your schools are that this is not necessarily operating within the athletic department. And can you talk about how you navigate that in a conference office, and maybe the best way to handle that, or do you have preferences? Do you try to steer them one way or the other? And just talk a little bit about that, if you don't mind.
Sure. The majority of our schools are not under the athletics umbrella. We have one institution that perhaps by next year will be under the auspices of athletics, but most of them are in other departments across campus. Right. One of the things that has helped us is that we have support from the president's office. And so in order to participate in Mountain West events, you have to have an adult non-student administrator that oversees that, the eSport program. And that's where we get assistance with, eligibility checks and, please complete your roster, things like that. I don't know in the future, and it depends on, who's sitting in the athletics director's chairs, whether or not more esport teams will go under the umbrella of athletics. And I'm kind of indifferent in terms of whether it should, because I don't want esports to go down the road that some conventional sports have gone down with the NCAA. So we have a unique opportunity to kind of craft esports in a way that fits what esports is, as opposed to trying to fit it into a conventional athletics box, so to speak.
Right.
I think the success of our program and getting participation is exactly that. The fact that we're not tying it in necessarily to athletics and NCAA eligibility. Like Carolyn, we probably have 3 or 4 schools that are under athletics. And I know it puts them in a difficult position sometimes trying to make some decisions. I got a request recently to consider allowing part-time students to participate during this year, because some schools struggle sometimes to fill out all the games that they want to play with us. And we held off on that for now. We defer to the institution and say, what's your policy for those that are under student development or activities? What's your policy for allowing students to participate? And if you certify that they're eligible under your current policies, then that's good for us. I also think, and I was part of some of the conversations early on with the NCAA years ago about the NCAA getting involved as a Division II representative, and I was crossing my fingers that wouldn't happen, just because I think this needs time to grow, and expand.
Can I ask a question, because you mentioned part-time enrollment, and one of the things that we've done here is that as a conference, we've just set eligibility standards, full-time enrollment, making progress towards your degree as the institution defines it. Are you guys doing something like that as well? Because we've gotten that part-time enrollment question and we've said no.
Yeah, no, I don't think we've gotten that far down the line, Carolyn, to ask for that. I think we kind of put it on the institution, but we do say that the student has to be a full-time. Now, they could be a full-time grad student, but they have to be full-time as from what the institution decides.
Yeah, our eligibility requirements are just as simple as can be. You have to be a full-time student in good standing.
Yes.
And after that, and that's about it. Now I think we wanted as few impediments to getting this thing rolling as possible in the outset. I do think as schools get more competitive, they will start to distrust one another. And that's why we have this 500-page NCAA manual, because schools distrust one another. But we're not there yet. Right now there's still a collective, let's move this forward. And the fact that the NCAA is not administering it, I think, is really helpful to the growth of it all. And yes, we allow grad students. We don't even have a 4 or 5 year clock. If you are full-time enrolled for 10 years in good standing, you can do. And why not? Why would we not say that that's okay? Now, eventually, like I said, we may change our minds if the schools require it. They say, no, this is crazy. Look what they're doing over there. We don't like, but I think we're still a long way from that. Alex, do you have anything?
Yeah, I mean, I echo everything that really Carolyn has said. You're gonna have to forgive me. What was the original question? It's been a minute. I know. I'm sorry.
Well, just kind of what you set out to do, and then what maybe the realities of it all.
Hey guys, KTAD here. Now, I've been told I need to step in to create like a buffer zone between some of the other hosts so that the Valorant v Overwatch conflict may finally come to an end. But between you and me, guys, I don't think they both realize that League's kind of already won that war. So don't tell them anything. But anyways, you guys already know why we're here, and if not, well, then you're in luck, because we've got some of the best collegiate esports moments right here. Don't believe me? Well, that's okay, but here's your proof. Let's get into it. To start us off, we have the combo of Matt and Festive as they execute a brilliant mid-air handoff to close out Game 2 and tie up the series.
Here in regulation, can Festive and Matt do it? Matt's there, puts it in, and we do get the go-ahead goal. Is it going to be enough to end it here in reg?
25 seconds left right here. About 2 minutes since our last goal. 5th total in this one. Is this looking like moderately?
Feeling thirsty? Well, if you are, then Crollo's got what you need with these sick plays on Pac-Man.
Not always guaranteed the stock goes for the side special into that. That would have been an insane way to end it.
And now Crollo looking for the fire hydrant edge guard. Slam dunk right there. Is there able to finish them off?
At number 6, see if you can count the ultimates here, because when the dust settles, there can be only one survivor.
For Thomas College, but I don't know what Keene University are thinking. Well, okay, they're thinking it. What is going on in this fight? My days! 2 to the bomb, 3 to the tile, 1 to the self-destruct, and
it's
we
just
get the
a
team.
lone
It's
diva. It's a lone
What
baby
is
diva.
happening?
No, okay. Hip is back there.
You know what number play this is, right? Because J-Rod knows. And let me tell you, he's definitely keeping count.
It's gonna be J-Rod who strikes first again with a nice headshot onto Boss. Gonna start moving down into Garage, and J-Rod is just approached now through Garage. Fireproof Wall has been committed. Lance tries to take a peek, but J-Rod's there, finds Pigeon Mac. We're looking at potentially an ace. Austin gonna do their...
Trying to scrape together some sort of consolation prize. He's blinded, and they're... Oh my god, draw. What a teammate. He's giving a... Oh no, J-Rod around the corner looking for the ace. One shot on Austin, he finds the ace.
Oh,
good guy
beautiful.
Draw, gives it over. Love the team.
A man down, the overtime clock counting, and the ball on their half of the pitch. Yet somehow, Stonehill manages to make it work in this crazy match against Buena Vista.
Out and push right back out again. This is a game of inches. Who can aggress hers? And that's gonna be it. Joker from the long shot along the field. Look at this from the backboard straight to Joker's feet. The touch is so delicate.
In what was surely a game-changing play here, Nichols State's Law pulls out a tire that can only be described as illegal to put the nail in the coffin against Missouri Western.
Lost some math already. On the bright side, yeah, Nichols has enough time to come through. No!
It's 3!
No! It's not 1, it's not 2, it's not 3. It is 3 eliminations with Law's rip tire there. Absolutely incredible. Able to pick up a 4th. Shy for the team kill right now.
At number 2, it's just a masterful display of edge guarding from Adelphi's Davian. Check it out.
That roller is going to be a great opportunity to get in and pass, possibly even just through those arms. Goes for the down throw into forward air, excuse me. A great combo. Could have found some great damage offside, and as that paint just racks up onto this mid-man, that is more and more damage basically for free. Davian looking for a bottom stage. My goodness, what a stall!
Beautiful edge guard. And England.
And in our top play of this week, have you seen the movie Ratatouille? It has nothing to do with this play, but I think you'll see why we bring it up.
Look at this rat, though. Look at this rat going up long, dude. Oh, he's got another.
I mean, it's Ratatouille. They're just chefing it up. I'm going to go find another. Fozzie, quick trade, though. And they'll stall the push for now, but contain just a little bit here. We got a lot more work to be done. It's out of CT already. Right click is missed!
Oh.
That right click is huge going in this round. It's not going to find anything, but Tomo will. Fozzie with a quick trade.
Oh,
and okay.
stop.
Okay,
Stop
let the rat
it.
do it all. Oh, my.
Phew! What a week and what a crazy set of matches we've been seeing so far. Now, with that said, we're just now passing the halfway point in the season, so that playoffs picture is definitely starting to shape up. Now, if you guys want to stay up to date with all of the ECAC action, then definitely give us a follow on Twitter at ECAC_esports. Or, if you guys want to catch all of the matches live, you can find us on Twitch at ECAC_esports. Mondays and Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, Wednesdays at 7. Now, as always, a special shout out to our partners over at Esports U for expanding on our broadcast coverage. We definitely want to give them a special thank you for that. But you know, that's it. That's the show. That's all we've got this week. Come back next week. Hopefully we've got a new host. Hopefully they've stopped bickering and all of that. But in any case, I've been KTAD. It's been a blast, and I'll see you guys next time.
And there's so many other jobs as well that can translate out of this experience in esports. The only path is not just as a player. I think all of us are representative of jobs in esports, but it mirrors traditional sports in pretty much the same way. You've got, you know, broadcasters, you've got production people, you've got marketing and sales, and now NIL and things like that. But really, esports is kind of a great accelerator for a lot of new businesses that are coming up in the metaverse and Web3, and there's a lot of new technology that is going to be needed. And so these STEM students that are also esports athletes are really the future workforce and leaders of tomorrow. And you know, us as well as all of our brand partners that we work with really recognize this. And I think that's really, you know, a key driver of why brands are in this space. They want to be part of building that future workforce and leadership and shaping it and supporting it. So, yeah, it's been a very interesting space to watch.
And we offer such a big, we offer such a big counterpart to traditional sports also, because it's a counterpart, but it's also the same, is what I'm trying to say. Because when you're traditional sports and they're done after their 2-a-day workout and they're done after their practice scrim, they're coming home to play Call of Duty and relax and put their feet up and get a drink and play video games. It grows their brain, problem-solving skills, and their hand-eye coordination while they're home. Hand-eye coordination, if you're a football player, massive skill. So it helps build those things while they're off the field. And then for us, vice versa, if you're an esports athlete, one of the errors I had growing up when I was competing in esports is that I was not active enough. I played sports, I competed a little bit, but I wasn't active enough truly when I look at it. So that's one area that esports players can learn from in terms of activity and physical and the marrying of both. People say, oh, sports and esports, video games. Not really. We're just kind of the tech industry's competitive form of competition, as to where traditional sports are more physical, hands-on. So I believe in the marrying of these two sectors and that they actually live together while also being counterparts.
Well, I think then to speak to something about marrying, right, from traditional to esports, that to me speaks to this whole new thing, at least again from you guys, right? You guys have more traditional sports background, right? Paul, Lee, Mike, and all of that. But I think let's talk NIL then, because I think that's something that I think is really interesting, that at least when I heard about it, right, of what we're trying to do with, esports athletes, schools, programs in general, because it wasn't something you would think normally, right? You could understand, right, football player on the field, star quarterback, it makes sense, right? The guy is somebody that everybody knows on campus, whether you're on the team, off the team, or you're just going to the school, it makes sense. But I think, nowadays it's not as common, or people don't think that they could be somebody that their name is out there, right? Or that they're known, right? As we're growing the space, as we're putting this together, it almost feels really interesting that, your star entry in Valorant, or your star forward on Rocket League, right? Whatever the case might be, now they can have NIL deals. It's a thing out there, and I think, I don't know, maybe Mike, you want to start off? But
I think thank you for teeing that up. So I was talking for too long. I forgot to bring NIL into the mix. So it's a common occurrence, occupational hazard. So I would say that so NIL for I'm sure most of you watching understand what it is, but NIL stands for name, image, and likeness. Name, image, and likeness, that term has been utilized to describe the transition of traditional student athletes, NCAA athletes, and their ability to monetize their name, image, and likeness. It went live July 1st, 2021, and it has continued over the course of the last nearly 14.
Welcome back, everyone, to some Esports U2 Electric Boogaloo. It's actually the primary one. I'm just making jokes. I'm Hail Monkey Man back, but it's Orbital that's able to join me on the Smack Attack. We get into our second match of the evening. We go from NJCAAE over to some ECC. Orbital, you just got in, but how you feeling this fine, what is it, Thursday evening? My goodness, this week is flying by.
Yeah, I mean, there's a big reason it's flying by. Number one, the birds are leaving the nest here. Number two, there's a very, very fun game coming out this weekend, and I think all of it's going to go crazy. So I'm very, very excited to be here and very excited to try and share my knowledge again as this season winds down.
Yeah, this is all about us saying words and you believing them. Believe it or not, well, you might. We go into this second match, and this one seems to be a position for contest, not just because obviously two teams are meeting on the field of battle and it will be, pretty cool in Valorant, but it's also a rematch. It's going to be CSI versus St. Joseph, the Dolphins, the Eagles, those that can soar and those that can go deep in the water. Pretty cool.
Swim is the word we were looking for.
Swim. Yeah, that's how it works out. So this one, though, did go the distance the last time around.
Yeah, and it's not so much a distance as in overall, OTs and everything of the sort. It was just a great best of three. I believe last time was all the way back in week number 2 is when they played against each other. And in that time, it was CSI that came out in the lead 2-1. Now, the scores were relatively close, right? 13-7 for CSI on map number 1. Map number 2 went SJLI's way in a 13-10. And then in the third map, it was 13-6 for CSI. Best part, they were on the OG3 is what I like to call them. It was on Haven, Bind, and Ascent. And as you know, some of these might be a little bit questionable.
just a little bit. I mean, Ascent actually was the first one gotten rid of. They decided that decider in particular was not fun. I gotta think that particular ban, it did come from St. Joseph's. They didn't like the 13-6 that was rendered to them by the Dolphins. So instead, we are starting equal but opposite of how Bind and Haven started the last time these two teams matched up. We will be going to Bind first. I was actually having a conversation with Not Jakey just on the previous matchup for the NJCAAE, and I was talking about maps that could end up being voted out of the map pool, much like Split was to bring in Pearl, and I brought up Bind. What say you about Bind maybe making its way out whenever the next map does come around?
So I would actually go back and forth on this. I actually really like Bind in terms of the originality as well as one of just the OG horizontal maps, right? Not too much verticality. It does feel very basic. However, I would actually throw, I believe it is Haven in there, right? Haven, the thing about it is I love the idea of 3 different sites. I love that idea. But the sites are just too awkward to manage. I feel it could have been executed a little bit better. I think it'd be interesting to see Haven actually revamped to give a bit more aesthetically unique feeling, because again, it's the only map that has 3 sites. I feel that could have been done a lot more, but I also understand why you would want to take Bind out. It is, again, very, very basic, very, very just there in the map pool. Whether it does or not, I mean, I'm not the best choice of that. Good Lord, I am not at all.
I know that there's a lot of people who say, get rid of Fracture. Who likes Fracture? I like Fracture, okay? That's look, at least one boomer does. Maybe some others do as well. But for our first map, we will be going over to Bind. We've seen a lot of Ray's execution play. Obviously, Viper has been kind of that main controller. Maybe a little bit of Wombo combo and a double controller aspect with the Brim stem working along with Vipers. Right now, there is not a Viper even floated between one of these two squads. Fade still getting picked up. Well, not confirmed as of yet. They're actually deciding who's going to be taking that role. But Chamber is there's a lot that's still left to guess for this current map. Look, they're trying to throw me off my game. Okay.
They're just like, don't actually guess until later. But what we can see is College of Staten Island already locking in a pretty rounded composition, right? You're taking a look. One is the Brimstone, one is the Raze, one is the Sky, and one is the Sova. These are all very well-rounded styles of composition. You have your Util, you have your Scouter, you have your Entry, and then you have your Duelist, right? These are all just like the bare basics, and then you can follow it up with whatever you want, which of course will be that Chamber, right? If you're not running Chamber right now, it does call into question a lot of what's going on. Chamber is just that strong, even with the current changes, right? Even with some of the changes that came in. However, I didn't really get a peek on St. Joseph's side about what was actually locked in, so we'll see it once we get on screen. I assume it is going to be more of the same, though, right? Again, it's a very all-around aspect is what you're hoping to see.
They did pick up the Sage, which is kind of your direct denial Sentinel, trying to be able to slow things down, but they're going to be starting off on the attack, so I wonder how they really kind of set up with that long wall. Actually, I guess at this point, everyone else has a wall that's much longer, so we're going to call it short wall, but it's a powerful one because it has an actual surface in lieu of just me getting sprayed through colorful green gases and more. But they also have the Fade, so difference of your initiator, the double initiator concept working around the Raze as kind of your entry to create space. That's going to be more in CSI's corner. You will have post plant as well if you want to work on that orbital strike, as well as the Hunter's Fury. But you know I want to see how this Chamber duel ultimately turns out, because often that turns the momentum in much of these matches.
It can be just that one make or break moment, and of course, we are getting underway. So St. Joseph, of course, opting for this A side push, and this is what we do see from teams, right? The very standard, take a little peek, decide which side you want to go for, and test the limits of your opponent. But right now, Seraphic saying, listen, just give me single moment. You go ahead, throw down a little bit of a smoke, run backwards, get to the rest of your team, and you give a tiny bit of information over, or CSI, I'm so sorry. My bad.
It's all good.
A little bit slow on the uptake there. I'm a little bit wonky right now.
I'm sure that they will forgive, and you know, that you get some extra paint shells to be able to create that space just outside the round of U-turn, as well as that lamp. And now Shub is going in for the doppelganger duel, but it will be Sano that will be well alive after it. So the plant does occur, and it's a 2v4 hold. A couple of players hurt. The regrowth might be able to promote some more healthy HP bars, but the re-engage is Oblivion sends Big Fat Kev to the bench.
brutal showing. And I mean, yeah, you can't do too much about that. So very nicely done by the side of CSI. And we are seeing that team coordination that led them to, even though it was a 3-game series, very stock standard wins on their end. I like the re-entry position, and that is one of the most important aspects, right? Having a clear re-entry position and having clear executes for getting back into sight. And wow.
Bathroom time? Bathroom break? Maybe? They didn't get to go to the
I feel like this is the first time we've ever had it like off the rip, right? This is the first time we've seen it after like a round 1, and from a team that won the round. Am I crazy, right? Like that? I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Maybe there's just pure confidence. Maybe, I mean, this is a couple of islands that exist right next to each other, so maybe they're just throwing stones across the Hudson and seeing like what sticks over there.
Someone's running over to try and unplug someone's Ethernet cable right now. You hear,
big brain.
You hear on someone else's side, they're just like, bruh, he just knocked on my window and ripped my Ethernet out. I have to go plug it in real quick. Just give me a second. Oh my god, that would be so funny.
Just sawing through someone's Ethernet, plugged like straight through the wall. And, hey, they took away Twitter in a hurry. You know, they just said, you know what? You don't get to post about this one. That one's done. Oh my gosh.
I make one joke. I tried my hardest, and then you just blatantly go for it.
You know
Gosh,
what? We are name dropping. I love the look. I am not as clever as thou. That is why they put us together. It is the Pinky and the brain, and I will be Pinky all day that I can. So we are going to have actually a look into exactly what the situation is, because getting a timeout that early definitely means maybe something happened. So we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with this ECC matchup here in a moment.
Or be able to monetize any part of their name, image, and likeness, but it's been around forever, right? We've had athletes endorsing brands for over 100 years. Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees was endorsing brands 100 years ago, and it has continued onward from baseball cards all the way through now, where we have lots of different integrations of how influencers can monetize their followings. So what I would say on the traditional side is it's still a very young space. There are a lot of stories out there regarding NIL that tend to focus on the negative, or how out of control, I put in air quotes, it has gotten. But there is still a burgeoning marketplace for many more student athletes that are involved. About 17% of NCAA athletes are currently involved in NIL, but 65% more than that want to get involved and are curious how to get started. On the flip side, brands are challenged with a few different things in the space. There are 10,000 professional athletes in the United States. Once July 1st, 2021 hit, and you dump every NCAA athlete into that space, that's another 500,000. So brands that maybe didn't have a dedicated athlete strategy when there were 10,000 now have 500,000 plus that 10,000 to figure out how to activate who they are. That's a lot. I understand brands' hesitancy in some instances, but I can tell you that companies like us are on a daily basis educating brands and student athletes as to the software you can use, the types of activations you can get involved in, and how to utilize your followings. Or if you don't have to or want to be a social media star, are there ways in which you can monetize it? Now, I know I described that under the umbrella of the NCAA, but I see it as being no different in esports. I think there are massive opportunities for people with followings to be able to use that and connect with brands. I think a company like us can help you to do that. And then beyond that, we can make sure that those transactions are safe for you. I think there are opportunities, not just at the individual competitor level, but at the program level to have a sponsorship go to that. I'm sure some of you out there listening and watching already have deals like that in place, but I think we can continue to enhance, augment those deals and make them more comprehensive and make them, first of all, I think product deals are perfectly fine, but I think we can get beyond that and grow some of these deals to a greater extent. Paulie, thoughts on that?
Yeah, what you said is right. So I'll put it in for layman's terms here for just the esports players, because I talk to so many of our athletes that compete in our CECC series that are currently still in college. And basically when Mike Blewett says NIL, what he's referring to is just very simple. If a brand or any sort of anyone wants to use your school's name or your brand or anything with you, there is a deal for you that can be put in place, whether it's product deal, whether it's a paid endorsement. You can, whether you're a macro influencer or whether you're a micro influencer, you can be paid for your services. So
welcome back. I know that you can't see me, but I am definitely running as we are sprinting straight back into the action. It is round number 2. CSI, the gang, everyone was able to reconnect, and it is basically pistols versus the world as I don't know how to say that name, Habibti? Yeah, they're able to get a headbang, and they're now going to see this attack trade from site B to A.
That was one of the most brutal entries I think I've ever heard into a round that all we saw is a single shot come out of someone. That was just like, yo, we're going to him, and they dribbled the ball. That's all we had. And now around the corner, we are seeing Santa go ahead and take out Big Fat Kev, which is probably one of the better usernames I've ever seen. I'm amazed you even got that because I feel that would have been snapped up very quickly. But of course, right now, CSI with the gun advantage here in the anti-eco is feeling very, very good. And we expected this, right? This is, again, CSI on their point and on a round that they should not lose. And the big question is really just how many players are they going to lose in the seed, and they only lose 1. That's a great round for the side of CSI. They're going to carry 4 guns over and feel great moving into the bonus.
Yeah, and you had mentioned this before at the beginning of our matchup, that the last time around that we did see this go to a game number 3, but very standard outcomes. The one map that was of closer contention, and it was one that St. Joseph's did win, was a 13-10 on Bind. So that the rest being a greater separation, 13-6, 13-7 with Haven and Ascent opposite respectively. It's interesting to see this opener. And so a round 3 op as well in Habib T, as we get to see that on the chamber. That's a very aggressive buy up on the defensive half of the Dolphins.
Ooh, and that works. And I like it, right? No matter what, I love the fact that teams are willing to kind of go this extra mile and go for some of these insane little setups here. Oh, that's going to be a catch, and you find it. Easy does it, Habib. Easy pick there, and that's going to open up for CSI to hold down this B site. Again, for them, one of the big challenges that they're trying to do here is just ensuring that they don't let the plant go down, right? That's been the downside for the last 2 rounds, that they have let the plant go through. If they can hold them all here, if St. Joseph cannot get in on the site, that will be a heartbreaker here on the gun round.
Yeah, that's been one of the saving graces about losing the first couple. They have been able to get at least the spike down, but they've not been able to deny the post-plant take. Big Fat Kev did a squat, and that's a BT that's able to put another chest hole in someone's cavity. And so that's going to be a 3rd gun game win, as they're able to get a 4K with a wall bang with a headhunter. Slime Lord will drop as well. So a lot of good chamber play on site B. I thought it was going to swing to A. They came right back, and so far it's not paid dividends. It's a nice bonus win, and CSI is looking good through the first 3.
A gift. The fact that they took it in that style as well is just brutal to watch, right? Like, this is, again, to give context, CSI and St. Joseph, they played a very close first series in the regular season, but here, at the tail end of the series, at this final matchup, it feels like CSI just have a little bit better step. And again, these are the first 3 rounds. Nothing is set in stone here, but from what CSI has shown us, and at least I've seen here, it's so much fun watching this squad so far. They are accurate, they are clinical, and what we see here is they're not willing to take risks that might put the rest of the team in danger. Very smart of Oblivion to just get out of dodge, keep themselves safe, and keep themselves alive, most importantly.
Yeah, that's one of the hardest things in this game, is knowing how to stay for how long you need to when it comes to engagements. First contact, elongated contact, that often is what gets you killed and gets you traded out. Try to be able to weaponize and get as much value out of your shots, and then get away, reposition, work with your teammates. Your life is so much more valuable at most of the time than the gun you're about to drop on the ground that can be picked up. Speaking of picking things up, the time is ticking away, and the pace is going to be picked up for St. Joseph, but they are a little bit worse off for this eco. It looked like they were priming themselves to burst onto the side on A.
I mean, we say eco, but they decided to buy up, and again, it's the extra little side money that they have, but I don't think they're going to have a full set of weapons in the next round either. This is going to be a very close game. This is going to be a very close game. This is going to be a very close game. This is going to be a very close game. This is going to be a very close game. This is going to be a very close game. This is going to be a very close game. This is going to be a very close game. This is going to be a very close game. This is going to be a very close game. This is going to be a very close game. This is going to be a very close game. This is going to be a very close game. This is going to be a very close game. This is going to be a very close game. This is going to be a very close game. This is going to be a very close game. This is going to be a very close game. This is going to be a very close game. This is going to be a very close game. This is going to be a very close game. This is going to be a very close game. This is going to be a very close game. This is going to be a very close game. This is going to be a very close game. This is going to be a very close game. This is going to be a very close game. This is going to be
unless they get some kills here, right? That's the other downside. St. Joseph having completely locked out here. So any extra money that they've been trying to play for is a little bit difficult, but there we go. Slime Lord gets one. You don't swing for the second, though, and Sano is going to get picked off, so Table is going to charter a course for that site, but are they actually going to get the plant? You're trying to chase it as quickly as possible. Toxic Pandas on this side is going to try and hold it off. You do get the plant down. I think that's going to be just enough time. Yep, there you go. Full plant, and let's see what they can do. CSI on the retake.
0.35 seconds, just enough time, plenty of time, wasn't anywhere near close. They've got to be able to now deal holding it with these nice sky smokes that do take away those sight lines from that stack of boxes. Habib T, who was so clutch and cool on site B from distance, is now going to have to work it in 2v3 as it will be Oblivion that has dropped from an outside angle. Table is going to actually repeak, and they're going to look against another, but it's now a 1v2 into this trade. Never gets to happen. Toxic Pandas finds the first for SJLI.
And remember, that was a thrifty round. They did that with nothing but Spectres pretty much in hand, right? They had nothing to work with, and yet they played it so well. And it was off the fact that CSI played a little bit too passive, right? They let them work their way into sight, did not aggress as quickly as we expected, and CSI got punished for it. So well done to the side of St. Joseph. And coming in here with weapons hot, it is going to be weapons on both sides. And I'm expecting CSI to continue rotating that operator around. Habib does have that over on the B side. But I want to see St. Joseph go at a little bit quicker manner with these guns in hand. I want to see them get a little bit aggressive. Or maybe at least spot out the chamber and play accordingly. And you know what? I love Sano took my advice to heart.
Got up in there, made sure to bring the fight to him. I love an aggressive defense, but also one that can be able to receive it and then repel it straight to the graveyard. They will take out their opposition Rays, and Toxic Pandas is actually hanging out on a lurk. They are either going to create some opportunities based on getting a kill, as everyone, at least on the majority of the remaining squad, goes to rotate, or just to create some delay on the rotate. Teleporters are cool in this map because it allows you to teleport and rotate in a hurry, and they will be able to see them with the Pathfinder, so you will see at least one step up, another that goes through mid TP, but that also allows for maybe some kills to happen from out of showers.
Ooh. With the quick flick, Oblivion is going to take another, and right now CSI seemingly having corrected their mistake here. A little bit of a rough gun duel there, but Toxic Pandas is still going to break open. Table waiting right there, and it's going to swing on one, but can't get much more, but it's still a 3v1. CSI, again, when they started playing a bit more aggressive, they got into the heads of St. Joseph, and I like it. They started getting up in their face around the corners and causing some chaos. So CSI playing this one, I feel, as appropriately as possible.
Only have about 10 seconds remaining. If they're going to be able to get this plant, it's going to be off of a Olympic speed sprint. Slime Lord is being told, save your gun. Oblivion may step up right into their face, and they will have a guiding light to be able to get it, and that one will hurt. They're not dead yet. Are they going to chase them down? No. They decide that they'll let them escape for now. That was just a flex, just saying, Flash, okay, you can keep your gun. That's on me.
I am just loving how CSI are holding things down here on the defensive side. And for those that have played, of course, I want to say that this is considered defensive-sided to an extent. A little bit easier access points and a little bit easier kind of chokeholds to hold on to. To see them do this cleanly, and again, except for the round that they lost, they've retained 3 to 4 members every single round. It's showing that they know the crossfire angles. They're showing themselves up here and saying, hey, we know exactly what we have to do to stay alive and take your lives instead. St. Joseph are going to have to start doing a little bit of a drastic move, maybe going for the awkward engages and executes. And this looks like a chance right here, 4 stacked with 1 fading behind. Oh, Appomatic.
Ooh. Appomatic looking automatic off of the Hunter's Fury. The orbital strike will actually come out as well, as they're going to try and delay and dismay and get rid of anyone that is playing out into that U-Haul. Sano's just barely able to get rid of the Prowler, but they do have the Showstopper, and that could be huge. They have to deal with this early interaction. Reload, stay behind the wall, then come out in the peak. Plant comes down, 3v4, but key deaths have occurred out in Hookah, and now they are all surrounded.
Oh man, this is St. Joseph having an absolute ball of a time, and for a team that is willing to concede ground so quickly, they know exactly what they want to do, right? They're not fighting for a lot of those situations. They're not fighting those 1v2 or 2v3 gunfights. They're just like, you can take the site. You can't reset as quickly as anyone else. So we'll be okay. And, of course, that was a save to an extent. We can see some buys coming out here from the rest of the squad on St. Joseph. But I still just feel they aren't having that punch, that obvious kind of prowess to keep them in the game here. St. Joseph trailing behind not just in kills and econ, but also in the ults, right? 3 big ultis on top for the side of CSI, and St. Joseph working only with the Nightfall, which is good in some respects, but not when you're only running Spectres and a single Guardian.
Beeb? What? Big Fat Kev had used the Brim Stem to quickly move from right left, and the dude swung, said, nah, that pixel, that one's gone, and so is the rest of that fat. Maybe putting him on a quick diet to be able to have him go and sit on the bench for the time being. But it'll be St. Joseph's that is down 1 controller, which is something they've really needed to start working around to dissect these sites. They have a wall that they can post-plant hold with. The would-be showstopper does get invested. Sano's trying to hold on to the side angle to see if it's in their side, but no! Lines him up, knocks him down. The conga line of skulls will be splattered on the wall.
What? CSI are playing every angle and then some. You can even see here, Slime Lord's like, bro, oh my gosh, Sano! Sano's insane. Sano is insane right now. That is brutal. I love the fact, and you saw what Sano just did there. He faked out everyone on the side of St. Joseph, right? St. Joseph gets blindsided by 2, and then it forces a check from Slime Lord, which opens up another opportunity. That was absolutely not meant to actually happen. But see here, look, Slime Lord's like, bruh, is he still there waiting? And no, guess where he is? He is hiding. He was in wait, and it was perfectly executed. A single player dominating for.
I've got to worry about Slime Lord. Looked at the ground, thought maybe there was an upgradable weapon. Oh goodness, the blast pack, you can double blast pack in, but everyone runs away. They will be able to trade out their doppelganger, but everyone sprinted. They didn't want to be part of the montage that's being built by Sano's attempts and efforts here on this current map. And CSI have been able to take more of the majority of the first half. St. Joseph have taken a majority of pressure because of it. Again, you would ask them to execute well. How do you do that when you have automatic shots like from Appomattox?
I just don't know. Honestly, CSI are starting to look cleaner and cleaner, and it shows that they're the team that has experienced the most improvement and growth over the season, right? Yes, it can still fall out to the fact that, hey, CSI are maybe going to drop some rounds, but right now they feel like they're dropping none. They are saying, we want to show off even more skill here. And I mean, Big Fat Kev, you take 1, still down to a 3v3, and this could be a way to turn things around. To give a small idea once again, and I want to make sure I get these numbers right. It is on Haven, no, Vine last time. It was 13-10. It was the closest map that they had. And it just feels like CSI are getting more and more control here, especially with B, but that's a trade, and oh, Big Fat Kev rips the words right out of my mouth and says, Caster, shut up, you've talked for too long.
Hey, but you know what? They're trying to prove you right. We were talking about how close this map was the first time around. Well, they're trying to be able to at least slowly sneak their way into it. The key thing, though, you talked about growth. A regular season, jumping into a possible postseason, and what all these teams have in store for them near the end of it. Well, this was early week contention that these two teams met. From there, it's about how do you grow. Will it be another 2-1? Map 1 does not determine the entirety of a single series, but it sure sets the tone. And the Dolphins, they're saying, and they're able to, that means we're bringing it to you, St. Joseph's.
I don't know what Animal Nature Discovery Channel you were watching, but I will give that one a 7 out of 10. Needs more water. Taking a look here, Habibti is watching that long angle and gets a paint shell right in the face. Already used the rendezvous once, so getting flushed out of 2 angles is actually a huge win for the side of St. Joseph. But the problem is they couldn't really utilize any of that information, right? They got the info, they forced Habibti out, but they couldn't push into the site, and that's because of this. Appomattox takes 2 down, and Sano says, hey, don't forget about me. An immediate 3 dead, and for every round St. Joseph wins, it feels like CSI are ripping 3 back.
For just a moment, shout out Toxic Pandas for actually investing into the final skin of that Bucky on an Oni Bucky. That thing was beautiful. Haven't seen an Oni Bucky in, well, ever. I don't know who would buy that. They did. So maybe they'll be able to flex with. Oh, now it's in the hands of Shoop. No, they say a judge is much better. Be able to use that flight time. Be able to get even more time. Now, you put it away. You picked up the judge. Well, judgment's laid unto you. It's a flawless. Slime Lord continues to be one of the last people remaining on this St. Joseph squad, and they're the last one that gets to see themselves die as CSI continues their streak. Well, renews it.
What are we seeing here, Monkey Man? Like, what are we seeing here? Because, again, going off of previous information, this should have been the closest map for this team. And yes, there's still time, but the way that it's looking, CSI have evidently fixed all of their issues, and it's on the back of Sano here, who has pulled off some immense plays. And it's not to say the rest of the team isn't following suit, right? 2 other members sitting at 9 frags themselves. They just have left 0 gaps, and we're now seeing a full push, all 5 through Hookah. This is one of the most aggressive pushes we've seen so far.
Oh, well, I'm wondering if Oblivion was even there. So maybe that one is of issue. We'll be talking about that later, but Oblivion maybe just didn't think that anyone would be there in the first place. The op is actually down as Habib is caught by Slime Lord. And what we have been seeing is kind of a lack of focus towards the end of rounds. You have a good idea to keep mindful, but off of the owl drone ping, a wallbang comes out. Pandas will have to be waiting into the spawn room. And now you get the Hunter's Fury. He's trying to round them, and that's going to be a take. Do they get one? Yeah! They are able to just work it all themselves. Opomatic just stone cold.
I'm at a loss for words. We've been seeing exceptional play from everyone, right? We've been seeing the plays left and right, but oh my gosh, that clearing a B, I am saying it over and over again. CSI have no worries over giving up the site, and I say it all the time, and I'm so impressed when teams do this. They're willing to give up site for a more optimal entry, right? If their position is not appropriate, they are willing to give so quickly. They're not even worried. They're just like, hey, listen, we can't fight it. Oh, I have the angle. No. Just back up. Give it up, right? They're so willing to do that at the drop of a hat that I think it gives them an overall advantage because they're so in tune with each other. They say, okay, that's what we're going to do here. Cool. Now we can push as a team. Like, CSI, yes, they used so much util to win that round, but that's enough, right? They cleared out their main obstacle, and right now, St. Joseph are just trying their best to clear everything and not have a problem. Are you going to get the blind shot? No way. Habib! Okay, thank you. Thank you for killing him.
There's no way that Habib should have even lasted that long, but now you have the full push, and you will have another body drop to the table as they're shooting from outside of Hookah. Well, finally, the trade comes through. The wall goes up. I don't believe we have the revive yet, so you have to keep with the numbers advantage that you do have, which for the first time in a while rests with St. Joseph's. Habib got caught putting their rendezvous a little bit too far up, kind of a big ego check, and so they knew they were in the smoke. And so as soon as you get rid of Habib, that's one of your big 3 off the board. But Sano is still out there, and they're out for blood.
I mean, I feel like this is keeping in line with every 3 round CSI wins, St. Joseph wins one. Because we're getting close to it again, right? We are getting so close to it, but Big Fat Kev said, hey, I found... Oh, no, Sano! All right, I got to stop talking because Sano apparently is just saying it's mine all the way through. You get 3, but you lose this round. It was a funny round nonetheless. Oh my gosh, CSI, they looked brutalized there, and yet they were still able to pull out a 1-1 ending.
Just CSI coming out, just Sano, 18-2 in this first half. They are primed in the final round of the first half to maybe get a 20 bomb. And with the pace that they are setting, I am wholesale a believer only because maybe we'll see the extension of this process for them to be able to get to 30 and 40. But Slime Lord has the Nightfall. There is a revive for table on the table. And Shub, they have a showstopper. I need to see some value out of that raise. That is often the turning point. I was talking about it when it came up with the chambers. If your raise isn't creating space and opening it up to shut others down, then you've basically wasted your agent pick.
Crazy. Oh, now we get the other side of it too. By the way, that is an exact mirror matchup with the players on the opposite side that we saw earlier. But you know what the difference is we do get the revive, so Table is able to keep him in play, but Seraphic says not a big deal. Big Fat Kev is dead, and Oblivion sees a gun. Oh, that hurts so much. Oblivion gets a free shot, and gets a second to swing, make it a third, baby! Clearing house, it's a trip full of aces. Oblivion lays the pathwork for a 9-3 first half.
That is the definition of what we need St. Joseph's to improve upon. They obviously know that those individual engagements are happening. They're just not hitting their shots. That must be rectified. I don't know if they've got resilience right now to kind of play against it going into the second half, but the good news is for them, they get extra time. Cool down. The IGL better be talking to people, but in a, a positive manner. They were able to get 3. They were able to take 1 every 3 or so rounds. It kind of got messed up at the end. They split the last 3. But
I was salty about that, by the way.
It was almost a perfect stat. It was almost great.
I know. I was calling it. I was like, but it still holds true, right?
Yeah.
It just feels like CSI are a little bit more clean right now, and there is a situation where no amount of macro game and no amount of overall teamwork really feels like it can fill the gap with just very good gunplay, right? We're seeing it time and time again. Even in that last round, St. Joseph had the swing and yet just couldn't get the kills like that once again, right? Oblivion had, or not Oblivion, Toxic Panda had eyes on sight, but it just didn't have a great time. And so now we're seeing them go with the hard shotty. Not going to work, though, as, again, CSI are opening up with 4 on site and only 2 left to fight against.
Oblivion has been a great variable for this CSI squad. They've been the one that's flanked through short A to be able to come around St. Joseph's and just really end their days. They were the one that got that 3K at the end of the first half. There's a lot of sharp shooting that's happening through smoke, and Slime Lord does find Up-O-Matic, one of the biggest and baddest killers. Becomes a 2-on-3. There's really not much you can kind of do about it. Beeb is able to get rid of Shub, and Seraphic just keeps focused and will eventually avenge their friend. So this becomes double digits, 10-3 against St. Joseph's. And we've seen openings of 3 rounds, not even trays to 2-1. Just feel like this is downhill running for the Dolphins.
I don't know if a Dolphin can run downhill, but I do agree this is what it would probably look like,
slide,
right? Like this is
right.
It's like that's a very maybe if it were like in the Arctic and it had genes of a penguin, right? Like you don't want to slide down a hill or anything like that. That would just hurt, right? Yeah. But agreed, 100% agreed. This has been a little bit downhill the entire way from either side, right? From the side of CSI, it's a great downhill roll because you're snowballing the heck out of it. If you can snowball in Valorant, right? Not like you're playing League or anything like that, but it just feels like all the momentum, everything is in their control, every single pace. And you're seeing it here. It's a hard push through showers, and they are taking the aggression. I love this call. Biffite Kev is able to take 1. Can you get a little bit more? And you can't. Oblivion, Sano, just dropping people like flies.
Yeah, they've got a giant bottle of Raid spray, and they are just ruining the population of bugs over here. And against the windshield, it is just smears as they're going 90 miles an hour towards the finish line. 11-3 right now. CSI, they have the ability to buy if they wanna. They've got a lot of, this is their bonus, but they could just full-on flex. It looks like they will. And so this will be your nearest true gun round. We do have at least a stinger in the hands of Op-O-Matic, one of my newest favorite guns, and the Judge with Big Fat Kev. So this is going to be a clash of the Titans, especially as you will have 2 pressed up into Hookah. Can they be able to accept this wave of pressure that the Dolphins are bringing up?
Honestly, I would say yes, and it's because of Big Fat Kev, right? I want to see Big Fat Kev, I can't talk. Kev, go ahead and make a massive play here. Table's going to try their own, but sends out a slowing orb, so a little bit slow on that util piece. Oblivion, though. Oh, no. Brutal showing there.
All does get split in half. Toxic Panda is holding a tight angle to see if anyone does come in through garden. You have 3 in Hookah. The Owl Drone just to identify. There's a lot of blinds, and so this one's turning the other direction, but so is Toxic Panda's skull as it will drop to the floor. This becomes a 2-on-4. CSI is trying to get themselves on a match point very soon with only 1 remaining, and that's Shub.
Poor Shub, we've only seen, I think, in the kill feed so far in the mirror raised deaths. we have not seen Shoop that much, and I feel really bad because the name is awesome as well. But you are stuck here. It's a 1v4, and your team bought into this round, meaning the next round, you're going to be working with next to nothing, right? You're going to be working with Spectres, a couple other SMGs, or maybe your trusty Shoddy. I can't believe we're already on match point. We were predicting a little bit closer game. We were predicting a little bit more back and forth, and yet CSI have come out with an absolute banger of a game.
This is when you're St. Joseph's and you all knife fight mid. That's the only way you even a playing field. Everyone flexes the cool knife skins they got, and you really throw down who's the better Valorant player. That's the only way.
Wait, what if it's a popularity contest with the knives, right? Like you just go through all the knives and like whoever has the coolest, you go down the row. You don't even knife it. You're just like, do you have the cooler guns knife skin right there? How much money did you drop? 200? All right, you win.
Get the champion skin. Okay, you wait. The prelude to chaos. It's a big sword. That's one of my favorites. Yeah.
I would bow. I would just be like, it's over. I'm sorry. I'm done. Shoop though is able to get first blood. So hey, maybe there's some life here.
There is at least a little bit. The Guardian does come out, and Shoop is also able to get one off the paint shell. Oblivion does fall. Sano trades out Slime Lord. Usually they're the last one living. Now Sano's trying to make sure no one will. Big Fat Kev hits the dirt right before they hit the buffet. Apomatic sees a burst on and back from sight as this is a 3-on-3.
And they just swing together. The crossfires that are currently set up by the side of CSI have been great, but it is a little bit more dangerous. St. Joseph currently holding off, and the spike didn't get planted, so that's actually very important to think about, and Sano did see, but you get the first shot. Sano has been so good at 3K here. Look for the 4K, and it's over. It's just like that. 13-3 is GG. CSI pull up a monstrous game.
Wow. If you blinked, you would have missed it. 13-3, that has been the pattern today on this Esports U channel. It was about execution. We get to see some minor disruption by St. Joseph's, but the plan was set in order, and you could tell that the last time these two met, this one was definitely much closer, but it's CSI that put in the work to truly be like, you know what? This is a rematch. We're ready for it. We, in fact, challenge you on this map again, and we want to be able to win it outright.
I just want to know what aim labs practice they were going through, because my gosh, some of the swings they were having, some of the angles, and some of just the in-game knowledge that they had, I will stand by it right now. CSI in their current form look more dominant than St. Joseph. It doesn't matter what kind of strat you run. St. Joseph have got to somehow buckle down here in between the maps and just say, okay, hit the shots. Go for them. Just don't worry so much about laying the crosshairs on. Go by instinct. If you practice enough, instinct it. And then if all else fails, aim for above the shoulders instead of aiming for the head.
Yeah, just somewhere like from here to here, you know, just around these angles. But regardless, while they get to the labs again, we're going to be going to a break again. So don't touch that dial. I don't think your computer has a dial. If it does, weird setup, but pretty cool, man. Either way, map number 2, we'll be going to Haven here in just a moment.
When I talk to them, most of the, I won't say people, college athletes, they are, intimidated by the word. They don't really know what it means. They've never done anything with it before, and that's what it means. Any single time a brand or anyone at all wants to use your name or do a deal with you or do some sort of activation with you or your school, that's basically what the layman's terms, the NIL meaning comes from. And it's evolving in this space. There are so many brands that want to associate with micro and macro influencers, and just get people involved with their products or their services. So all of you, collegiate athletes out there that are competing in esports, not only are we trying to broker those deals, but also keep your eyes, ears open, and don't be shy or scared to take these deals, because that's what I've heard the most, is that most of the time they're just scared to take them. They don't know what they are. They don't know if they're locking themselves into some agreement or terms that they're like going to give their name away or something too. So this is a really important space, and it's how you're all going to physically make money and build your brands along with company brands. So it's really important to learn, and my advice is to just get your feet wet. Don't worry about shying away. Read the contracts and take some of these deals, because growing your own brand is the future of what our industry is going to be, in my opinion.
Exactly. And if you follow in the pro space, you'll see that the pro teams are not only focusing on competitive play, but a lot of them are focusing on their brand and their cultural importance in the space. And so, you know, one of the things that we do also is help athletes build their brand, build their following. And that's part of what Paulie and Kyler are doing on their side when we do this behind the scenes training. And so, you know, building your brand, this is a creator economy. Anybody and everybody can be anything they want to be. And so we just really want to be the conduit that supports that across the board.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think so. With that said, thank you everyone for, I think, like great insights in terms of, for any of you that were watching this and maybe had questions about, you know, what is Esports U, what is CSMG, who are they, what are they doing, what are our plans, right? Well, you know, we know we kind of tried to make a bigger splash in the spring, and we're excited to bring more stuff with you guys for the next year. But I think maybe as we close out here, I know we're slowly approaching on time then, but maybe let's go around the room with everyone here of just what's one thing that we're all excited for this next upcoming year. I know we touched on our plans and a lot of things, but if anyone had to speak, if you had to speak to just one thing of just what has you excited for us as a company, for us as the collegiate or college esports space, right? What's one thing that has all of you guys excited? And maybe we'll start with Mike, since our traditional sports guy, and we'll let Mike speak first.
Sure. So I would say many things on the traditional side, but I'll focus on esports. And I'd say the thing that I'm most excited about going forward is, after yet another year of us doing a round of events, I'm excited that more schools will understand exactly what we're doing with our regional events and culminating in CECC and getting more schools involved. I think schools will be more excited to compete in our events because we've established it over the course of a year, and I welcome any and all conversations with getting people involved.
I think for me, I'm most excited about like the schools and conferences. Mike, that's amazing. And that's so exciting. I'm also excited about the brands that we're starting to be able to get involved in this. In our Commissioner's Cup in last May, we had over 14 brands, blue chip brands, participating in our event. Barbasol, Microsoft, CDW, Morgan Stanley, New Street, Air Force. And so I think brands are really starting to get excited about being involved in college esports, and we're offering them a platform that not only gives them, you know, a big event, a big yearly event, but also regular daily programming where they can have exposure in front of this audience that they want to build affinity for with their brand. So I'm super excited about seeing the brands get on board and help grow the space along with us. A rising tide lifts all boats. And I think that's probably one of our mottos here at CSMG and Esports U. We're growing our brand, but at the same time, we're also really growing the college esports space as a whole. And that's our goal, for it to be a healthy ecosystem for all parties involved.
Yeah, I agree there. And I guess for me, obviously always, you know, seeing the collegiate esports space elevate, coming from competing, this didn't exist when I was competing, and just to see it now in literally within the last 5 years probably really come to fruition and start just blossomed out of nowhere, and now becoming a space and seeing everyone, schools, players, productions, companies all elevate together has been really, really nice to see. But if I was the most excited for one thing, it would probably be the city where we're going to land for CC23. I'm really excited to know where we're going to be. There's a lot of great cities. I mean, I personally would love for it to come to New York, despite whether we got a positive bid or not. I want it to come to New York, but I just think the atmosphere in New York when you throw an event here is just super magical, especially in the summertime. But either way, I'm really excited to see where it lands. Tons of great cities, tons of great opportunities, and yeah, who knows? And I think that's going to be the most exciting process for me.
Absolutely. I won't speak to anything. I think I'm filling Paulie's job on this one because Paulie's more a panelist on this one. So, you know, normally Paul's the host, and I don't know. I think me personally, I'll just say something real quick. I'm just excited to keep telling your stories. If you're a student, if you're a program, let me know. Let us, reach out to us. We just ultimately, at the end of the day, we want to tell your story. And I think that's what has me most excited, because now I think we're getting to a point where people know us. People, I hope you guys trust us, and
Welcome back, everyone. We're here on the express lane, and we're going as fast as humanly possible, or Valorant possible, to get through all our series tonight here on Esports U. Again, I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside the amazingly handsome and just scholarly smart Orbital Casting. And I need to know, Orbital, we have big hopes on the horizon for improvement for both squads, especially as we go to yet another familiar map between them. We head over to Haven.
I'm Monkey Man. I'm a little bit terrified, because what we saw was CSI. They're not dolphins here. The dolphins somehow turned into like a great white shark and went rampant here. They are going to make the Eagles go extinct, because I don't know what happened in the season. I have no idea what happened in the season, but taking a look at their previous record versus compared to what we see today, they look like a brand new squad. They looked so cohesive. They looked understanding. They knew where their lineups were, and they also knew where their teammates are. That is the most important thing, being able to communicate and say, how are we executing? Who is watching what angle? They had that on lock. I don't think I saw a single angle where one of St. Joseph were able to take more than 2. Every time it was answered by another kill, it felt like. So CSI honestly are playing out of their minds, and it's up to St. Joseph, who just look a little bit lost. Right now, this squad, I'm a little bit worried. It feels like a little bit of solo queue mixed in there. Maybe they just weren't on their game in map number 1. Still plenty of time to see, but they're now going to one of the maps that they lost on back in their previous series as well.
I mean, maybe we're simply reversing the narrative. That one being so close in the previous week, and this one an absolute ramrod in the other direction. But we will change it up and go over to Haven. It is a 3-piece meal of puzzles. You have to be able to get ready in a very spread format for your defense. That's going to be tough. CSI, being on defense, will be the ones that are initially tested to try and repel the Eagles. And, if the Dolphins have either ascended to a higher alien form and are of just genius level intelligence, or are sharks with jetpacks and laser beams, they're trying to fly just as high as the Eagles. Something I've seen work so well very recently and in the last few months on Haven especially is how aggressive you can peek out from defense and really bring the fight to the attackers.
Yeah, it's so nice, because again, this is what happens. So there's 2 ways to break down maps that end up being kind of that gun duel scenario. Number 1 is you create a massively expansive map. That would be like your Fracture or your Breeze. It's just open, it's crazy. Breeze is a little bit more like the sniper's hideout, right? And Fracture is just like you're in line of sight. That's all you really got. You're going to be shooting one way and one way only. In this situation, though, it's more forcing players to go actively to so many different zones, and I love the fact that you pointed it out, because this actually lends itself a little bit to College of Staten Island. Again, we said this team knows how to cover each other, and they've also been winning gun duels. If you're going to place a team in that situation and say, you got to be on point to hold down, a single angle by yourself, you're still going to bet on College of Staten Island. And I mean, the composition that they're running is also very aggressive all in its own right. Sano on the Rays before is now on that Premier Jet. We all know what a Jet can do. And I mean, it feels like CSI have all the cards laid out for them in order. Okay. Looking at our agent picks, and especially very, very elusive maybe to me of how this one could rock and roll. I've seen some weird compositions as of late. We're talking about aggression. The picks that we have right now with the Reyna and the Phoenix together on bring that one in for the Eagles, for St. Joseph's. They have no initiator. The only intel they're going to have is passive on that trademark. No active intel. They're just trying to get onto site. This is their attack. If they can't get the better majority of rounds here on this first half, it could be doomsday for the second half. Yeah, I didn't want to touch on it just yet because I was a little bit worried about the amount of information we're like, how we're going to break this down, right?
Yeah.
And the way I see it is they've thrown game 1 out the window, right? They said, okay, new round, new style, let's send it home, right? And the way I see this, if they're not always pushing, they're not doing it right. I want to see them 3-2s or 5-0s straight into sight. They should not be stopping for anything. Their execution should just be call-outs, and we're already seeing it. I love it. I love it.
Ooh, I do love it, but the trades are just a little bit haberdasher. They do actually flash each other, and somehow Horden is able to survive. Horden had a who, trying to find who is going to be hanging out around him. Jordan from distance, though, will have the rendezvous. There's a tiny gap on that sky smoke. Oh, they can't quite make the gap, and that hex grenade is going to keep them at least stuck for now up in window. And that's good to keep Habib away because he was a killer from distance, especially on side B when they were on Vine before, and Horden put them down.
I mean, and this is also two brand new people coming in for the side of St. Joseph. Not brand new to the team, but brand new to the series, right? Jordan and Horden are coming in for Table and Panda. So these two players have swapped out to give an idea of what they've done in the past. I want to double check to make sure I'm giving the correct information before I go crazy. Jordan previously in their week 2 matchup played a chamber and went 18, 18, and 7, so does have that kill potential behind. But the one that we're really looking at is Horden, a 3-0 on the KO to start, which they played very aggressive. I want to see it even more, right? I want to see these guys go even harder because this is a brand new squad.
Yeah, this is W Key Gang just incarnate. Oh, but Habib is also a get in, get out, make sure their life is very valuable. Last time around, the investment for them was just to get ran down. Big Fat Kev used that Spectre. They do have the power differential with a bit more in those submachine guns. Oblivion is left to stay in window because of the hot hands, and so site control will be rendered over to the Eagles, but it is still a 4-on-4, very even stakes at hand. The only difference is the guns.
I mean, the guns do make quite a bit of a difference, as we can see here. I mean, this is phenomenal work, and we said we wanted to see something different from St. Joseph, right? We said that they needed to do something different, whether it was in mental, whether it was in ages, and it feels like they took both and mashed them together. Habib T, though, is still picking people off one by one. Horden able to find Seraphic, and you're just looking for 1 or 2 more kills, right? CSI are going to hope for at least a chance, but can't. 2 kills is respectable considering what you're up against.
Yeah, and it's, we're getting to see a different form of St. Joseph's. Maybe the previous bit of domination was simply all a ruse, a false sense of security. You faced our tiniest of players, but now we bring our champions, our mightier of foes. And so, whether you believe in my weird accent or maybe the concept that's being put up by St. Joseph's, they do grab the first couple of rounds, looking a lot stellar, a lot more confident. Something that you touched on a little bit too, communication, being able to have gameplay and focus. They lacked that at many portions when they surrendered so many rounds to CSI before.
Yep. And now they feel a little bit more coordinated, right? This combination in this group just feels better. And call me crazy, call me whatever you want, but I like it, right? When we broke it down in game number 1, they thrown it all away, and they're looking for even more, and now it's their turn to feel a bit more in the driver's seat. Oblivion, though, and Seraphic go ahead and answer right back. This is more of what we want to see from CSI, now stepping up to plate with guns in their hand, and especially Oblivion, kicking things off with a 3K.
Oblivion's one of those players that's such a difference maker. Horden is going to be tracking around. They know that the bomb is right out in open space and grass. Horden maybe hanging on to their Vandal just to see if anyone tries to walk around and find them. You do see that sight line. Thank you so much, Observer, for flicking that on and off for us as well. Turning into a laser light show, but it also may just be about where...
Oh, sorry.
We can't quite Daru Sandstorm as of yet. It only came in about twice. But maybe they'll be dropping a beat after they drop a bullet into someone. Sano, will they be ready for this one?
I think so. I mean, it's Sano, right? Sano's done so much, and yep, easy does it. And again, that is though SJLI playing it about what they were expecting, right? Played a little bit more aggressive, and they got caught this time, and that's the other side of the risk for a very aggressive comp, right? We said this was going to be an issue for them. They have to be aggressive whether they like to or not. If they don't, it allows the side of CSI to kind of bunker in and get ready with their own smokes and their own util and information gathering. So for this side, SJLI will be pushing, I want to say, almost the entire 40 seconds of the round start. And if they don't make it in 40, or they don't do crazy damage and get some crazy picks out of CSI being mispositioned, they will fall to the clutches of CSI. And so right now, CSI now into this 4th round, looking at a heavy gun round. Same with St. Joseph. This is the big question mark, and you did see some feet and a good dash out. Out goes Sano, and information granted. Ooh, lockdown being used.
Yeah, this is a tough position to have to undo. You do not have a breach, which we've seen a lot of breach fade combos to be able to use the aftershock and get rid of that from that sewer position. Instead, everyone is forced to go away from site. They do maybe play decoy as they have one player detained. No one's going to rush out. Good discipline. I think bringing in your more veteran players of Horden and Jordan have really given a sense of confidence, but Oblivion again is the flank master. They're able to get two. They come in through sewer. They may be a little bit smelly, but they're smelling oh so sweet after a couple of kills.
So ridiculous. Just say no last game was the absolute star, and Oblivion is trying to do the same. No. With 30 HP, there's no way. You don't know. Okay, Oblivion, we know what you want to do. Horden is going to spray, get one, and you're going to swing. Horden holds it down, though. That's a beauty of a play. Sano is going to clean it up. You know what? 4 aces, you'll take it into that round, and it's 2-2. Very well done by CSI to match up. And now St. Joseph are playing with a weak side. Econ, they're the ones that have to save first.
Yeah, this is what happens. We're talking about the aggression, talking about making sure you keep your buys up, and so they'll be playing off of a little bit of sheriffs. Now, the key for St. Joseph's, as I slap my mic, is to not lose yourself in this particular moment. I've seen round 5 onward, especially like that 5 to 10 stretch of the first half, be where everything can get topsy-turvy. They were able to keep it close. This is simply the response time now of the Dolphins. They've said, okay, all right, they're going to try and press. W key, cool. Now we know how to receive it. I also like this B play, playing off of the curveball blind, trying to be able to get some early pressure, maybe with the running back, see who they can get while their clone is out there. Oh, maybe a little bit of chip damage, but no one dies.
Well, you say no one dies.
Well, they didn't kill anyone.
Okay, that's fair. I was like, what you talking about there, boy? What you talking about? Nah, a few people die, and that's what you want to do. Again, on the B site, that is the Saver's Peak is the way I like to call it. It's whenever someone's ecoing on the side of the attackers, they almost always rush B. It's just closer quarters. It's easy to work with. And CSI were kind of ready for it. They're like, yeah, we're going to take a gunfight. And we're going to be real happy about that situation. So well done. And now it's just Shub going, give me something here. I want to get a kill. I want to get something. CSI have been on point, consistently reading St. Joseph, at least at the start here. St. Joseph, though, have been showing some fire, and I want to see if they can break something else out.
Shub was so uncaring of the smoke trail from that op bullet that crossed just in front of them. They just didn't care. They looked to the window and just like just kept fighting. Didn't at all matter. But now they're gonna have to face off against Seraphic, who is nearly peaking as they do keep to a B site mindset. Rendezvous, it will be placed down, and so will the body of Slime Lord as they do drop, and that's going to be 2 for Seraphic in the basket. That is going to be a 3rd round win to the Dolphins. That one was pretty much, it was nearly an inevitability, but you still have to execute, and they did.
I mean, listen, we don't see Thanos too often, but yeah, that was one of those moments. So well done on their end, and this is the big test, right? This is the test for St. Joseph. Their composition has been running to the ground for the last few moments, but this is their chance, right? Second time around with guns in hand. What can you do? Horden. Okay, I was wondering what they bought on, and I couldn't see it, so it is going to be that Vandal and one operator. A single operator for Jordan. I want to see what they can do. I want to see what they can play into it. Oh, the gun peek, and Jordan said hello. I love it.
Jordan bringing out some of the quick shots that we have not, well, didn't get a privilege to see in the previous map, and now with Jordan arriving, they've shown them, well, a new version of MJ's. Not quite the same spelling, but it's got the same kind of attitude to it. Sano, though, is going to use that tailwind to say, nope, get right back down the ramp to the safety net of Site A. So all still alive from the Eagles. They're going to fast fly, but watch out for this peak. They do put the sky smoke down. Do they wait for footsteps to maybe just throw a bullet down lane? Is there going to be a blind shot? Not even a single shot? You have a lot of bullets. Okay, cool. Just get out.
You know what? Again, and that's what I was wondering was going to happen. Habib T had actually set up right outside of that connector in that stairwell and just said, yeah, give me that chance. And with the backup of Opomatic, you're able to take one more, but now it's a big challenge, right? 3v3 here, and Jordan is looking so much stronger, but a force out by that orbital strike works so well, and Opomatic finds it, so you're now down to 2. and you only have a little bit more time. Shub with their own orbital strike is going to send it down, careening and crashing when they're least expecting it. So they're going to try. In it comes, but it's a little bit early. So great timing by the side of CSI, and you're going to force that change. But Shub gets the jumper with 2 HP. Are you going to find it? And you do! Let's go, Shub! Show some signs of life.
Oh, Shub! Looking good, looking revived, looking just like they've got energy back in their body. What a play. You know that was coming. Of course, everyone from CSI did. They were like, oh, dang it. They have the orbital strike. We are done. And just looking for that peak, just so ballsy and confident of a play, saying, you know what, I know I put this down early. I've got a molly. Watch me jump step, watch me nay-nay as I take out one, the next peek's out, and I get to get 2 kills and the round win.
I loved it. I loved it so much, and I want to see even more from these squads, because we're now starting to see the St. Joseph that forced to game 3, right? A little bit more on point, but Oblivion is still saying we practice a little bit more. We're the ones that went through the hyperbolic time chamber. We're the ones that practice the most, so give us a score. This is feeling more like the CSI versus St. Joseph matchup that we liked, and because St. Joseph decided to go with a bit more aggressive composition, we're seeing them take these risks that most normally you would not see. Big Fat Kev is spotted out inside of B, and you can see the call over CSI rotating A to B.
Guiding Light will blind 3, but when you're facing down a full firing squad of 3, eventually something will hit. Big Fat Kev, they weren't able to find the trademark before, and they will not be able to find the shooter before. Seraphic is just laying down the law of the land, a 2v3. Oh, a 2v1 with a half of a HP bar. Jordan, left in this close proximity, nearly gets killed by the shock dart, while 10 HP cannot resist a single bullet as Sano steps up. They reclaim the lead. CSI, when they are not forced to make decisions too quickly, they are generally pretty poised to be able to receive that kind of attack, and we will see a timeout here, and it's by the defenders, actually by CSI. They're taking a moment to really talk about it. They want to try and get an extension on this lead,
and I don't know exactly what they need to change up, right? Because they've been adjusting all the time to St. Joseph's aggression, which I think is very important to point out here. St. Joseph came in with a very different strategy, a little bit more aggressive, a little bit different timing than the sit around, wait for 20 seconds left in the round, and then watch them rush. It's been a little bit more calculated towards the middle part of each round. And CSI were able to adapt very quickly, right? The whole game of Valorant or any of these FPS-based shooters is FPS-based shooters. Hey, go me. Round-based shooters is understanding what the opponent is going to do and adjusting towards that factor. And then after that, it's a constant game of cat and mouse. You're always chasing after someone else. You're trying to build a defense. And they've done it, right? CSI said, okay, well, if you're going to play a bit more aggressive, we're also going to play in your face. We're going to make sure that we have our head on a swivel. We're going to make sure to check those awkward random peaks that other teams might not normally go for. And also because they know no other util is coming in their face, right? They know nothing else is going to be dropped in front. So whatever drops in front of your face is most likely an enemy player.
Yeah, true. And also, you say FPS-based player. I kind of hope for an April Fool's joke for like one day. You get all the characters are third-person shooter. I think that'd be wild. God. Just full Fortnite with these guys. It will be a return to Fortnite for Shub. As though they were a hero before, Habib is able to put him to the floor. A Bucky kill on Habib. The longest gun versus the most powerful gun in short-range gameplay. And now they're going to run it down with the run it back. They will at least be able to see where Seraphic is. So good intel off of that play. But that's going to be the Hunter's Fury that finds a kill as well. Bunch of trades. And that'll be round 8? Yeah. This will be an extension. That timeout comes into play for the Dolphins.
They're killer Dolphins at this point. I don't know what else to say. And I give huge respect to St. Joseph. It's very hard to pull yourself out of a game like game 1, right? It's so hard to sit there and be like, we can come back from this, right? We can fight it out. We can try and break it out. And honestly, look at the score lines, right? 7 kills for the top 2, and then 5 and 2 and 2. Honestly, that's better than we saw last time. I want to take a look back, and I'm going to pull up the stats because I think the highest number of kills that they had, the highest number of kills that they had previously in game number 1 was 8 on Big Fat Kev, right? So already seeing that improving breakthrough, already seeing them get a bit more aggressive in their face and willing to take those challenges. And with 3 ultimates on the table, with that Empress, as well as the 2 of Force and Lockdown, I think they're going to be able to do stuff. But Habibti, just a slight adjustment to kill, is taking out Big Fat Kev at every turn.
Something that has to be used in veterans, that's a weird word, but it's what I think very much describes this. Use your, if you're going to dry peek that, don't. Just straight up don't. You're going to lose it. Sano actually is just so confident. They use their Tailwind to get into the sewer and then now have it for later. Oblivion is trying to be able to squeeze the remainder. They're able to get onto the opposite end of Slime Lord. And there's a little ping of short spray. Horden may have found Apomatic, but Oblivion is the king of flanks. It becomes 6-3, and now a 3-round lead. And again, this is that midpoint of that first half. We're off the timeout. Took a little bit of extra talks, but they're starting to really pull away from St. Joseph's.
The adjustment has been made, and unfortunately, this is also one of those compositions that you can't really adjust to be 2-dimensional. It's St. Joseph just like, all right, we're going to double down on the aggression. We're going to double down on just like kind of rushing at you and hope for the best here. So let's see what they can do. And we can hear the call out, the 2 of Force. And honestly, it's been good. Jordan has had some phenomenal picks, some phenomenal kills that have really opened up windows. But you need even more so of that. And Oblivion, I think, was spotted a little bit in that smoke. And you can even see the mollies, right, being cooked inside a garage.
There's a lot of mollies. They committed, what, 2 or 3 into that same window, so the lockdown actually comes out. I'm not exactly sure which one. It looks like they're trying to open up B. Trademark will at least slow a few people down. That's going to keep everyone at bay. You do have an operator that is north side into CT. Big Fat Kev better be watching out. That is actually right around the corner. They do have a Sky Smoke to defend them. They're trying to be able to win 2 duels. Can only get 1. It becomes a 4-on-4. It's going to be a little bit tougher to sneak around these corners with some speed for Habib because of that operator, and Jordan has the faster shooting golden gun. They're gonna try and accept what they can. No free fire through the smoke. Now they gotta play from distance as this one is fake diffused.
No! No! 3rd? Okay. You get half, and Jordan, that's just rude. Are you gonna... What do you shoot? Oh, the body block.
Oh.
I love it.
To get the defuse. That was disrespect at its highest level.
Agreed. I'm gonna follow up with agreed. That's it.
It's just what they're like. Okay, we know that you have received a ping from your team that it's around here, but that bullet's just not finding us, man. So you're gonna watch me defuse in front of you.
Yeah, and I love the fact that they didn't even spray back, right? It was just like body block, just get the defuse, get the win off. It was a good play. It was a good play, and again, the B side, I've never seen a B side be able to be held that well. From that corner again, always in the mid doors. It's a little bit painful. So the fact that you're still able to wipe every single member of CSI afterwards is a little bit helpful, right? Gives yourself a little bit of a leg up. But Sano said, you know, even if we get wiped, we have so much econ that we're sitting on. 1 round loss like that is not going to do it.
No, this is a team that knows how to be able to play from even and then even further. Oblivion pushes out into grass, and Big Fat Kev again will hit the dirt. Free op shots, even just a wall bang. See if anyone's hiding on opposite end of window. Bomb is still able to travel as Slime Lord is hanging on, rather it's on the chamber. So Slime Lord's going to try and open up some space, but oh, look at this tight angle. They're about to get found out by Oblivion, who did press all the way up down ramp. It does look like C is their target. Too much firepower. And you do have Sky Smokes ready to go down to be able to keep this one at a distance. And so with that call out, you'll have the rotation. And now Habib is going to bring the boom shot all the way up lane.
They're getting the entry, and this is great. They knew the smoke was going down, and again, their composition excels at breaking and entering without regard for their own life, and they've done it, right? They're able to get on site, pull up on that spike side, but now they have to flush out the back end, and they do. They catch Oblivion, who has been that lurker that we called out. So St. Joseph making adjustments and understanding where their strengths lie.
Strength is with Apomatic. Don't have very much health on either of these Remaining attackers, but you do have an orbital strike, and we've seen Shu be the king of the court before in a 1v2. They know what to do. Put the orbital strike down. That will delay it and deny it. Will they be able to get to half? They do! That's a massive play, but it's gonna be even bigger because Shub accepts Sano, says, you know what, your buddy got half, you're gonna be wholly on the ground. That is able to save St. Joseph's half. If it goes 8-4, that one's big to be able to live upon.
I agree. That was greedy from the side of CSI, right? There was plenty of time on that spike. No reason to go for kind of that heroic play. It would have been better to swing with 2 and clear out that last member. But they chose to be fancy. It was an attempt at the highlight reel, so you know what? It's 4-4. Right now, St. Joseph, they're just looking to try and press for 5, right? If you press for 5, that is a massive difference from what we saw in game number 1. They do feel a bit better, so Big Fat Kev gonna walk in with that run it back, and again, just chasing as far as you can. Can't really get anything though. That's the second time that run it back has yielded no frags.
Yeah, it's just, all right, is someone there? Cool, very, very cool. They're gonna use a short shot to be able to put a shock dart. You have a judge in hand. Habib will actually hit the floor, and this will take out a power player. Slime Lord gonna be hanging on with that Empress. The Molly does come out. I don't believe they're gonna be able to delay them any further. Oblivion continues to be a rascal, a rat, an absolute nuisance. Orbital strike at the ready as well, and they will be able to put it down. That's a big blind. But they got found by the Seekers, and it's a 2v2 somehow as the defenders are dropping like flies.
Yeah, that's what happens when a god friggin' storms into the round. The Odin does not care if you're blind, deaf, or burning. You just hold down left click and you're good to go. Horden said, we're taking the old school approach to their aggression. And now on their defensive, it's a drastically different score. 7-5, way better odds for St. Joseph. Even if they lose the pistol here, they'll have plenty of gun rounds to play around with.
And they do have a great comp, kind of based on what they have with Jordan and Horden. That kind of a double sentinel, but especially off of the Killjoy. Killjoy could play unilaterally just individual site by themselves, which allows kind of a 2-2 to go to B and to C if they really wanted to have just ownership of A, which seems to be the name of the game, at least in this opening pistol. It will be even bigger and badder for that Killjoy hold when they have full util. But this is exactly what they wanted to build with in the first place. So can St. Joseph be able to have a much better defensive half? It's going to be rendezvous set up for Habib to take on these tight angles.
I mean, Habib's done it before. Habib has been a monster when it comes to just one of those slow roll picks. But with the double smokes, it is going to clear a lot of room, and this time it's St. Joseph that are going to have to burst into the scene, and this time they do pick it up. Horden is able to finish off 2, but Shub is able to follow up with another. It's just 1-for-1 trades everywhere, and they can't get more than that. CSI, 22 HP on Habibti. I mean, you're not going to be able to do too much here. Just wait for the smoke to clear. Spray through the smoke. You do land some damage, and oh!
Okay.
St. Joseph tried the same move, and CSI shut that down.
They were so smart about not giving time to the Dolphins because as soon as you know it's a pistol round, and automatically a timeout for the attackers. Again, something interesting. Maybe that's another disconnection issue or otherwise, but maybe that's also just real. But you get up in there, and you don't give them time to really situate themselves. The bomb is down, and you bring the fight straight to them. And Habib is left 2-on-1. That's a double swing that's supposed to happen. They have a free plant off a ping from their teammates who were dead, and they can just keep doing that with the ghost. No one shot at Habib. Why? So why?
I feel like that's why Habibti is calling the timeout. Is like, bro, did you see that? Did you actually see that? Like, watch it back on stream, dude. Come watch it on stream right now. That's exactly what he's saying. It's like, bro, I didn't think I would get those kills, and he's like, it was great. He is absolutely clipping that one. I gotta agree though, 100%. It just that's both teams now opting to go for a little bit more stylish finish. And you know what? If that's what you want to do, that's fine. But just understand that it comes with that risk that you can't sit there saying it should have worked, right? There's no way you can sit there and just say that should have worked in our favor. it's a loss. And it does actually look like we do have a disconnect, so that's why we saw that pause once again. So it's not HabibT. HabibT had their moment, but it is not going to be HabibT going to be like, go and clip that real quick. Let's make sure of it. It's just an unfortunate DC. And that gives a bit more time for St. Joseph, because take a look at their weaponry, right? They're actually saying we do want to try and buy in here. And they've done this last time as well, but it's going to hamper their third round buy if they lose.
Yeah, that's a Horden. What this could be all for the tech pause, and we could see something different. But yeah, I've seen a couple of teams in the last couple of days, and just random different casting gigs, and use the Force Luke should never ever be said in Valorant, because usually that force is death. Just unless you won pistol, cool, that's a one time, go do it, have fun. It really puts you at a massive detriment if you do not win, but that's also a tide turner if you do. So high risk, high reward, or kind of a mid reward, still a reward, and they want to be able to swing this one all the way around, but they could be opening the door to this being a 10-5 in a hurry if they cannot execute.
Scary thought, but CSI taking a page out, saying they got nothing to look and hold us off, so we're rushing, and Horden said goodbye. Sano says goodbye back, and now they're rushing in, but look at the lineups here. They all swing peak, and C is completely carried down to 3v3, but look at C. Look at the HP numbers. You got 6 HP, you can get a kill, but you better hope they don't shoot back.
Yeah, that's pretty much the way that it worked out last time. It will be Sano that is dropping, and so does Seraphix. So now it's Apomatic. They have a full HP bar, but it will disappear. Hey, you know what? The risk paid off. So they're able to split the first rounds of the second half, and maybe they're just galaxy brain out there in St. Joseph's. Good education over there.
Beautiful education, right? This is something that I dare say we would not have seen in game number one, right? Because again, game number one, they were so disjointed, they were so all over the place, they were not utilizing their own skills and their own teammates. It felt very individualistic. That clearing of C site on the retake, 100% teamwork, right? The call out saying, hey, I didn't see anyone sprint out, there are 3 members left, so one could not have run long, there was no time for that, they had to be in the back corner, right? It enabled them to do so much more here. And St. Joseph, I love that fact. I love the fact that we're seeing it. Yes, it might be a little bit late, but there's still a chance to come back and give us a glorious game number 3. Huge hold here. Massive setup here. And CSI, if they don't smell it out, it's going to be dangerous. But HabibT does sniff it out.
Yeah. If there's anything that chamber players know is how to be able to round quick corners. That is a judge play, though, by Horden. As they're holding a tight angle, they're able to get another one. They nearly have a third. That's a lot of splash damage, but it will be the defenders of St. Joseph's. There was a lot of trade early on, and Jordan, they're going to break their ankles just a little bit on the opposite end of that. Not quite the real MJ, but now, opposite of going into that force, it's CSI that's on the eco. They're going to have half shields. They're going to maybe a sheriff or so. And this is looking like St. Joseph in a much more advantageous position to bring it back even and be able to really start finding a lot of later momentum into this defensive half. I knew their composition was built a little bit more for it. Even though they have the 2 duelists, their re-engage is fantastic because of those 2 duelists.
Yeah, and it's also allowing Big Fat Kev to just have a blast here. He is pushing up so far in mid. Didn't really find anything, but didn't lose any HP, so nothing won, nothing lost. And CSI are just like, well, okay, now we gotta play a little bit smarter here. And I think they're just gonna hold out, right? They're gonna probably draw down the clock, hope for someone to get a little bit antsy on the side of St. Joseph, and try and pick them off, take the gun, and make a hero rifle play. Will it work? Probably not, but you know, who knows? You know, there's always an opportunity here. CSI are winding down the timer and finally moving up into this B site.
B site, weird to take, harder to hold, but they do have the chance to be able to at least exercise something because they don't have much in the way of weaponry. The Brimstem in, outdone. Quick skid by Big Fat Kev as they actually use the running back to be able to clear that corner, and now they know that Oblivion has been left behind. 5-2 curveball blind. You can't really pull the trigger too much. You don't know if someone's coming when you can't see anything. So Jordan finishes off Alpamatic, and we're even through the first 16. What a comeback to form for the Eagles.
massive change up, and I don't know. I don't know what they talked about. I don't know what they said, but whatever they said, it's working, right? It is absolutely working here. They feel so much more confident. They feel so much more in control right now, and it's up to CSI to be like, yeah, our usual just kind of spray and pray tactic ain't gonna work here, Chief. We can't keep playing like we're in solo queue as well. We can't keep playing to kind of their level. We gotta play smarter. We gotta go back to our crossfires and setups and our perfect executions. And with that Blade Storm, it's gonna allow an opportunity here. If they do challenge up through C, though, they are gonna be met by some stalwart aggression on the backside of site.
He may blind fire through this one, but there's the press up actually as Jordan is going to take that tight angle. The Blade Storm is now trying to be able to find its mark. It does so a couple times before the trades, and that is lighting up faster than a candy cane on Christmas. Is a 2-on-1. Seraphic is from distance. They have the molly. They have to use it early. The orbital strike is in their back pocket, and they're going to get to hang on to it. And now, do you go for the half?
No.
You are able to get it. You have to be able to get out of the laser beam from space. The molly's not in hand, and now Seraphic has to be able to bring the fight straight to him. They cannot win it.
10.
And now that's going to be Slime Lord that gets one above. That is the first time in a while they had the 2 lead up as this map began. They finally get it back.
What happened, right? What happened to the side of St. Joseph? They look like a brand new squad out of nowhere. They are killing people left and right. They're winning these initial gun duels, and they are pushing like no one's business. This is a brand new team. I swear they traded themselves out mentally at the half and just said, yeah, cool, we got this, no worries. They're playing like they own this map right now, and they did not own it for quite some time previously, but they do now, and I'm loving it. Off the back of Horton, who right now on this Killjoy is leading in kills by a little bit. I think 2 or 3 is what I saw right there. And it's up to CSI to try and start making some cheeky plays of their own. The default setup looks good. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough because a majority share of the strength of St. Joseph is actually on those retakes, which we actually saw CSI take last time.
Yeah, CSI was a retake monster. But right now it's Jordan, Horton, and their friend Lizzie Borden just really knowing how to go out there and kill. And this has been, go kill, St. Joseph, go kill. They've been able to just be confident behind, if this is their true IGLs, or maybe just they're better players that were not around before. Not that the other ones were far worse, but just simply, you know, when you have your veterans, you can be able to play with them so much more just confidently and smoothly. The turret's able to at least side out. A little bit of movement from down in sewer, and away we go as the Sky Smoke will drop, but Habib is able to delete one with their boom shot, but it's gonna be Jordan that does the same thing as they get rid of Habib, and big trades are happening across the board.
And a nano swarm kill as well is brutal to see, but Oblivion gets a swing on one. Might take out another head, and you do. What an opening opportunity. Oblivion with a thrifty setup here might have a chance. Picks up a Phantom, is gonna quickly reload here, and actually sends out the Secrets just to buy a little bit more time. But what a change up here. Are you actually going to pull this off? And you almost do, but Big Fat Kev said not today. One more pistol as Sano takes it. Sano finishes it off. And CSI say, listen, we stole away the lead in the earlier stages, and now you took it back. We're tying things back up. We have a neck-and-neck race here, Monkey.
Yeah, this is this is a race that we thought would end in the parking lot, but no, everyone heard that there was a extra deal on headshots, so they're trying to say Black Friday came early, turning it into a Red Thursday. Who will survive it? It's gonna be up to these squads. St. Joseph has been just mentally sound, erasing the outcome of map number 1. Haven, they were not able to get it the first time round in the matchup in week number 2. This time, they've at least been able to put up one heck of a good fight, but it's up to this defense that has to hold Jordan in a very, very aggressive angle outside of what some of us in the production called banana a little bit while back, but right now, it's looking like we're leaning to beat.
And everyone is kind of just holding their breath right now, right? CSI actually looking to challenge on this B, but Jordan was ready. Oblivion is already down, and that was in the connector for A. That's a difficult one to kind of swallow there, and now they're going to have to chase through. A quick plant going through as well as Seraphic now gets blinded out. You went for a quick plant, your team wasn't ready, and now they have to do makeup damage. They do. Appomatic and Habibti are able to finish off 2 with headshots. but it's still so dangerous. And with the operator in hand, you're looking, and Jordan still waiting for a chance. Shub is going to find one. Shub from around the corner is going to find another, and you got the swing. Beautiful job there. Oh, that was a little bit of a rough spray there. A little bit of a rough spray, but it's finished off. I was very worried there, honestly.
You know, I'm glad that we actually kept on this angle. Jordan, no matter what, keeping track over the shoulder of Horden, letting them do the work if they can, and then ultimately just presenting that they got their back. They can be able to finish off the trade if need be. So, reaching 10 first. It is. It went from being a sprint to now a crawl and just a fist fight of marathon runners. I know they're built for distance, but these guys are just built burly and strong. It's who can take the most haymakers and be able to survive the remainder of this. Recon Bowl goes up. Tailwind's already activated. We're going straight up into the gut of C.
They've tried this before, and it's not worked in their favor. They do not have this stylistic composition that'll work for them. Wow. And they're just getting a nine. That was a gun round. I do want to point out that was a gun round. CSI had bought up. They did have ones available, and they got mowed down again. For their composition, I feel it is not in their play style to push that hard, and they absolutely get punished for it.
1v5, a very hurt Opomatic. You not save this? This just seems to be an attitude play. They want to be able to make this one very expensive if they can. The curveball flies from out of the sky smoke. Horden has a 4K. Look at the Eagles now. It's 11-9, and it's 24-14 Horden. They've got a lockdown. You got an orbital strike for Shub. Slime Lord has that Empress if they want to try and present themselves as either a target or maybe go get some kills. I say that at 4-14, but you know, sometimes it's just the lifeblood of Arena. There's not too much you can kind of do, especially if you're just kind of pushed around, but it is St. Joseph's in control.
Oh, 100%. They are absolutely in control. At this point, it's really their own attitudes, right? Do they keep up this confidence moving into the latter rounds? Because, again, we know a game is not over till it's over. And St. Joseph are showing that they are so strong here. Oh, Jordan, you're looking. You don't even get tagged, so that's good. But you missed the shot. So CSI know where that op is playing, know where they can try to aggress in here. And they're going to try. I like this call, a little bit more slower pace, making sure they're keeping their angles up and opening with the Hunter Sphere.
Can't even really identify where anyone is. No tags happen in heaven. They're trying to be able to at least get a little bit of damage. The turret does come up, and the operator was nearly able to delete Opomatic off the map. Well, hey, it took the second shot. It did happen. A BT is going to join them, and they're just going to have to lean back with a sigh. So many op shots. Why re-engage? Stop engage. There's a giant gun. Say no. Do they have Big Braino? They're going to get regrowth. HP. Big Fat Kev is down, and they're as high as they can in their total health bar. For oblivion themselves. This is the buddy cop movie that they have to make work. You know they're a tight corner. It is simply Jordan that's holding on to that angle. Very disciplined. Everyone else is going to see if they can win this engagement. Do they look tight left? No, they actually don't even engage yet. But they got it. It's 20 seconds left.
Yeah, that's more than they needed. They finished it off in about 10. And I mean, St. Joseph, they are on game point. And they're ready to go, right? This is a squad that got completely decimated in game number 1 and are saying, we're back. We are absolutely back. You are not going to take us over. Last buy up for CSI, potentially here. And they're doing the same as always. The Vandals coming out here, giving a lot of credit. And Habib T, I mean, yeah. I was going to say, you need that Vandal. You can't buy the operator like you probably wanted to. Jordan and Horden, though, they came in here and they said the team needs a fresh cut. And Horden said, give me that 25 bomb. Looking for an ace here to make 30 and really demoralize CSI heading into game 3.
How's your fit looking, cuz? Because, oh my goodness, timing. Just to see if they're there. Opomatic has got to be clenched cheeks. Just standing like, okay, all right. This guy is a killer. Big Fat Kev pressed all the way up, went to that attacking side spawn. No one knew. There was not anything that was able to give it away. So Sano is now looking for kills. Let's see what they can find. Orbital strike will go down, and that's going to delay the plants. SJLI basically playing to be able to run this one down, but you gotta get it through. Asano, who's able to find 2. They know a 3rd is around the corner. They're actually being shot from behind. Didn't clear it completely.
I don't think they had time. They were just trying to leave. So, you take the lesser 2 evils and the greater evil bit back and said, no, you got to take me. And the spike didn't go down. That's the worst part right now. The spike is currently hiding all the way in the back A corner. And that means, yeah, free picks. This should be St. Joseph pushing us to a game 3. Really, what's Seraphic going to do? What is Seraphic going to hopefully do here? You are up against a wall and a wrecking ball. You're able to get 1. Can you turn it around? You get a 2nd. Are we going to see the clutch out? It's 12 seconds. They're just going to run. You're going to sprint away and look, but Seraphic is finished off Shub with the final shots as we are going to a game 3.
You wouldn't expect it if you were here in the first map, but guess what? The mystery has been solved, and it's just Horton and Jordan. They came in. They said, you know what? We win. That's just how it works. So, taking control, a 5-7 beginning. I thought they were madmen for not having an initiator on Haven. Proves me wrong. They go double Sentinel, double a Duelist, and say, it works, Monkey Man. It just works. And we're going to be heading into the one map that hasn't been seen between these 2 teams in both of their matches. We're gonna be going to Icebox, and as prequel to that, this is gonna be an interesting one because this does give St. Joseph's a chance maybe to see what the postseason could have if they get this big win.
Again, there's so much on the line here, but I love the fact that we saw St. Joseph really step up in the latter half of that game, right? We saw them really come together. We saw them impress us so much, and now the ball's back on CSI's court. They got to sit here and be like, okay, do we step up to the challenge? Because we know St. Joseph aren't going to take this line down. We need to see CSI step it up a little bit more, say we are now going to rise to the occasion and we are going to get our gun duels under control and maybe shape up your composition a bit better. They had a lot of great smokes. They had a lot of great momentum, but as soon as that was seen as obsolete, right, they were getting fragged out. I think at the very end, we saw almost a flawless C clear at the beginning. I want to see CSI give themselves a little bit more breathing room in terms of composition-wise, and then try and win it out here. We'll see what they can do.
The battle for Hudson will come to a conclusion here in a moment, where we're going to take a short break before Map 3 is coming up right after this.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss that fact, taking big.
Hey, what's up? It's Honix back at it again to bring you the sickest clips from ECAC. But listen guys, here's the thing. Overwatch 2 still isn't out, and it's been so long that I understand what's happening in the Valorant clips now. I don't know how I could have let this happen. Anyways, let's check out the action from week 2 of ECAC. First up, we've got Nico Baca, who's got a need for speed.
But they have to be careful here. That kick not quite in their favor. Patrick has to be quick to him, and Nico Baca, he's just soaring through his sky with way too much pace.
Yeah, you knew this was coming. When this one lingered up in the air for a bit too long from J-Neil's touch, Patrick tried to go up for this one, but Nico, like we said, he's been the fastest player in this lobby the entire...
Just a friendly reminder that fireworks always add pizzazz to your points.
Of this series. Good read there by Chalk. Because if he didn't place down that block, that would have been a really early stock lead that he would have gotten. And wow,
absolutely sniped out of midair. What
Everyone is in flux when Mount St. Mary's is on the point.
And that is the bulk of your healing if you're Emery and Henry. Now you're coming in with both DPS ults and the Shattered, but again, a massive Gravitic Flux comes out from Mount St. Mary, stops them in their tracks before they can even get started.
Yeah, the Tac Visor gonna deal the final blows to several members of Emery and Henry.
Eve has got beef with BSU and wants everyone to know it.
One situation left to clutch it out.
Ooh, I'm a little bit afraid here that the wide swing's gonna come out, but Ian's waiting. Ian is being a little bit patient here. Eve is not going to be able to get the first one, and maybe if Ian was able to wait there a little bit longer, Eve would not have been able to get that free.
Someone, not me, is going to have to tell Talo Halo that sharing isn't always caring.
Gonna feed it. Because right now, Taylor is feeding into it 59% before they have been touched for even a point of a percent in this counting. There is Arsene, but he may disappear just as quickly as he has up here. Oh my goodness, Kilomiles. That is a 0 to death if I have ever seen one. Taylor Halo.
Don't let your guard down. You never know when Rhino will come charging in.
Is all the way back. That just goes to show how much they're not wanting to make it, but Rhino with all the control gets the one on the board.
Talk about getting one in there. That he actually picks it up initially from a mini pass to himself. That an expert is expecting an expert to do something expertly, right? That is just about as simple as it gets, right? Just literally boiling it down to more basic Rocket League right there. Oh my God! And again, Rhino does it twice in about 30 seconds after no scores.
We're bringing it around town with Chowan University.
Big fights out short. Town, though, just gets the better of it. Great spray control. Takes 2 down with him, and already Chowan is looking at a 2-0 right now. Going to try an entry onto the site with quickness. Not willing to take his foot off the pedal, and Town's got a third. The last 2 coming from CT, and Town wants to put the nail in the coffin right here, right now. One is there. He's going to hear them both. He has a head in front of him. 4 before he goes down, and all it takes is just to finish this one off.
Last but certainly not least, Big J5 coming in hot with a big 5K.
And Kentucky, they may get the second point for free.
Oh,
great
that
shot from
headshot.
Big J.
The second
another
headshot.
one.
What?
He's got another dragon already.
The third.
Wait, he finds 3. Big J, he's looking for a 4th. Oh my God, he finds it! He is single-handedly destroying Kentucky right now. Oh my goodness! 4 eliminations, 1 Hanzo, and a brand new Dragons Online. The question.
Wow, I miss these awesome clips, and it's only week 2, so make sure to keep up with the action on Twitch at ECAC_esports, Mondays and Tuesdays at 8, and Wednesdays at 7. And make sure to follow their Twitter at ECAC_esports. And thank you to our partner eSportsU and to you for hanging out with me today. See you next time!
My name is Jacob. I'm 21 and it's my first year in this school. I already been to community college for the last 2 years, but I transferred here. It's a whole new program.
What made you transfer?
I wanted to do something different. I already have an associate's degree in business administration, and I wanted to come to this school and do audio production, just like music engineering stuff.
So what do you want to do with that?
The main goal is to work in like music studios and like help with like the music creation process. Anywhere kind of in the audio recording realm is fine with me.
And do you have a go-to genre of music that you like?
I don't know. It's all over the place, to be honest.
Yeah, no judgment.
It's all over the place.
So how do you like the program that you're in now? Do you like your school?
Yes, I really do like this school, and with this whole esport thing, I think it just made it a little bit better because like it's new, you know. You don't do it. Not everyone has it, and it's something that I'm very interested in and have been interested in for a while.
You didn't have esports at your old school?
I want to say there was a club, but I didn't know anything of it.
This is your first time being part of a collegiate esports team, then?
Yes.
And how do you like it? Like, how do you feel about it?
I love it, to be honest. Growing up, I played baseball through senior year of my high school. I wasn't like doing anything traditional sport wise in college. It wasn't until this year that I was like, oh, because like I saw it, like I saw like a poster hanging up. I was like, oh, esports, let's just go do it. I really like it though. Something cool, something new. My friends like it, so like cool.
What are your games that you play?
I play Valorant for the school. On like the side, I've been playing Fortnite recently, and I play Osu sometimes.
So how does it feel being a part of the team? Do you like your team?
Yes, I do. I pretty much made friends with all of them. Obviously, I have met them. Since a lot of things have been remote recently, I still have met them, and they're very nice kids. Our arena is being built at the moment. The Valorant team should be getting in there first, so I'm very excited to play in there.
What do you do to improve yourself in game, and do you take that strategy into your everyday life as well?
For in-game, I try and play every day. That's kind of like the one thing I try to do. Even if I have like a little burnout from it, maybe from like the previous day, I still try to get on and do something. Of course, you watch YouTube. There's a millions of things that you can watch on YouTube. I like to watch different content creators in that niche just to like inspire me to play a little bit more, you know. Do I carry it into my everyday life? I do. I'm very into like music production. There's a lot of things you can do like the same thing. You do it every day. You watch YouTube in that niche. You take things you learn and you apply it. There's a lot of similarities of things like if you want to do something, you very much have to dive deep into that niche of things you want to do.
If you had to guess or just kind of spitball here, how many hours a week do you think you spend gaming?
Honestly, I've never thought about it. I'm on my computer almost every day. It's up there. It's up there. It's up there. Between playing with friends and kind of just doing stuff by myself, it's up there.
You spoke about burnout when it comes to playing, and you play every day. What do you do to kind of get yourself back into the zone, or what do you do when you're experiencing burnout?
It kind of goes back to like watching content creators, like the people I watch on YouTube. I'll see if they post anything new, or I'll just watch whatever they have, and I'll get inspired to do it, and I'll just be like, all right, time to hop on. Even if I don't, not feeling it, I'll try to do something.
Would you say that there's anyone on your team that really stands out to you or kind of motivates you to play?
Yes. One kid on our team, his name's Alex. He is Diamond 2. Diamond 1 or Diamond 2 in Valorant. So he's up there. He only really plays with us. He plays on his own, but he plays with us during games and sometimes afterwards. Trying to be at his level, I think, would be very the goal. So it kind of like inspires you to kind of like keep going. Anyone really that's higher ranked than you kind of inspires you to like, all right, you want to push yourself to be where they are. And that's kind of what I've been doing recently. There are people like that.
For you, since this is your first time being on a collegiate team, do you have any advice to people who may be looking to join a team or aren't sure if they should or not?
I say just go for it. When I saw the poster in the school, I was like, maybe they have like, Valorant team, whatever. At the time, I kind of doubted my ability, right? I kind of doubted my ability because like I was a low rank. I know I could hold my own in the game, but I didn't know how I would like compare. But I think you just have to go for it because if you don't, how would you know if you don't go for it?
Would you say that the people on your team helped you out?
Yeah, for sure. I think people who are higher ranked than you are like they teach you. You obviously learn on your own, but there's a lot of things that you can get taught from your teammates and just how they play.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to do this with me. I really appreciate it.
I can't say that. I'll get in trouble. There's one for each game, so teams this weekend, somebody's going to have to explain to TSA why they're coming home with an extra trophy. Fine. We're fine. This is going to be great. Why is everybody staring at me? I'm not even doing anything yet. Is it because I'm in a suit? It looks nice. It's new. I'm stressing. It's all right. We win these. We absolutely win these. I've never seen us lose these. I love him. I don't remember his name. What is going on, everybody? And are we ready? I'll start over. Okay. What's going on, everybody? We are here at the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. The players are just now entering the arena for day one. A lot of them had the opportunity to be here yesterday to get jerseys, to get familiar with the area, and to get to know one another. But today, the friendly gloves have to come off, and they are all here. Earlier, I was talking to these guys. This mannequin, when they didn't have anything else set up, I could see it from all the way down there, and I thought it was a person. And I stood there for like 5 minutes, and I was like, why is he standing like that? And I thought it was like a smooth criminal. I thought somebody was giving us like a Michael Jackson impression, and then it was a mannequin. I was really embarrassed to admit that. Oh my God, that's a lot of people. Hold on, let's go over this window. It just keeps going. There's so many people outside. There are so many people outside. We're gonna interview people when they come in. I don't really want to go outside. It looks like it's gonna rain, and this suit is new, so. Oh, there's Doc Haskell. Hi, Doc. How are you? He brings a full notebook with him and like writes notes down. It was pretty insane. He had it yesterday. He's gonna be coming through this metal detector right here. I don't know his name though, but I
Welcome back, everyone. We hope you were able to survive Old Man Winter trying to rear his ugly head. Fall has fallen and winter is here. I'm Hell Monkey Man in the booth alongside Orbital, and somehow, Orbital, we've been able to see big recoveries by St. Joseph's. We're going the distance again between them as well as Staten Island. CSI thought they were in control after map number 1, but that 13-3 did not resonate through the remainder of Haven, so now we go to the Icebox.
Yeah, but if we're talking about the previous series, we're still on track to have the exact same style of best of 3, right? So back in week number 2, it was CSI winning game number 1 in what we would call a normal fashion. It was 13-6 or 13-7, very, very standard. And then game 2, it was that much closer round going to St. Joseph, right? It was the 13-10. And I think we landed just one shy of it this time. Now for the third map, though, we get to see if College of Staten Island have been able to identify the differences that they saw in St. Joseph, right? That's going to be the big call here. And especially on Icebox, where it has been pioneered that there are going to be different compositions. We saw St. Joseph before. They ran almost no util, no information gathering, right? This time around, you better hold that. Icebox is a necessity to be able to know where your opponent is, be able to clear out some of those higher sites, and just gather up as much info as you can. I'm also going to be very surprised. We're seeing it here, and this is, okay, so this is going to bother me a little bit, and I understand it's fading out of the meta, but if we don't see a Viper for this side of St. Joseph, I can only say I'm going to be very worried about how they're going to want to play this.
They nearly
there it is.
Okay. Well, at least it's being floated. We have 26 seconds for them to ruin our lives. But for a moment, they were thinking about triple initiator. I was like, okay. They went from having no active intel to all active intel, like as much as you could humanly have. But instead, okay, well. Now we still have passive. Okay, if this sticks, they're going to have the breach on Horden, who was super effective, though, as a killjoy. They're going to have Jordan, who does have that one trademark on the lurk denial. Now, and Slime Lord is going to be moving over to the Reyna. So Shub has actually stayed into that controller position. They will be that Viper. Opposite of them, they will have the KO for the side of CSI. So there is kind of your normalcy with your Vipers and your Chambers, but then there's a mix and match in the middle.
Yeah, this is, I think this is just, again, going to a little bit of comfort here. As we are underway with Icebox, this is going to be a big, I will say a big test for St. Joseph, I think. Reason being is CSI, we know what they can pull out if they get in the lead, and I still think they had a pretty good handle on game number 2. They let the ball drop off when they saw the aggression coming out of the side of St. Joseph in the latter half. It just felt a little bit more controlled, and they weren't able to optimize properly. In this current map, though, Icebox, if we see the same level of coordination from CSI as we saw in game number 1, I do feel that that St. Joseph will not be able to fight back. However, for St. Joseph, what they relied upon is the unevenness of CSI. They relied on the fact that CSI were a little bit off their game, and they pressured that point. So I could see it coming down again to the wire, but I think CSI, at least through that break, should have a better handle on what they want to do, how they want to play this one, and where they are going to focus. They should be under control. They should be more ready to hit their gunfights and be able to win those gunfights as well.
I didn't know there was pizza on that table, by the way, in kitchen.
Yeah.
So good to know that. But it is very true. If you can, it was a comeback kid style of narrative as well when it came to the. Well, actually, we're going to be bringing it back to ourselves as we're getting ready for this fight. A little bit of a tech pause to make sure that this entire matchup is ready to go. But we did get to see, I haven't seen a breach on this map in a while. I know that everyone has had different looks when it comes to initiator play, and a lot of extra fade has come into it. And yeah, there was a massive timeout taken by St. Joseph's in the middle of that first half where they collected themselves, realizing that the initial aggression was found out. And, you know, when you find out after you mess around. So this time around, they're able to say, okay, let's get Jordan and Horden back in order, and let's get that twinsy combo. I wonder if they are just best friends or if that evolved over time playing with the squad. But it will be a difference of how you can shut things down, especially with that KO, because that KO can be a great entry piece off of the null command, but there's also some retake ults. You have the showstopper in hand as well. I've seen a lot of good Raze play on this map.
there's more opportunities for it, is what I would say, right? The angles that you can create, plus the verticality, a second level brought in that, you know, if you're not looking up or you're walking through a site and you just forget to look to the sky, you're dead. And I love that fact, right? It brings more expression, I'll say skill expression, right, to the game for some of these players, and that's super, super fun. I love the fact that you panned over the KO, though, because we have not seen KO, and KO has honestly risen to be one of my favorite agents in the current meta, right? Brings a lot of very nice util, brings the damage, but most of all, the information that can be gathered, the suppression that brings it down just to a gun duel. I come from CSGO, right? I come from CSGO. I suck with abilities. Don't give me abilities. Give me like 4 nades. I'll run it down with a P90 and 5.7 and I'm happy, right? Like, that's what I want to do. KO brings back that love of, I'm not going to have 3 flashbangs to my face that recharge after 40 seconds and all that stuff. I just get to run and gun and pray I hit something. So love the KO. Love that, what that might haul back to, which, again, if I'm not mistaken, that is on the side of, so it is on the side of CSI, who, again, I still say overall feel like a better gun duel team when they have their act together.
Yeah. And I mean, I love knowing that you're the no fun police. You definitely don't want to deal with a bunch of abilities.
Don't put that on me. Do not put that on me.
I hate abilities. I only want guns. That's it.
Old man yells at Sky.
I mean, I am the equal but opposite. I come from Overwatch. Abilities are great. I am terrible with the guns. Okay, we together we make like an odd couple, but it works out. A single working brain, maybe somewhere in the middle. Oh, and we do appreciate you guys being patient with us. There apparently was a bit of a mouse bug into that previous lobby, so it's being restarted, and the picks have actually gone through. And for the full look in, we do have a Viper on each side. There is gonna be that Sage as well, which, you know, was actually, was that the original picks? I'm gonna be looking back over, so that's interesting. So Horton, I don't know if that was allowed or otherwise, but they're moving from Breach to Sage, so maybe that's something that's going to be looked into in difference, because I knew we were looking at that from an initiator standpoint. They've actually moved away to the Fade, so I was wondering about that, and maybe that was part of the bug. They're like, hey, I couldn't move my mouse, it got stuck.
Yeah.
So that will change the game, and I was curious about that because I haven't seen a Breach on Icebox in a while, a long time.
Yeah, and I do like the fact that I do believe there's some rules in place. For League, it's if you have like runes issues or anything, as long as the players have not seen each other on the Rift, you can still restart and, you know, get the proper rune setup. I feel like that's the same here, which I do appreciate for the teams. It's important that the teams, especially in a close series like this, in a close moment, get to have the proper setup and the comfort picks that they actually wanted to choose.
This is, you have a big old fat X of talk screens on site as well. They took away screens and kind of went over the way to rafters to really take away that vertical sight line, but trying to be able to move around the corner. You're gonna have a couple of right clicks and a hero play out of Big Fat Kev. They have the paint shells to be able to force Habib all the way back, and there's explosions at their back. Cool guys, don't look at your explosion. Well, guess what? Habib turned right around. He is not as cool as a cucumber, and he's got everyone against them in a 4v1, 2 HP. They can do a lot with 22 HP. There's not enough. Wallbang, Big Fat Kev finds a 3K.
And I'm excited. Round number 1 giving us a taste of St. Joseph saying, we can fight. I don't know what anyone was thinking before, but we can fight, right? The previous pistol rounds, I think in game number 2, we did see that first half pistol round go in their favor. This felt a bit more coordinated, as well as they were more on point, right? As soon as those walls dropped, as soon as those Viper walls dropped, they were on each other, like cats and dogs, right? Immediately gunning it out. And they hit cleaner shots this time around. So very well done on their end. It's taste number 1. If they do it again here in rounds 2, and then even on a third, then we know for sure, right? That round 2 magic that they found, that round 2 zone that they just dove into, will be continuing here, and that should scare CSI.
A little bit of zen, a little bit of Umo Gwegwe Fighty Sal, just loving themselves. Big Fat Kev is gonna be loving the shots that they're hitting. That's a lot of damage above them as they're gonna be bouncing around, and that's gonna be paint shells that are put out. Oblivion dropped into the danger zone, and now they will be dropped into a body bag to return to Cinder, and everyone sent a sin away as a 2v5 will commence, but they fake the runaway to maybe re-engage.
I mean, you can re-engage all you want, but I mean, this is the I am screwed position. Jordan comes around the corner, says, no, you don't even get a chance. You waited too long, and it's a flawless round. So well done by St. Joseph. This was the expected outcome, and this is the big moment, Monkey Man. This is that big moment that we get to distinguish what the side of CSI can do. Because take a look, for the first time, we are seeing CSI not have more than a single kill on anyone. In fact, there's only been one kill on the side for CSI, and that was on Opomatic. That being said, SJLI, they have not had to rebuy weapons too much, and that is crazy to think about.
Yeah, this is a very controlled effort at this point, and now you're going to see maybe the power diff go away from the Eagles. Do get the first couple of rounds, and pistol rounds, maybe it's not everyone's favorite. It's the only round that I can get an ace in, but the snake bite will go down as well. They're waiting to put another as they utilize that, or rather that poison orb and delay, maybe to dismay the early push because of how much util is being expended here, especially beyond yellow box. It is going to burn a lot through the regular eco that's sitting in your back pocket, and everyone's given a time to rotate. You have one on the back end that will come through mid, and now this is spray down. The bomb is down.
Bombs down, spikes down, whatever you want to call it. It's down. It's a problem. CSI are left scrambling, going, what the heck? And a BT says, all right, guys, get it together. Let me do my magic real quick, and let's get our heads in this game. Troy Bolton style. Let's bring it. They're going to give it their best shot, right? In goes Oblivion, who is getting massively shot up and no damage whatsoever. Saving Private Ryan style got that spike down. And now CSI get a chance at a retake 4v3, one of the first times they've had a man advantage.
Shots would have hit if they were standing, but, you know, spike placement means you take a knee. That one's going to be a knee taken as well by Opomatic as Jordan is able to re-engage and get the trade out 3v2. Numbers game plays in favor of the Dolphins. Bit of a frozen tundra to have to swim through, trying to be able to get an exchange on that headhunter. The haunt comes out. It won't help him in the long term. Sano gets rid of Jordan, and business is taken care of by Habib. 3K for themselves. A split tradition 2-1. Not a 13-0. Put that tag away. That's rude. Didn't happen.
I love the sprays. The sprays are so much fun.
Great.
They're amazing. Still, very nicely done. And again, it was a round that they desperately needed to win, right? From start to finish, they had to win that one. It felt nigh in that situation of, please, we need this one if we want to stay competitive. So that's at least what I felt out of there. It's like, BT was like, just bring it on in. So right now, getting underway with round number 4, full guns active in SJLI. Thank you very much. Are going to try their best to shut this one down. They've done very well in spreading out. You can see the very deep defense and actually chasing up mid, which is one of the most important factors. This is going to be a 5-man push on B. Okay. What are they going to do?
It's like Horton was trying to be able to get some very quick audible intel as they are right against that wall and also be able to punish, but it's going to be Shub who's finally bringing the shots. They didn't have it in map number 1, but they have been revitalized completely. Sano, though, says, all right, a Revivify is going to be needed to give them back in the game. So the attack of CSI has been very winning here on Site B. The Boombot's going to be able to lay down some splash damage, so Oblivion is worse for wear. From the top of Nest, do trade out. Big Fat Kev after Seraphic will drop. Oblivion gets off the spike drop and says, all right, I'm covered. Give it to me. And just, goodness gracious. Quick trades, and they just press straight into the fray.
The fact that Oblivion had the mindset, and it was just a quick reaction, right? As soon as Horton came through the smoke, Oblivion stopped planting. Like, that's the fastest I've seen someone drop a plant to get that kill. Like, that is absolutely ridiculous reaction timing. So well done. And it gave him a chance, right? CSI starting off this game 3 as they started off game 2, losing the first 2, now breaking into the 4th. And in here in the 5th, they're going to try their best to continue their run. And as I said, on Icebox, I feel like they're going to have a little bit better time if they've gotten the mental down, if they've gotten this hold on their own gameplay here, especially on the attack. I do see CSI starting to storm away with a couple rounds.
CSI is very confident about their B strike and opposite of their A. A, they lose the first two. First one was pistol. The next one, they were at a power diff. But they were like, you know what? Let's do this until it breaks. Big Fragment is going to keep everyone way back at Snowman. So the plant is nearly for free as you have a couple of toxic screens. Oblivion having to navigate the entirety of this poison orb. Oh, this actually is an advantageous position because they were not seen crossing up due to the screens, but they can't take on a triple swing. The showstopper comes out 5 HP, and whatever will hit, and it will be big for Big Fat Kev.
Oh, brutal shot here, and I'm loving the back and forth setups that we're having. And I mean, Opomatic, I mean, I don't know how you didn't lose any HP right there. That was two Marshall shots that gave you a heart attack, and now it's another one. Gordon came around the corner and said, gimme that kill. Staten, though, gonna try and take as many as you can. Gets two. Looking for a bit more. And with no plant down, you still gotta chase in. This is a bit problematic. Say no. What can you do? Say no. Like insane. 10 seconds. Gonna dash through. A bit of open space, and there it is. Jordan said hello. Headhunter wins.
Tough take for Sano as well because they'd lost a lot of extra HP off of an extended spray on that second kill, but especially because that was, I believe, yes, it was Big Fat Kev, who was already pretty low, and then they have to move through the toxic screen, which limits them down to the single HP, even though they regain it. Still tough to take on the world regardless. It would have been an ace to take that round. 3-2 as St. Joseph's regain this lead. This is having shades and shadows of the same starter kit that we saw on Haven, but St. Joseph's in a position, especially into this gun route, to continue to dictate how successful CSI and the Dolphins are.
Well, Big Fat Kev is giving zero cares in the world. BBT finally finishes it off, but that was one of the harsher A pushes that we've seen. And this is just kind of reinforcing the fact that we have not seen CSI try and push that hard because of Big Fat Kev, but they found it, right? Habibti again and again has been one of those crucial first strikers, the initiators for the team, whether you're playing an initiator or not, has been a catalyst for getting some of those entries. And here comes that revive, and it works in their favor. Seraphic gets Jordan, but this time it's a 1-for-1. Horden finishes it off 3v2, and Horden grabs Habibti. And we now see once again why CSI just did not want to take that chance. It's not up in their favor, and again, because it's the last shot, it's a full defusal here. So well done by the side of St. Joseph.
I love this as a traditional play. This is the one you're like, all right, plan it down, put it beyond box, and be able to get that one ready for the Hunter's Fury. But as soon as you lose, because as that Sova, you need a spotter. And as soon as everyone dies, you got one or two things is going to happen. Either you're going to die in the midst of your Hunter's Fury, or the ping is simply going to happen too soon. So you then get kind of caught in this position. Where do we put the bomb? Default is to that box just around the corner from rope. And you need to put that more into open space to give the Sova the chance to come back to it. That didn't happen. I like the play execution by St. Joseph's, especially because they keep being so good on aggression from defense.
Get out of my way!
This is... I don't know what St. Joseph team came out to play for games 2 and 3, but they're ridiculous. I'm loving it so much. It's getting very hard to contain my excitement because, again, I love the underdog story. I love that crazy, the long storyboard that came out, and right now we're seeing it once again. SJ, though, oh, beauty of a shot. Jordan shuts down any attempt at holding him off, and again, I think it is a save round here, so St. Joseph are just kind of cleaning up house. Sano gets a reset, though, on one. Big Fat Kev around the corner said not today and gets a spray onto Seraphic. It is a 5th round for them. For the first time outside of Game 2's final rounds, St. Joseph lead at the start of a game.
Yeah, this is going to be feeling fantastic. And if you are CSI, I got to think maybe a timeout's happening right now, or at least here sometime soon. They got to be able to get themselves in order. IGL is going to be talking to each other, and I feel like they're going to be, all right, okay, there it is. That's exactly what I was looking for. You need that extended time to talk this one out. They had good runs through B. They were not able to take advantage of that kind of thrifty eco situation that happened. I think it was around round 4 or 5. And since then, it has just been much better for the side of St. Joseph's. And Big Fat Kev coming to play on that raise at 11-4. You talked about creating vertical spaces. They're just creating space in every direction.
They don't care. And when you have this kind of freedom to play around, we're seeing the players get a little bit loose and limber, right? We're seeing the side of St. Joseph go for some of those more heroic plays, right? The push up through kitchen into mid is not one that you see too often, yet Horden feels great about doing it because you get a read on the opponent and you're like, they're not going to be checking this, right? They're not willing to play too aggressive right now. And this is the most important part. I love this timeout here. Seraphic is probably noticing that as well. Like, we got to take some space, guys. We're not playing our usual style. And until they do, they need to catch St. Joseph off guard and create this window of opportunity where, again, not just Habibti is getting these ridiculous frags. We need to see Sano continuously hitting these moments. We need to see Oblivion step back up as well. And even Seraphic with this with this KO, get some suppressions, create a space for the team to work.
Yeah. And the opener of the round as well, it cannot be a 1-2 trade against CSI. They have really been stagnated off of just Big Fat Kev throwing their weight around and just really bowling ball over them. So we see the null command get popped up. I believe that they're just kind of waiting at that corner. They will be coming out from Yellow Box. And now the Viper's Pit, though, that will be expended to really try and take over and control. But because of that, they're going to get rid of him. When you use that ultimate, it is such a telegraphed position. You got to have some guards around you to be able to protect you. They confidently, bravely, without fear, take him down.
Such a little bit of a heartbreaker. Now the wall goes up, and it creates this opportunity. Seraphic was allowed to live through a hard spray from the Rays. I don't know if you just saw that. That was a little bit frustrating. St. Joseph might have created a space for themselves accidentally and caused some problems. However, it's down to a 2v2. Spike is planted. 2 are stuck on the side. St. Joseph are going to try and lay it down. And Slime Lord cannot get a kill. Shub, at the same time, only has 70 HP. And another wall goes up. But because that Spike is planted in just the perfect spot, there is no worries about spraying through that smoke. Wall going down now, and it allows Shub to get that pick. You're looking for one more. Can you get it? Time's clocking down. You can't stop defusing, and you have to because you have to save yourself. Say no. Clutches up big.
That is how you extend so much time and just straight up win the fight that you must win. It just sending, I believe it was Slime Lord forward. Like, Slime Lord, go in. Go kill. To be honest, I might have flipped that one around. Shub being in control, go for that duel against Sano, and be able to have Slime Lord just kind of stick it to the spike and be able to get that diffuse off. Regardless, it was so key for both Habib and Sano to get this one. That stops the bleeding, and that makes that timeout worth it.
Such a huge momentum swing, and I love it. And I mean, it will proceed more and more. I'm so excited. I think Seraphic got scared by their own teammate right there. The little jump, like, oh gosh, what's going on here?
Is that against me? Is that you? Who's that?
It was just really funny. I don't know why I found that so funny. It's just in those random moments we're just seeing these little twitches are really making some moments. And even there, right, we see a little bit of a paint shell just going off in the wrong angle. But Big Fat Kev, remember, again and again, has been that opener and just like give me a chance. This time though, not able to find 2, only able to find 1.
Yeah, you have Habib and Sano still on the board for CSI, which means you have 2 big killers, and you got to be able to exist more so around Horden and Jordan as well. And look at this, they're doing the same play, but it's a little bit late. They're not gonna be able to catch them rotating, and they actually get caught. Luckily, don't get any damage against them. The rotation will be called out, so everyone will navigate over. It becomes a 4-on-4 for, I guess, a full strength retake, since neither side has a big advantage. The null command comes out. No fun police for you. Are you getting on this bus here, Orbital?
Absolutely. Let's do it, Seraphic. Let's make sure no one gets any fun. You have to aim. You have to hit those heads. You don't get to do jack here. Ah, dang it. The field's down. Well, you know what? Never mind. I gave up. The old man yelled at the clouds and now got tired and he went to sleep. So, you know, we're back in it.
Oh. They are.
Oh my gosh.
Seraphic's still yelling at the sky, yelling at Jordan, yelling that this is not over. We'll see you next time. And it's a 3-2. Again, the same two alive. They are going to play for a save. This is a smart run. St. Joseph's realizing, okay, is CSI starting to gain a little bit of momentum. Let's try and not completely break our eco a little bit too early. And maybe we can be able to find them escape. They're a little bit slowed in this field. And it's going to be Seraphic that continues to just do that old man yell. Just hollering and hating. Takes down Slime Lord. You do save one rifle, at least.
A single rifle, and you're just like, I got it, guys, I got it. It was a good attempt, though. I really, really do like it. And again, CSI, these timeouts have really given us a glimpse into the flexibility of the teams, right? At the beginning, I said, and again, I will eat my words here, St. Joseph, they did not look that great. Now they're looking phenomenal, but it's all about, you know, again, that cat and mouse chase with CSI now in the cat position. So St. Joseph, again, 2 rounds don't always mean anything, but it is important to know that the flow has now landed in St. Joseph's favor, and they got to be aware, and I'm loving the chance that they're taking. Take a look at that mini-map. We're seeing a little bit of a swing around. Oh, but they don't follow through, so they deny that situation and are saying, instead of that, we're just going to hold that long angle and hope for a frag on the outside.
It's like a battle of triangles because of that view of width. The bigger triangles trying to defeat the skinnier triangles. But these are all triangles that are facing forward, trying to be able to form an isosceles as they go forward. Big Fat Kev is able to get one with a Marshall, taken down. Appomatic and Shub from underneath rafters. They lost track of the Shubster. Now Shub maybe going for the Ninja Defuse. They will at least ping it, and they have to respect it for all of a moment. Looking for a bit of a spray. Oblivion on top of the mountain. You got to Billy Goat your way up there. And it is Gruff now on top from the back end. Big Fat Kev, they're getting a 3K. They will save the day. The defuse will come through for the Eagles.
What a moment right there. St. Joseph happily greeting away right there. I can't believe that happened. Such a brutal moment that could have swung in favor of CSI. But it just doesn't fall to their favor. Now taking a look here, we can see the guns still holding true for CSI, and we're getting another gun round. So these guys are honestly trading back and forth enough that we are getting a gun round every single time, and I'm very, very excited. Are we going to see another one-person survival move? Oh my gosh. Are we going to see a 6-6? I want to see a 6-6 heading into second half.
I would love to see that. And I feel like we have the potential. Something that because I know that our observers and our awesome producers in the back often keep track of other things that I haven't even thought of. One thing that is keen to keep track of is how often we're just down to a 1-1 or 2v2. That has happened a little bit more often in this map in particular. So something that in the back of the mind, everyone getting traded out, constant just lethality. And it was Big Fat Kev that was able to get that first kill on the Marshall, and we saw that earlier peeking whenever they were coming all the way through CT, and now extra smokes, they're bursting onto site. The plant will eventually get down, and they're trying to keep everyone just isolated away into screens, and Oblivion takes out their doppelganger. They're looking for a third. They can't quite get Horden.
That was a chance, and I mean, now taking a look at it, St. Joseph trying to find the angles, but Sano is able to find one in response. Now into a 3v4. Horden is going to try and look for it. Has the wall available. Is going to send it up top and open up space for the team. Oh, what a play. Can they break through the wall in time? Can they see it? Yes, they do. And Habibti sends him to the Thunderdome. Brutal angle to hold on to.
Oh, they're on opposite side nest. They get the wall bang through the collat body shot. That is, or not wall bang, just a body bang. They are out there putting people on the floor. I love the use of that wall, obviously, to give them space. One thing that is so tough to do in that moment, especially, that was such a cheeky place to put that bomb. If you have that wall up, you can actually play from distance and just form that, instead of a flat horizontal, put it perpendicular, and you have to fight through every single brick that's in front of you. They couldn't do that play, and that will now get used early into kitchen. This could end up 6-6 just like you won, Orbital.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited because, of course, the game 3 is going to go the full distance. Like, that's what we got to see here. Give me that light show. Habibti says, yeah, I got my laser sights on you. Habibti is back. And now it's not an angle of who can get the highlight reel. It's the stars against the stars, right? Who can hit that perfect shot? Who is going to manufacture that moment for the team? And in goes the Viper's Pit. This is the big moment. 3 ultimates being burned because, of course, why the frick not? Oblivion hiding inside, waiting for someone to check. Horden might be in a rough spot, but oh, that Nightfall, such a good moment.
Gonna be able to give up some space. Prowlers will come out. They will find a couple, and they're already, because of the deafness, going for the Ninja Diffuse. They nearly got it to halfway, but there's so much just power being put on, and the attackers will take it. They receive, they reflect, and they will infect this scoreboard with an even scoreline through the first half. 6 apiece. Big Fat Kev has a 2.0 KD at 16-8. Opposite of them, though, is a revitalized Dolphin squad. I don't know what a group of Dolphins is called, but they're all swimming together. Wait. Tech, right?
Do we...
It'll be a tech.
It's gotta be, right?
Right.
Like, I don't want to see someone freeze out on the second half. Like, that's not cool. Yeah, I think it's a tech. But let's go over this, because we've now had some situations, right? Let's go over the facts here. Game number 1, St. Joseph didn't look great. Game number 2, they looked fairly better. CSI dropping a few moments, and now in game 3, it is neck and neck. And the 2 that we got to take a look at is Big Fat Kev and Sano. Sano in game 1 had a phenomenal time. In game 2, it was Jordan and Horden that were really rounding things out. But in game 3 is one that I was expecting from game number, the series all the way back in week number 2 about Big Fat Kev in the previous series put up 20 bombs in all 3 games. I would like to point that out. I believe in all 3 games, or at least in 2 of them, put up 20 bombs all the way through. So is a huge star player for this squad. And we're seeing them now wake up. We are going into overtime timeout time. As you can see, we are now going into the negative time zone. That is one that I don't want to mess with in any physicist world. St. Joseph, though, they look awake, and it's on Big Fat Kev, who now has a chance on the attack to bring a brutal show.
Yeah, this is the key, because I think this is Raze's world from a defensive standpoint, especially for Site A. They can do wonderful things around yellow on Site B as well. But when it comes to really ownership from that defensive standpoint, they can be able to have those paint shells. You get up under nests, you create havoc. And that's exactly what Big Fat Kev did. If it falls away and they can't have that same kind of effect when they press for Site onto either A or B, and they drop, because this is a duelist leading charge for both squads. You got Sano doing it for CSI. You have Big Fat Kev especially doing it for St. Joseph's. This will be a team that sinks. Slime Lord, they've been great to be able to get their assists. They are using those haunts very well, but they're working well in tandem around Shub. Got to see how that Sage is going to work for post-plant holding as well, getting massive value through that wall, and it's actually going to be pushing the chamber away, but Habib re-engages to take out their #1 killer.
All right, that's one way to kick things off. Get that spray down, emote all you want, but Horden is going to lay the plant, and this is the most important part, right? Yes, you got the frag, but now you got to finish it off. Are you going to find that opportunity? Right now, wall is down, and Habib is going to look. You miss one shot, fire a second, now you're down to that classic. Plenty of bullets, though. Seraphic is going to find another, and it's down to a 5v3. Huge opportunity. Oblivion is going to walk forward, try and go for that defuse, but in goes a haunt. Habib says not a chance. And it is a defusal. Yes, Jordan and Horden finish off quite a few. It's down to a 1v1, but it doesn't matter. Round goes the way of CSI, and they are happy about it.
That is a that's a full all-in kind of diffuse, because you know you took out the Viper. There are no snake bites that are going to be flying in towards you. And really, I mean, because Big Fat Kev and Shu both dropped, there was just no AoE. So, hey, keep going. You have the sight differential to have. They can have to press to you to even really understand where it is. You can ping that bomb. But pistol round goes over to the Dolphins. CSI feeling pretty good from their defensive standpoint. Can St. Joseph's, they keep focused. It's just the first couple of rounds. We've seen bounce back did from the side of CSI, and they've already got a Marshall as Apomatic. He's going to try and lay down the law.
Well, Apomatic might have tried. It doesn't mean they succeeded, but they definitely tried. not taking a couple snapshots as Sano says, give us a chance. And this is another thing I didn't get a touch on is CSI, their defensive have honestly looked better than their attack. So right now, the fact that they were even moving into the second half feels like it is a leg up. Like we're seeing it here. Look at that. Just beauty across the board with some unorthodox weapons as well. They look so far in control, but Jordan does the same. Brutal 3K with a ghost in hand. Finally falls, but did a lot of damage there. So for how much CSI invested, they're going to have a hard time here in the third against full gun.
Yeah.
Not full guns?
What? Actually, what? Yeah, that was... Did we have a couple buy-in? Fairly broke.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I'm like, they planted twice, though. Right? They planted twice. Did they buy up in the last round and we just didn't notice because of what happened with CSI?
I guess so. Maybe they pushed in for a Stinger or a Marshall, or maybe at least went full util. Habib T says it doesn't matter, man. Let's start investing into round number 3 as they already in the life of guess who? Big Fat Kev. It will be Habib that does drop. I'm surprised he didn't try to TP out with that rendezvous. But Big Fat Kev being rendered as a non-variable, nearly getting 3. Oblivion will continue to stall this attack, and it's Jordan that is way low on the HP bar. This has been a very much stalled St. Joseph's from the get-go in the second half.
Yeah, and we did get confirmation, so they absolutely did buy, and it's just the round looks so glaringly off to me somehow. It was a buy, so we did see a Stinger in 3 Spectres, and a Ghost in Jordan's hands. So Jordan didn't really buy up. That's why we saw the 4K still left on it. But it was still a brutal... I'm surprised they did that. I don't think that they had to, right? But the fact that they went for it is kind of in their MO. And even though they did feel a little bit in control, it's now a big problem, right? They feel a little bit less so. And the Guardian is going to try and do so much work here, but they still have to play... What was that Ricochet? That Ricochet went a few directions. Jordan, though, finds Alpamatic.
Sometimes you just let the physics gods do what the physics gods do. The fragment's going to keep the plan from happening, and Jordan is stuck in a rough situation. They don't know they're about to get squeezed from behind, so here comes the 1,000 Fingers of Death. No, not quite from Sano, but Seraphic is just going to take care of business. And, yeah, maybe a little bit of hubris. They did have that one force round on Haven, and it all worked out, and that was what gave them big confidence and momentum kind of working for the remainder of that map. Maybe they were just saying, let's try it again. Why not?
I hope so. I'm honestly enjoying the craziness of St. Joseph, and they've given us so much joy, but breaking the defensive play of CSI is looking harder and harder because it feels like CSI, again, their defensive plays and setups are great, right? They have consistently shown us that. Okay, Big Fat Kev. Okay, let me just shove the foot, further down in my mouth. That's, oh my gosh.
I got you. Hold on. I'm doing it too.
There it is. There it is. All I want to do is make an analysis. I'm being proven to be like an Iron 4 scrub here. This is painful for me.
Well, very quickly, they are trying to reinforce it, but you do get the big golden gun that's able to delete Sano, and Sano is one of those power players that knows how to prove the analyst correct in the right way. But this is going to be an let's look at the pretty sights. I mean, you got like a penguin above them. I think there's a snowman over in this corner. Yeah, let's fly over. We know where the op's standing. Yeah. what do you think's still going on up there? Because you got one good snowman. There's like a penguin. They've got like a handheld, and they're talking to people up here, man. What are they doing? What are those penguins doing? Yeah.
They're saying, where'd all the snow go? I mean, we're in the middle of winter. I swear, all the snow is just. What are people even doing here? Why do they want to be here of all places? I feel like that's what they're saying. They're like, what are these weird people doing throwing pellets at each other?
All about to maybe get double swung. Gonna deal with the short op. Oh, they missed a shot. That's done. Slime Lord. They don't have many kills, but they got the one that really matters because that is a massively invested. Wow. Oh, did they get it? They threw it back.
My gosh.
No, wait.
Oh, no, they didn't pick it up.
Oh.
That's unfortunate.
Okay. Keep the op. Like I get that you can, rotate that over. Whatever. So, CSI knew that they were trying to save that op. Now no one gets an op. No one has one. And especially CSI, who will be playing for Eco. Maybe a few sheriffs and some one-click pew-pew guns. St. Joseph was able to really ruin the day, and it was because, guess who? Big Fat Kev was able to be effective.
Oh, and we're not seeing it even more, but Oppomatic with just a Marshall cleans ahead of Big Fat Kev. But again, the damage has been done, and Big Fat Kev, again and again, is impressing me so much with their individual play. Whether it's just one kill or two, they're opening up space again and again. And not just with their kills, it's with their aggression, right? They're making CSI rethink every single one of their strategies. They're making CSI take these awkward pathings in until Big Fat Kev is dead. You can't really go any of the regular routes that you run. And they're finding it. So Sano now trades one back on Horden, but it's still a 2v3.
Not going to be able to really watch that rifle. Sano does get a nice upgrade. Doesn't matter. Jordan also says, hey, I've got a cool gun to start with. I'll drone. We'll side him out. Jordan is expecting of it and will face danger with a broad grin and even broader shoulders to be confident into it. So 19 kills apiece. Big Fat Kev leading the charge as they get those 7 assists, but Jordan is now going to be leading or joining them at the top of the stack. Opposite of that, we do have Horden, who has a revive, but there's a lot of ults now online and one about to be online. Nearly the full stack for CSI.
Yeah, and if I don't see at least 2 of these expended to give themselves a wide berth away from St. Joseph in terms of round score, I will be sorely disappointed, right? For the thing of CSI, you need to start rotating these ultimates out. And again, I think you got most of them right on this round. I want to see them use. I don't care what you do. 2 out of 4 is great. Try and throw down that null command, stall out St. Joseph from getting into sight, or even throw down the Viper's Pit. I want to see these ultis used. Give yourself that advantage and work your way into double digits, because if you don't, St. Joseph are going to have your mental by an absolute death grip.
Yeah, Sano does have a good use or a good grip on that Bladestorm as well. They could play that into, if this is a loss, being another eco, and that is such a useful ult because of that. Look at that little gap, that tiny little glitch gap that's underneath that toxic screen. Oblivion can be opposite end of it. I could see them using their Viper Spit to be able to try and retake this. This is a 5v5 retake situation.
Oh my gosh.
A big bit of damage. Big Fat Kev's still alive, and you actually do have Oblivion that's using it in Big Fat Kev's face, and now they're trying to be able to get some splash damage. Seraphic is going to step up into the blast zone. So they have the bomb in front of them. How will they be able to maintain it? Horden is going to spray. They get 2, a third, a 4th, and that's going to be a take. The lone survivor sends us to 9 apiece.
Don't piss off the healer. Anyone that's played any game, you don't piss off the healer. Horden said, bring it. Please give us that replay because that was nasty. And take a look at this. They filter in and Horden said, I know where they're at. And they line up perfectly. And then watch this. The last bullet. Look at this. 3, 2, 1, 0. 0 on that chamber right there. Holy moly, Horden. And I mean, that was fantastic. That is a heartbreaker because now you're tied up and you're working with the budget buy. Take a look at the guns for CSI. St. Joseph have not only given themselves a econ advantage, they give themselves now the space they need to force into any site they so wish. They have now given themselves the confidence, the abilities, the inescapability of the fact that they now have superior firepower.
Oh, they built up so many ults into that as well, and a few got expended. Oblivion, I liked the positioning of that in Maze for that Viper's Pit, but it ultimately just got shut down immediately. Again, Big Fat Kev living through it to be able to ruin them. So negotiating now where they want to go. Haven't really been able to get too much intel on the Eagles. CSI got to do a little bit of extra forensics if they can. Double blast pack to be able to get straight in. They're going to try and wall bang from underneath the rafters. The double swing's not happening. Why are they taking it in individual games? I don't know. The Blaze Storm is in effect, and now they're going to force him out of position. That's Big Fat Kev getting 2.
Where was Big Fat Kid before? He is popping off right now, and I mean, being able to waste that that Hunter series was huge as well. Big Fat Kev is on an absolute rampage. This confidence came out of nowhere, and yes, Oppomatic finishes off a second, but I don't think it's gonna be enough with that spike going down. Habibti, you're gonna have to try and do your own here up on the high levels. You saw one up in the corner. You saw another, and with Oppomatic dead, you're all alone. in that 1v3, and it's a finisher. Once again, in game 3, St. Joseph clear things up to hit double digits first.
St. Joseph. This is so close. When it's a close game, St. Joseph, especially with Jordan and Horton, and especially Big Fat Kev, are proving that they are the mountain that CSI must climb. Sano trying to keep his team in order. Habib T has been ineffective. They are going to have an operator in hand. Seraphic does have the toot horn of that no command, no fun police. Can they be able to guide them? You got a revive. You got Shub that can invest that Viper's Pit if they want to. Another A lean. This has been their sight. B is a little bit more confrontational, more up for grabs 50-50 style, and Big Fat Kev is doing it again.
I don't know where they gained this much confidence, but it is ridiculous. It feels like Rambo has appeared on the field. Big Fat Kev is storming this right angle, and they've only attacked A for the last 2 rounds. They have said, this is our marker. You can do nothing. You have yet to stop this absolute juggernaut, and it's working. CSI are in absolute shambles as they are flush out of all angles possible. And I think it's done. We can see a majority share of CSI just clamoring around the outside. They have no chance to make their way in. They're just stalled out. They're going to try and send one in. Seraphic is probably going to try and drop it down in. And Big Fat Cat just finishes them off too. Slime Lord finds Oblivion. And for once, it feels like CSI are completely lost in their own right.
Seraphic, oh, that's just not going to do it. As it will be 11-9. We've seen this feature before. It's a double feature that's between maps 2 and 3 that has the Eagles as the star of their own show. Again, that was a massive investment of that operator. Everyone dies, so that falls off the board for CSI. Let's check out their full buy. Are they going to go into it? Because they know if they do not, I mean, they've got enough to have some weapons going into round number 21, rather 22. This is 21, as the first 20 do have. It's tough to keep fast numbers going through my head, but this is St. Joseph's game right now. They're in control.
They have all the control in the world, and I wouldn't put it past them to send Big Fat Kev again in just a spiral fashion. And you can actually see right now, I hope so, they are fading that Sage over to their side, but Oblivion gets a cheeky kill on Slime Lord. Not the worst thing in the world, but you do lose that Nightfall, which would have been pivotal on one of those retakes to close out. And Oblivion actually chases back, so that kill might have stalled them out enough. But take a look and always keep eyes on where Big Fat Kev is, as well as the rest of the team, and Horton just takes out Oblivion. This is a brutal shellacking. Habibti finds Shub. You need one more. Opomatic realizes there's 2 around the corner, and they're just holding on B's site. St. Joseph said, give us a few moments, and now it feels like they're a little bit backs against the wall, 3v4.
Recon Dart does not identify, so they have to assume that Horton has gone into tunnel. They will retreat for all of a moment. That is Habib. That does get rid of Big Fat Kev. To break all of one brick, maybe to give themselves a free. I don't exactly know where what the wall was able to do, but they were looking to be able to get a revive on a Big Fat Kev. It did not work out. So Sano grabs Horton by the horns, drags him down. That's exactly what CSI needed to get back into this game. They needed a round win. They had to stop the streak. That was 5 rounds in a row for St. Joseph to be in that lead.
And the fact of the matter is, if they lose another one, they're on match point, right? You don't really have much in the tank. And look at their econ, right? I think a few of them will be flush over into a full buy on the next, but you don't want to take that chance, right? You don't want to sit there and have to worry too much about it. You're going to try and take the round. And honestly, with this deep spread, it's been challenging the aggression out of St. Joseph. So CSI kind of going for those last-ditch efforts of just push, just try and find some of those spots if you hear a shot. You can see here they're spread kind of deep, but expecting them to move up here wouldn't be out of the question. And look at that great shot on Big Fat Kev. You tag one, waiting for a heal to come in here. But of course, look at where the Sage is. It's all the way pressed up into A. They are going on the pure aggression again.
Wall's gonna come up, and Big Fat Kev says, you know what, I am living, but I'm gonna live fast, die hard if that has to happen. They do not find anything with that showstopper, trying to be able to win some trades, and they will lose against the wall bang of Apumatic with that Guardian. That's a very powerful gun in the right hands. Big Fat Kev comes back alive, being used as a decoy, not so much. They have all of a sliver of health, but it's still a 5v5, and that very lethal player is still on the field.
just for a moment, but Slime Lord gets flushed out, and this is the opportunity. CSI, they smell blood in the waters, and they went for it. Such a great call on their end. And Sano's going to find Shu. Big Fat Kev is down. Hornet only takes one, and they've done it. They tied it up at 11 in a dire moment at high noon. They've drawn a draw. Is it going to go off? No, they're good. 2.76 seconds. Plenty of time left on the clock. It's a team ace of all moments. And Hail Monkey Man, I think we're going to OT. This feels like one of those moments. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this feels like we're going to go the full distance. Not just a game 3, but an OT, however, comma. There's a lot of momentum right now resting on the side of CSI. There's a lot of credits left with St. Joseph's. If this becomes a loss, it won't completely break them, but maybe the confidence will break. This is sweat time. This is real time. You have one ult, a Nightfall with Slime Lord. I want to see how that gets employed to either create space or to maintain space for this push.
One opportunity. Only one shot here. I mean, you want to finish it off. You're actually going to have two. Don't get me wrong. I'm completely lying. But in goes all the util. Again, it is that Nightfall. St. Joseph. I was wondering where they're going to use it. And they go back onto the A side. Big Fat Kev annihilates the opener thanks to that Nightfall assist. And now they're going to get the plant. This has been St. Joseph's bread and butter. But it feels like CSI might have an opportunity. They go in with the perfect retake here. They clean house on their own. They wallop it in. Shoop is the last one alive. And it's going to be the finisher. Sano grabs 3 and rightfully takes that defuse.
Oh no. Oh boy. St. Joseph's, where'd you go? What's happening?
Oh man.
I need to see the ult board. I need to know what's available. There's nothing. Jordan may be able to get one with a tour de force. The buys should be existent. They should be able to buy for one another. We're going to have full shields. This is the last full rifle round. It's do or die. It's either win for CSI and go 13-11 and be able to take down this rival who's proved themselves to be a championship material, or St. Joseph is going to send us over into bonus Valorant. Big Fat Kev, you know they're going to be looking at him to lead the charge.
And they're not going for their signature. Again, what they've done to win so far is press that A site. But because they lost on the retake, they're hesitant, right? You can see it. They're hesitant about charging it again. I love it. I love the back and forth, the mind games that are being played right now. And the fact of the matter is that Viper is prepped to go either A or B, right? They're holding on to that Viper's pit just in case. And Big Fat Kev is aiming towards that kitchen side. Huge lob on that paint shell. But they're going to chase up into kitchen. Who is going to peek out on the side? Keep eyes on that one. Oblivion is just hiding in wait. Do you hear someone running? I think so. You hear a couple more footsteps. Oh, that is such important intel. They're rotating a few more members over just to try and get info. And Oblivion is ready to go in a corner. Very few people expect. In a section, you find the opener and you open up Oblivion. Great a spot and an opportunity. But Horden changes it up. It's a 3v3. And Chamber picks up that ulti orb. Are you going to use it? Are you going to pull the tour de force? I thought so. An Optimatic runs by. Oh my gosh. No, Slime Lord. Slime Lord gets that chance. He can't finish off the spray, but you do at the end. Headshot on Optimatic. Oh, St. Joseph. They're going to try and get it down. They get the plant and sound down to a 2v3. But guess who's alive? Remember, it's the two that had the big ultis. It's the two that are creating this opportunity. It is the time. Horde takes out Oblivion.
Oh boy.
Sano, can you pull it off? Sano's pulled some insane moments before, but this would take the cake and everything of the sort. You give away your position. You take a shot. And now you're going to find it. You find one. 87 HP with a little bit of shielding left. Out goes a little bit of a haunt. Nothing else available. Do you go? Come on, Sano. What are you looking for? Oh, timer's ticking down. This is so heartbreaking. Oh, and the rendezvous creates a space. You get one more, but it's no time. It's over. We're going to OT. St. Joseph have done it. They push OT in game 3.
When they needed to be the heroes the most, they have a bard in the form of Orbital singing praises of the raises of every single player that's able to sweat it out, be able to play it out. We go to bonus time here in this matchup. Big Fat Kev, 28, 19, and 10, able to get the triple-double. Why not? As they have been able to lead their team. And this squad, though, has the nerve to take on CSI. Tell them, yes, you may be able to get to match point, but we're going to match you now. And it is a win by 2 situations. For those of you that may be watching and maybe be able to see in a VOD later, if you've never seen Valorant, well, welcome. It is win by 2. That's tournament rules. That's how it works. Big streaks of rounds have happened. It will be CSI that's starting on the attack. That's what they started on in the first place in the first round to open this entire matchup. But it's going to be Big Fat Kev that is so effective.
Well, effective, not so much this time around. Only got 1, but that's more than you really need. So much information given, and still very few rotations. It's 2v4 for the time being until the other 2 can rotate. So CSI going to try and press their advantage, but guess who's ready? Horden around yellow box is going to pinch inside that edge, throwing out a little bit of verticality, but they run straight into each other. Seraphic blinding themselves, and those are the mistakes that can cost you the series in this OT. Nerve strung high. Opomatic just trying to clear out space, trying to give themselves an opportunity, but CSI falling behind here and just trying to flush out the corner, but no one's there. St. Joseph have done an immaculate job to shut down the initial charge.
Opomatic and the gang. You're just going to get rid of it, get that rendezvous out of it. But no, Opomatic loses focus, and Horden continues to be an absolute madman. They could be able to get a revive for free. They don't want to lose this top end. That's going to be vertical extension by Oblivion. They have to be able to take a 1-on-3. This is that opening round of OT. You get this one, you feel good, and now you'll be CSI chasing if you cannot get back to it. The bomb is in their hands. They're bringing the fight to the remainder of St. Joseph for the turn. Gets a swing. It's a 1-on-2. Bomb is going to be going down.
No way. No way does Oblivion pull this off, and that is the rightful answer. I was like, just, no, don't let it happen. Great job by Shub to clean it up, and it was a well-timed try. That's one, St. Joseph, and now they have to deal with one of the harder aspects of this round. You're taking a look, right? CSI, once again, on their defensive side, have looked much better than their attacking side. Their attacking sides have felt a little bit on the weak side, and you can see it, right, on their round scores. This is going to be the challenge, right? St. Joseph have got to find a way to find those opening picks, and again, they're kind of heading to that same side. I honestly just want to see them bum rush A. They've done it before and got so many members of CSI off guard. But I wonder if they're like that. That would be too small brain. We got to go big brain here.
Sometimes you outthink yourself, though, if you run away from what works. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But also, you got to continue to be inventive. Kev has always, Big Fat, throwing their weight onto the top of this ramp. They get on the top rope, that bomb will go down, and now that they play against utility, that is a trade. So Oblivion is able to take out one. Actually, it's not even a trade. It's opposite sides of the map as they're on the extension from mid. Horde is going to try and slow anyone down that chases them, but Seraphic is going to take a double swing. Do they eventually swing together? Right now, they're swinging apart. That's a half flash, but they undercut it, and so now it's a 3v3.
They keep doing this. They keep finding Seraphic in these awkward util pieces, and now Sano is going to have to try and go insane. It's a 3v3, so a little bit better than last time, but the play is going to go down, so very nice job by Slime Lord to kick that one up, and honestly, Slime Lord has looked a little bit on the weaker side, has just kind of been there for the util, so I want to see them step up here. I want to see them be that brutal game-ending player. And if that's so, you know what? All of it's called out, but Habib T has seen it. Into the wall to go. No information given, and Oblivion is walking side by side, just on the other side of the wall, and they're not getting any information away. Fake defuse go through, and now a little bit of a call. Habib T finds Slime Lord, though. Jordan is going to find Habib T. It's down to a 2v2. All eyes are open. Poison goes in. They're looking for a bit more. You swing, Shub finds it, and Shub finishes out 2, and it's game over. That's it.
Shub goes from 0 to hero, ends it out 14-12, 26 rounds it took to finally find some victory sauce. It is St. Joseph of the Eagles that are soaring, flying so high over the CSI Dolphins. It was a battle of the Hudson, and it's gonna be the likes of Staten Island that will win it on the west side of things. Oh my goodness, the west side, best side, looking so good. That final stat board, everyone was rocking and rolling. Big Fat Kev was able to handle it. Horden did the same, and Shub just it was not a great start to this entire series. But when you get Horden and Jordan together, the confidence for this entire theme was uplifted, and it showed as they were able to take the big win.
I always feel it's very important to note not how many kills you get, but when the kills occurred, right? There are some players that you can identify, Big Fat Kev being one of them, that is an absolute fire. Yes, games 1 and 2, a little bit more difficult to get into, but game 3, popped off. An immaculate player, again, hitting, I think, 30 bomb and more, if I'm counting that correctly. No, just shy, just one off.
So
that feels so
close.
bad. But again, the clutch players are the ones that you don't expect to pull it off, but they can sit down, they keep a level head, and that's what it was. Shub with that flank, a full rotation around the defenders to close it out. This team, you fight tooth and nail, and if both these teams do not make it into playoffs, I'm going to be extremely sad. This was an amazing match.
I mean, if anything, it definitely shows a full regular season lessons learned for SJLI. Sometimes you have teams, they take a loss and then they're like, okay, it was close last time. Let's just play our game. Nothing really changes. This entire program and this squad in particular showcasing that they will take lessons learned. They'll be able to move it into coaching moments, and then they will be able to take down CSI, who was looking so good on the season. And now, I mean, from your perspective, Orbital, we're looking at the Dolphins. This is a great team. They were so dominant. But when Horton and Jordan hit the field, it was a completely different ball game. I mean, how do you reflect upon just a close series like this?
You reflect on, instead of just game number 3, which was of course the closest that we saw, it's the entire book. I refer to some games as chapters in a book, and it was a 3-chapter book. Game number 1, it's the mental reset from game 1 to 2. From game 2 to 3, it was keeping up with the momentum and finding your ground. They look like a brand new team in game 3, and you had to buckle down even further. The story, what you take away here from the side of CSI, is it was close. You fought your heart out, but you cannot waver. That is the problem that I think they ran into. They wavered a little bit in the mental. They let that fear kind of grip their heart, and they were playing so well beforehand. So understand it is not over until it is over. Learn to be able to communicate under pressure, and from there you can be a phenomenal team. Because again, for them, they're still 4-3, right? This is still a squad that is middle of the pack in their division. They are going to be happy about that one. It was really St. Joseph that really needed that win. They're currently sitting on, I think, 3-3. They have a few more matches to play here to finish up before the season ends. So for both these squads, it was a phenomenal time. But again, for CSI, gotta learn to clutch up. You got the aim down. Just don't let the nerves hit that hand too quickly.
You know, sometimes it could be like a 9 times out of 10, maybe it would have gone the other direction. We'll get to see that. If they do split this school series for the regular season, and it goes one way and now ends in favor of the Eagles. And we won't have an interview after this one. It's a late night hour. It's past midnight on the East Coast, and everyone's getting ready for some big, maybe some Pokemon releases. So,
listen, I gotta get going. I'm sorry. I'll see you later.
It's true, soon. But thank you to everyone that was able to join us out there. Whether you're watching a VOD, watching us live, watching us now, you guys are all awesome. Orbital, thank you so much. I'm glad that we were able to finally get back in the booth together, man.
Oh, it's been too long, and I mean, the energy was so great, and I think the series gave us so much more as well, and I'm excited for the future of the ECC.
Heck yeah. Well, ECC, that's how you see us signing off. It's going to be Hail Monkey Man, Orbital, as well as some awesome producers. We had Coltoon as well as Cool Scoots that were able to guide us the way. If you liked all of that, make sure you give them some love, reciprocate all that, and above. You guys have been awesome. We'll see you next time.
Say that. I'll get in trouble. There's one for each game, so teams this weekend, somebody's going to have to explain to TSA why they're coming home with an extra trophy. Fine. We're fine. This is going to be great. Why is everybody staring at me? I'm not even doing anything yet. Is it because I'm in a suit? It looks nice. It's new. I'm stressing. It's all right. We win these. We absolutely win these. I've never seen us lose these. I love him. I don't remember his name. What is going on, everybody? And oh, are we ready? I'll start over. Okay. What's going on, everybody? We are here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. The players are just now entering the arena for day one. A lot of them had the opportunity to be here yesterday to get jerseys, to get familiar with the area, and to get to know one another. But today, the friendly gloves have to come off, and they are all here. Earlier, I was talking to these guys. This mannequin, when they didn't have anything else set up, I could see it from all the way down there, and I thought it was a person. And I stood there for like 5 minutes, and I was like, why is he standing like that? And I thought it was like a smooth criminal. I thought somebody was giving us like a Michael Jackson impression, and then it was a mannequin. I was really embarrassed to admit that. Oh my God, that's a lot of people. Hold on, let's go over this window. It just keeps going. There's so many people outside.
There are so many people outside. We're gonna interview people when they come in. I don't really want to go outside. It looks like it's gonna rain, and this suit is new. So, oh, there's Doc Haskell. Hi, Doc. How are you? He brings a full notebook with him and like writes notes down. It was pretty insane. He had it yesterday. He's gonna be coming through this metal detector right here. I don't know his name though, but I recognize his hair.
Jen.
You Jen? All right, we're gonna interview Jen, who's supporting Kennesaw. I'm gonna ask you like, a couple of very simple questions. Okay. Are we ready? All right, great. College. I really like Georgia College's color scheme. It's just red, white, and blue, I think, but I think they did it in a really clever way. Mineral area wearing hoodies, even though it is 75 degrees outside here in Atlanta, Georgia. Absolute legends.
If only Nick could hear you. Nick, come back.
If he's over 100 feet away, he can't.
You were whispering something, and he started smiling. I'm like, are you whispering?
Oh yeah, because he's got his headphone in if we're close enough. But
Bless you.
Gesundheit. Gesundheit again. You're welcome. I'm gonna go find him. Oh, there he is. Oh my. Oh, okay. Real stuff is starting. Real stuff. Competitive integrity needs to be upheld. We gotta get out of here. Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble. I get really embarrassed when I get yelled at.
30 is
Okay. Wow, it's not 10:30 yet.
It's only barely 10.
Woo! All right, it's gonna be a long. Hey, what's up? Surprise interview. Join me over here, though, so we have a cool backdrop. What are we here for?
Rocket League.
Awesome. I'm not going to ask what school you go to because unless you swapped hoodies, that seems pretty clear.
No, you know I got my jersey on with my name on it.
Oh, you do? Show us your jersey. Look at John T. Turbo here.
Yeah,
That's not his name. I just keep calling him that.
Yeah.
His name is John, but
my name is John Turbesi.
Yeah,
That's
not John T. Turbo.
Yeah, I get the message that I'm going to Nebraska where I met you.
Oh, that's so crazy. So context, if we're probably not going to use this, but we're going to talk about it. Turbo and I met at a LAN like over a year ago. That's so crazy. What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup. I am Sebdolence, joined by a man I have interviewed probably well over 10 times. It's going to be my good friend Neb, here from Bay State Overwatch team. Neb looked at me before he started his last series, and he said, "We are not dropping a map for the rest of the day." And so far, he has lived up to that title. But Neb, is there anybody you're thinking, we've got to get them out of the way, we've got to take them down?
No.
No? Just looking at it, each fight's its own, every game, going into it, just taking it as it comes?
I have the confidence right now that we're not going to drop a single map.
I love Neb because not only is he confident, but he's correct. Bay State is one of the best Overwatch teams I've ever seen. So it's always good to hear. I love the confidence, and I love Bay State, so I hope they do a great job this weekend. So what qualifier, did you win a qualifier to get here?
At-large bid.
We're looking at Rocket League, we're thinking high odds, low odds, where do we think we're walking away?
I think pretty high. I think we're doing pretty good.
Is there anybody that you're looking at, you're like, please do not let us go up against them unless we absolutely have to?
I mean, really, everybody's good competition, so.
And sorry, what was your name?
Ethan.
Ethan from Mineral Area.
Yep.
Very exciting. Well, Ethan, good luck.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon. What kind of pass? A player pass?
Let me get you on here.
No, you actually have to like tape it to your chest, like really awkwardly with masking tape. Okay. And it's gonna fall off. Yeah. It's gonna be uncomfortable, I promise. That's a guarantee. Okay, cut that, I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, great. I'm great, everything's good.
Who do we interview? Who should we interview?
I don't know, I'm just here. I need caffeine.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big.
Welcome to ECAC Top Plays of the Week. This is Rod, your favorite host, back at it again with more stellar plays from Collegiate Esports. Special thanks to our partners at Esports U for the additional coverage. Let's hop straight into it. Starting off this week at number 8, we have Torchy showing aerial dominance. They show that you're going to have to work a little bit harder if you want to get back on their stage.
Tiny bit here. Now you gotta mix up your timings getting back onto the stage. Torchy is looking for something, able to still find the jab, and the foiler is going to be.
Next up, we have Cadmus, showing us what impact on a support player really looks like. With the timing of a Lucio God, they come in to claim the play of the game.
Player just going to deny anyone an attempt to hit the objective, and I mean, at this point in time, you gotta expect those rollouts to be as quick as they are. The